Good morning, all the heroes who are here. After the wonderful event yesterday in the European Parliament with Dr. Andriukaitis, because for us was a wonderful commissioner, a wonderful MEP. He was also inspiring us with many very good interventions from patient representatives and from reminding us our mission. We are here to help. We are here to prevent and control diseases and to help human beings. And today we have day 2, and we are going to have a very interesting session now, which, the title says all, because the innovation without access is failure. So we may have wonderful gadgets and things and technologies, but if they are not accessible, that's not good. So it's delivering genomic equity in high-tech health systems. I think, once again, in this case, I don't need a big introduction because actually we have a wonderful panel. I have the feeling that we need to use the time in an efficient way because, as I say, this is a luxury to have the colleagues here. One of the things that Chiara, one of the organizers, is reminding me that in this case, differently from yesterday, those of you who were yesterday here, the description of all of you are not properly detailed. So when you come to the podium, please also describe yourself. I will try to, but in any case, that was a request, and I'm passing the message. In this case, we have 2 excellent colleagues setting the scene as in previous occasions. In this case, is Simon Bielecki. Simon Bielecki is head of the sector for research coordination in Unit A6, Artificial Intelligence for Health and Life Sciences in DG Connect. Am I right, Simon? Thank you for. As you see, it's a real privilege to have here. And the second speaker for setting the scene is well known. He was here with us yesterday. Adamo Adisye is co-CEO of the Network for Oncology Research in Sub-Saharan Africa. That will be the first speakers. Then we have a panel, yes, briefly just to mention, that will be composed by Nimi Tonison, who is a professor of Estonian Biobank Institute of Genomics in the University of Tartu. Then we have Lee-Ann Zinetti, Executive Director of Global Oncology Portfolio Precision Medicine Strategies in Novartis. Then we have Benjamin Gannon at the other extreme. He's Vice President of Europe, Americas, Guardant Health. And then we have Manuel Ottaviano, who has become a friend of mine during these days, Associate Professor, Researcher, Project Manager, who is now working in Universidad Politécnica in Madrid, Spain. So the first speaker is going to be Simon Bielecki. We look forward to learning from you. The floor is yours. Thank you. You need the lights.
Good morning. I will just check if slides work. Yes. Okay, I will start with this slide, which is a title slide. One thing, not just for correctness, but on the substance, why you see a different title of my unit in the conference program. This is quite a new development within the European Commission, DG Connect, which is so new that you don't see it in the program, but it's important from the point of view of the substance. The digital health unit, as you may know, is present in 3 Directorates General of the Commission. It's DG Sante for Health, DG Research, and also DG Connect for the data infrastructures. And very recently, this unit has been moved inside DG Connect to the AI office. So it has become one of the units inside the AI office. That tells us something about the priorities of the Commission. It really shows that artificial intelligence, first thing, that artificial intelligence is becoming really imminent as a technology that we want to leverage, but also that health sector, health research is one of the prime use cases or prime application sectors for application of artificial intelligence. And that's why I will be talking, even if for the last 6 years, I have been following and supporting, coordinating the 1+ Million Genome Initiative, which you might know from other sources. And still our unit is coordinating this infrastructure. I would like to talk more about artificial intelligence today, and also about the outlooks, how this could impact the future of health. So artificial intelligence in healthcare can bring a triple win to our society. It can improve directly the health of citizens with better outcomes. It can support the long-term sustainability through better efficiency of healthcare systems. And also it can help European industry to enhance its competitiveness. This can occur along the whole pathway of health delivery. There are multiple applications. You probably know all of them. You are experts that artificial intelligence is already changing health and health research. Several of them also apply to genomics. What is not mentioned on the slide is, for example, to decipher the human genome to find multiple variant associations. This is still in the area of research and dreams, but we are, I think, close to tapping into this potential. There are, of course, many challenges. The evolution of the technology is extremely rapid. The Commission is trying to ensure safety of these technologies through some regulation, like an AI Act, which is risk-based and includes health as one of the higher level risk sectors. But we have to prepare on many fronts, not only regulation. So there's a very big challenge is the data quality, data availability. Data is everywhere, but the data is still scattered, even if we are trying to help with initiatives like 1+ Million Genome. It is still not there. Then, of course, privacy preservation, and very important, the skills of the people that will be giving the care, which will be in future AI supported. For all of this, we also need evidence, because if new technologies have to be applied in healthcare, they need to be approved, and for the approval, they need evidence. Now, looking a little bit back, so the von der Leyen Commission 2024-29, the new von der Leyen Commission, for the first time mentioned genomics among its priorities. So in the political guidelines, you will find a short text, mentioning genomics among the frontier technologies of where the Union would like to invest. You will also find passages of text about the need to step up with the sequencing of human genome. And of course, application of artificial intelligence and apply AI strategy that will be published very soon. You will also find some other very important files and initiatives like Biotech Act or the Strategy for European Life Sciences. All of that has then been distributed to the different commissioners. Again, there's always the trio, Sante, RTD, Connect. Here also you will find the 3 commissioners responsible for these aspects, where genomics has been put under the Commissioner, Vice President Henna Virkkunen, responsible for the digital affairs. Very recently, in April, AI Continent Action Plan was published, where these artificial intelligence ideas are put forward, and you will see these 5 pillars on the right-hand side, where data is one of them, of course. So certainly we need data of high quality. We need to invest in skills. We need to simplify regulation here, and a review of regulation is ongoing, including AI Act, including GDPR. And then the computing infrastructure, this is something that none of the member states could bear on their own. That's why here we will be investing as a community in in so-called gigafactories with huge money. And here, a small house that shows from an older document, it's a communication that announced the future AI, apply AI strategy. It shows that health is everywhere. So even if healthcare is specifically mentioned only under the public sector, including healthcare, this is coming from that document, not an edit just for this event. But of course, under science, we understand also health research being included, and also under industrial sectors, we have plenty of sectors, especially in biotech and medtech, which support innovation in the health sector. So here, this is artificial intelligence should be supported in all of the three work streams. They have different specificities. But then there is some infrastructure funded by the European Union, the European Digital Innovation Hubs, AI factories, and the future AI gigafactories, where these very cost-intensive technologies can be tested and validated. And the final slide for me is about this the data infrastructure that our unit is supporting and has been supporting for a while. This is for the data pillar of the AI continent. We really think that data is the fuel of artificial intelligence, and that we need to ensure interoperability and high quality of the data. There are three initiatives: 1+Million Genome, cancer imaging, and virtual human twins, that work a little bit in parallel on different types of data and different applications, but all of them have to align and have to streamline with the European health data space. Obviously, that came in as a project, as an initiative a little bit later than the previous three. But of course, all of that has to be streamlined. We cannot duplicate efforts. So the plan is that the data infrastructures will be fully aligned with and connected with the European health data space. That brings some regulatory power to the secondary use of data. And I was asked also to give some considerations for the discussion. So very quickly, since my time, I think, is up. So the first thing, when I was reading the title of this session, I read access. Of course, I know that it's about equity of access of patients, but the second thought was, what about data access? And in fact, you could also read the same title thinking about the data access. How should we innovate without data access? For the moment, health data access is not that easy. So let's work on that. And also the willingness to share the data, not only on the individual level of a person, I want or not, but also to think about the national legislation and national approaches. There are some countries where there's a great openness to sharing the data, to facilitating it. There are other countries where this is very much difficult. And then what about the equity of access of the citizens to innovation and so on? So maybe I will leave you with that one only, not to go beyond the time too much. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much, Simon. Actually, this is the application to genomics of all the artificial intelligence. And what you said, actually, the data access and the willingness to expand the view to the larger community and the member states is a real challenge. So now we have Adamu Adisi. So you know that he's the co-CEO of the Network for Oncology Research in Sub-Saharan Africa. And besides that, he's also a faculty member of Public Health and Bioethics at the Department of Preventive Medicine at Addis Ababa University, and a leader. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much for the very kind introduction. And I'm here again on the podium on the second day, on the very first session. And I also thought I was only on 2 sessions, but I lately learned that I'm on 3 sessions. So there is one more coming in the afternoon. So yeah, but it's my pleasure. I'm enjoying the discussions, and I look forward to day 2 for insightful inputs. So I am coming from Addis Ababa University. That's my base. And I direct a consortium called the Network of Oncologic Research in Africa, NORA. And what I'm going to do now will be to take you through the topic of the panel discussion today. And I'll try to be a voice from the global south. So that's what I'm going to do. I will just mention about the gap which was alluded to, and dwell a bit on genomic equity, and conclude with a call for action. I think the access to not only to genomics, but access to innovations in general is a continuous challenge for many, and especially for those of us from the global south. So the question will be, if there was no access, I mean, what are the innovations serving? I mean, who are they serving? And it will call us for a moral challenge on how innovations should trickle down to those who deserve it. And I think yesterday, my colleague from Egypt made this argument on where most of the diseases and most of the problems are. If the innovations are not addressing the setting where most of the diseases and the problems in greater majority are, I think a utilitarian argument can be made for that cause. So coming to the reasons why access is limited in such settings, in low-income settings, are the usual culprits are mentioned over there. The funding, infrastructure, regulatory frameworks. These are mentioned often now and then. And also ownership, local ownership is really important. And it requires, addressing them will require proactive, collaborative partnership built on empowering the local setting. I think empowerment is important. And I think yesterday we talked about public-private partnership and how that can be leveraged towards this cause. And we should also focus on building capacity, empowerment in capacity. In the network I'm part of, we always would like to promote local capacity and Africa-led initiatives and training the next leaders of cancer care and research in the continent. And also minding the context, the approach, as well as the contextual realities. And we don't have very good tools in addressing contextual realities, but the role of social sciences, ethnography approach cannot be overemphasized. Last but not least is community engagement, engaging the citizens. And at the foundation which I'm working with, called the African Foundation, Science for Africa Foundation, sorry. The Science for Africa Foundation, we are promoting public engagement with science, the PAS approach, public engagement in science. And genomic equity, I think the definition goes that in genomic equity, everyone should benefit from genomic research and the benefits, regardless of who they are, where they are, what diseases they have. So we talked about the rights approach yesterday, so promotes that. And the reality is that there is actually a big discrepancy, disparity between those who have access and those who do not have access. And it's in some settings beyond what we could imagine. And why do we need equity? So there is a moral imperative, as we just mentioned earlier on, and also to the fact that if we don't integrate equity framework and an access from the very beginning, actually the disparities will rather be aggravated by innovations. So innovations will address those with access, those without will remain the same. So the gap gets wider and wider. So from the African perspective, there is this interesting article released in April, late April, arguing for more inclusion of genetic data from Africa and also low-income countries. But I'm being more a voice from where I'm coming from, but it's a reality elsewhere. And African populations are still underrepresented in genomic studies, despite the diversity and unique genetic architecture in the continent. And this hinders, I'm reading from there, hinders global efforts in translational research, slows the progression of genomic medicine, and worsens health disparities, a missed opportunity for precision medicine globally. So a genuine prioritization to expand the genomic data pool is required, and inclusivity would be important. So the authors have argued that Africa remains to be an informative place, the most informative place on earth to discover genetic basis of complex human. And the reason is that in Africa, we have a complete pool, the whole complete pool. And as you move away from the continent, there are missing layers of human variation. And this is a graphic representation of diversity versus distance from East Africa, Africa in general, but specifically East Africa. And if you come to Addis Ababa, where I am at, we have a National Museum. And in the National Museum, we have what we call Lucy, which is the most ancient skeleton remains. So there is this theory that humans immigrated actually from East Africa to Africa and other parts of the globe. So the most diverse pool is found in Africa, and excluding that will not give us a whole complete picture towards genome-wide association and other implications. So equity would start from having inclusive genetic pool. Another example is breast cancer or cancers in general. They are not the same everywhere. So there is genetic characterization which determines treatment response and other factors. So there are a few initiatives, collection of samples in the continent, and including Africa in the global collections, but they are not adequate. And in the consortia I'm part of, we are trying to encourage multidisciplinary research, including genetic research and translational research on various types of cancer. So allow me to conclude by mentioning my calls for action. The call for action is for having equitable partnership framework. There are some provisional frameworks out there, but they are not well crafted, and I think we need to put them on the table and build consensus around them. And I want to also argue for mainstreaming public engagement in science and global science diplomacy. Thank you very much for your attention.
Thank you so much, Adamo. The problem when we have something which is exciting is we have shortage of time. If we were boring, saying, "Wow, when is it going to finish?" So, and now we have a challenge because we have 4 panelists who are going to actually give us some inspirational thoughts. By the way, Adamo, I have a question for you at the end, because this global call for action should be operationalized. How? But this is for later. Hold the horses. Now we have actually Dr. Nimi Tonnison, who is a professor of Estonian Biobank Institute of Genomics in the University of Tartu. He's a medical geneticist and laboratory physician. He serves as president of the Estonian Society of Human Genetics, and his research focuses on genomics, personalized medicine, and precision prevention. Thank you so much.
So good morning, ladies and gentlemen. I really thank the organizers for the kind invitation. I'm honored to be here and present Estonia's achievements in personalized medicine. About my background, I was with the Society of Human Genetics in Estonia. Now I'm with the Estonian Medical Association, but just a small remark. I fully agree that without access, the innovation is failure. And any patient-centered research should not end with publications. It must result in accessible services and products eventually. And this cannot be done by academic or clinical partners alone. We must also have input from the companies and patient representatives. And actually, we must also acknowledge that research is never finalized. Without implementation, we won't create evidence in the real world medicine and won't change. Without changing any practices, we won't actually improve the patients' lives, which is expected by the public funding in research. Innovation in healthcare must meet the clinical needs to fit into healthcare systems, be feasible and well accepted by patients and professionals. Estonia is a very small country, and we won't ever be any big market for new solutions, but I think due to the strong e-health systems that we have, centralized solidarity-based healthcare, it's a good pilot platform for any kind of implementation studies. Estonian Biobank has operated for over 20 years with samples collected from 20% of our adult population. And I must also say that returning medically relevant results has been a public promise already from the start. So at the early years, we actively participated in all kinds of GWAS studies. And I also think that without the biobank, it's really difficult to establish and validate any large-scale models. So it has been also an essential resource to study the effects of polygenic risk scores. And since 2015 or so, over the past decade, we have conducted several return of results studies, contacting in total about 5,000 participants face-to-face. This includes also over 1,000 individuals with either high-risk monogenic cancer risk or high polygenic breast cancer risk findings. Our National Health Insurance Fund has supported innovation by covering the follow-up costs. Estonian Biobank has also launched a participant portal accessible to all the participants then to improve genetic literacy, to provide data on pharmacogenomics findings, on cardiovascular risks, and so on. In 2022, together with clinical and company partners, we launched International Bright Study funded by EIT Health, and this involved 2,400 participants in Estonia, Sweden, and Portugal. And by completing this study in 2024, we proved that personalized breast cancer screening is feasible, well tolerated among patients, and accepted by the healthcare systems. Based on the results, we plan to introduce personalized breast cancer screening in public healthcare early 2026, as already mentioned yesterday. And we will start first trainings of the medical personnel actually this Friday. I know it's a very first step, but without first steps, we will never reach any giant leaps. To support this genomic equity and broader implementation, Estonia is also updating legislation to make return of results an explicit goal of Estonian Biobank, to allow participant research data to be used in healthcare, to require the clinical labs to store broad-scale genetic data for reuse and secondary use, and also ban any genetic discrimination in insurance and employment. And actually, there is also legal expert driving those changes in the audience, Raili Sigart, and she will talk also later. So with this, I'd like to conclude. I thank you for your attention. Happy to take any questions later. Thanks.
Thank you so much, Nimi. What you have said is condensed many very good ideas. Implementation studies as essential for personalized medicine services. Evidence-generating medicine is a must, as a norm. Correct me if I'm wrong. That third message is access and reuse. The data should be there, the genomic and the clinical data, ensuring equity and private-public partnership. Thank you so much. So now we have Leigh-Ann Zinetti, who is the Executive Director of Global Oncology Portfolio and Precision Medicine Strategy of a big company, Novartis. Leigh-Ann, the floor is yours.
Good morning, everyone. I need to talk to Dennis about the scheduling of this because I think I'm the only one that flew in from the US yesterday and therefore I'm the earliest speaker. So if you see me yawning up here, it's of absolutely no disrespect to my peers. It's 3 a.m. in the morning for me. So with that, we were asked to introduce ourselves a little bit. So my role with that really lengthy title essentially means that I'm responsible for the early pipeline strategy for Novartis. So that's for the solid tumor as well as our hematology portfolios, including CAR-T. So as you can imagine, precision medicine is pretty much a day-to-day focus for me. So medical innovation is only successful if patients can benefit from it. We have the most exciting breakthroughs in the lab, but it doesn't reach patients. It's not really innovation. It's just potential. And this is something I pretty much hound our developers when we're talking about our new therapies which we're developing, i.e. when Thank you. Genomics is a clear example. It's reshaping how we diagnose and treat cancer, but access really still depends on far too much on where you live, your income, or your insurance. In some countries, genomic testing is routine, but in others, the same patient may never have access at all, or they pay out of pocket. Without equity, breakthroughs can actually become barriers. So what does true genomic equity look like for patients, but also for the industry? It's not just about having the technology, it's about the ecosystem around it. So firstly, diverse representation in research. The UK's 100,000 Genomes Project is a great example of a national initiative that made diversity a priority. So discoveries are more relevant to just one group. And we've heard today from Adamo about how they do this in Africa. So these are some more examples there. And secondly, routine integration into care. So France has built a national genomics program that makes comprehensive sequencing available, not just in academic hospitals, but across the entire health system. And I'm sure we'll hear from my colleague from Guardant Health around such initiatives as well. Third, fair and sustainable reimbursement. So Germany, I know we're here in Europe, but Japan has a really nice model on creating national pathways to cover these advanced molecular testing so that the patients don't face impossible costs. And finally, clinician support. Again, I know we're in Europe, but in the US, the Veterans Health Administration has shown how centralized molecular tumor boards that can help community oncologists use these genomic results with confidence. And in Europe, the concept of community hospitals is not the same as it is in the US, but the MTB is applicable in rural and remote settings. And so this is where high-tech health systems can lead, not just by pushing the science forward, but by setting the bar for access. That means mandating next-generation sequencing for every patient with advanced cancer. It means building shared data infrastructure so that discoveries benefit patients everywhere, not just in one hospital. It means using the purchasing power to negotiate fair pricing for molecular tests. And it means investing in training and digital tools so that every oncologist, not those at top academic centers, can act on genomic information. And if high-tech health systems lead in this way, that just doesn't advance science, they ensure that precision medicine delivers on its promise. With that being said, though, I would like to end my comments with a twist. We heard yesterday from Jin on how low middle income countries can also lead by necessity. For example, in Indonesia, due to the geography, genomic data needs to be accessible by patients on their phone. So perhaps it is also an opportunity for high-tech health systems to learn from low middle income countries in adopting pragmatic solutions. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Leanne. Actually, what you say, you have said it very clearly. Without equity, even the best and most exciting breakthroughs risk becoming barriers rather than solutions. I have also a question to be held for later. How can we solve that? Because you mentioned in a very smart way that this is a fact. Access still depends too often on the location, the income, the insurance status, zip code. So how can we solve that? So, and now we have another great speaker, Benjamin Gannon, who is the Vice President of Europe and Americas of Guardant Health. Is leading efforts in precision oncology and diagnostics. He previously headed access and policy at Guardant Health International and serves at the board of UCOPE. So he brings his expertise in strategic communication, market access, pharmaceutical industry. The floor is yours, Benjamin. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Jose, and good morning, everybody. And I was reflecting on yesterday's meeting and discussions, just trying to figure out what a high-tech healthcare system is, and I think we have high-tech and low-tech everywhere, actually. So, and some of the remarks I'll make about Guardant, we're a liquid biopsy company, effectively, and I have a background over 25 years now in both commercializing new technologies, particularly into European healthcare systems, but also spent many, many years in this city working on public health policy in areas like HIV and rare disease. In terms of the title here, genomic equity, the way I'd like to think about this and make some comments is around, are we talking here about geographic disparities? Are we talking about socioeconomic? Are we talking about technical disparities? And some of the examples of the work that we're doing, I hope, offers some stimulation to potential solutions and ways forward. So we talked extensively yesterday, and I think people are familiar with the fact that access to genomic profiling, advanced genomic profiling, is challenging in all countries in the world and also in Europe. Long turnaround times, inconsistencies in laboratory capabilities, unequal awareness of requirements and options, and particularly differences in the accuracy of tests. In terms of the advances that providers like Guardant and other organizations, academic as well, have been making in the area of liquid biopsy and ctDNA NGS, has demonstrated that guideline recommended testing is now available, which offers minimally invasive access for patients to comprehensive genomic profiling. This is now proven at the FDA level. It's proven with multiple CDX registrations, and also proven in the sense that we have IVDR registrations for technologies from Guardant and other providers in this space. I would say that developing and delivering these types of assays is a complex endeavor, and it does require significant infrastructure and expertise. A bold statement here is that not every institution is going to be able to deliver this type of technology, particularly if you compare it with send out and other distributed kit approaches. Why do I say that? If you think about the sensitivity or the specificity, the turnaround times that are required, you need a lab which has a highly capable and developed infrastructure. But also, if we're thinking here about patient care, you need a fast turnaround time. If you're talking here about a patient with non-small cell lung cancer in stage 4, they need a decision to get onto a targeted therapy for a chance for improving their overall survival within a matter of days. And in the real world experience currently in Europe and other countries, we have turnaround times with existing approaches of many weeks. We've been able to demonstrate, as have other providers, that you can bring this turnaround time to less than 7-8 days and that has an important improvement in that patient's outcome. How do we get there to deploy that technology for the benefit of healthcare systems and patients across all geographies and all situations? Well, we've engaged in strategic public-private partnerships. That's a very grand word and terminology, but it's really around how do we partner across the full life cycle of what is going on in a particular pathway. It means that we work with the healthcare system to understand and help them to define where those patients are. We work with the oncologists to determine the studies to demonstrate the clinical utility. I think we had some commentary yesterday about that. Clinical utility doesn't have to be a randomized control trial with many thousands of patients. It can be a decision impact study with tens of patients to demonstrate the speed or the time of diagnosis or time to treatment. And what we've done with the Royal Marsden in England and together with the NHS, so that we were able to prove, and we've had a very interesting conversation with NHS England over the last 2 to 3 years, where they said to us, look, it's wonderful, your technology, but it will only really be proven and worth its while if the result for a patient is the same in the north of England, in the west of England, in the south of England, to what it is with the Royal Marsden Hospital, which is one of London's or the UK's leading cancer institutions, where we've built a lab together with them. And so we embarked on a program there, the ctDNA transformation pilot, and indeed the results have been quite astonishing, in the sense that a patient in the north of England, we were constantly told Aintree in the north of England around Liverpool, and we were able to demonstrate that a patient receiving a test there was receiving it in the same time, in the same decision format that a patient was in a specialist center in London. Just some final remarks here. We heard the word pragmatism earlier on. I think in the context of capacity, we need that technical capability in an institution, but equally we need the volumes in the institution to be able to also support fast turnaround times, but efficiencies in terms of the financial efficiencies in running these assays. So a pragmatic conversation with a healthcare system is, how many hospitals do you need in your country to support that particular pathway to deliver testing, which is going to be working for all of those patients? Equally, you need to have a pragmatic conversation with the hospital in question around their technical capabilities today and the investments they want to make in the future to scale to be able to test multiple or many thousands of patients. So, you know, in summary, I think the words we talked about yesterday in terms of partnership, innovation, of course, as a provider like mine, we will talk about innovation, but pragmatism. You know, we're now expanding into programs in Catalonia, in Spain. We're about to open a lab or start the lab in Rome. We're bringing this technology with substantial community engagement into, let's say, non-traditional first launch countries. And I think it's some food for thought for this conference and for the opportunity moving forward. Thank you.
Thank you, Benjamin, for adding also a very technical perspective also on things that need to be fully comprehended and understood. Like obviously you were saying the current barriers to Lewisian genomic profiling, and the NGS is based on ctDNA. And obviously all of this is exciting, this next generation sequencing and the possibilities. And I'm glad to see that you are also doing this in Barcelona, in Catalonia, and in Europe. So last but not least, we have Dr. Manuel Ottaviano, who is originally from Italy, but he is also now Spanish in some way. He's with us. He's a project manager in Universidad Politécnica in Madrid, Spain, and it's a pleasure, Manuel, to have you here.
So thank you for the invitation. So my name is Manuel Ottaviano. I'm a software engineer specialized in bioengineering. And in the last 20 years, I've been devoted to the design, development of digital solutions for health, for patient and health professional. In this session, I would like to put the light on two key aspects on equity. The cost of the technology. Okay, this is one aspect. There are somehow some structural costs, for the delivering medical technology, and we well know that medical technology is very costly because we have a complex process to build the technology, to build the evidence, then to go to the market, regulatory aspect. So on that also, yesterday we previously discussed the idea to, and also today Shimon put light on that, to simplify, harmonize the regulatory aspect and procedures. Then also we discussed yesterday the aspect related to the simplification of clinical trial, to make it more adaptive, maybe also to use new paradigms like the use of synthetic data to speed up the generation of evidence. Then there is a key aspect that also has been mentioned today by my previous colleagues, the concept of collaborate with a community, the concept of open innovation. Okay, so because this is a key aspect. If you want to make a new innovation, we need to have a multidisciplinary approach and involve patients, professional, industry, hospital, regulatory bodies. And this should be not just in the aspect of innovation, creating a new just idea and testing, but also to bring it to the market. And this there is a nice aspect also covered by Adamo. There was the ownership of the community. Okay, I would like to make you just a little example. You know OpenAI, ChatGPT, right? Okay, this is being trained by using all the internet information, right? What about the ownership of the data? What about data economy? Where is the money? Is it on the model or is on the data? No, this is quite strange, right? So we have to think on that. We want to build an ecosystem, data ecosystem, where we put the value. The company that will be the money, the model, and we sell, or on the community that supported the creation of this data. Okay. The first big experiment goes to the first direction. I have a model, this is a black box, but it's very good, I will send you. This is quite critical. We have to think. We need to start being creative on creating business model. Okay. And we have to push policymakers to put the value on what is called data economy. Okay. That's the value, at least in health. Then in other sectors, I'm not expert, I cannot say. Okay. Then also on business model, we need to be more creative, most probably. Okay. I know that care market is a difficult market, okay, also for companies, but somehow we need to collaborate. We need to, with open innovation, and also maybe also creating new approaches that has been also proposed several years ago, like value-based healthcare. No, that is still a utopia. No? Because why? Because we still are a problem to collecting KPI related to the patient experience. Okay, so we need a lot to do in terms of business model and in terms of collaboration. So this is the first thought, the first things that I think that could be useful. So the pathway to reduce cost of technology. The second one is, okay, we have a problem of access of personalized technology, but we have other technologies that somehow can foster the uptake of these personalized approaches. No, for sure, and this is true for all the technology that we have also in your pocket. No, we have to strongly believe on open source tools, okay, open source tools and open source created by the communities, again, linked with open communities, okay. If you go to any commercial product, you will go to the license and you will see that the foundation, all the software is open source tool, okay? Then there are digital, mobile digital platforms that have been mentioned also today by Nime, that can be very useful to the access of this, to this type of personalized services. Then also we have a promising digital assistant could be like sort of even navigator to make orientation to the patient where to go, for instance. No? Then also we have a promising infrastructure. No? You have the European Health Data Space. Not is promising, but then also this is supported by very nice computer science paradigms. Cloud computing, okay? We are able to deploy everything in every place without taking care of where. Then also we have federation, because with a big headache of data sensible, we cannot move from a hospital to another. So how to do? Okay, let's don't move the data, process it down. Federation is good. Then we have also a new, very interesting paradigm that is confidential computing. Confidential computing is very useful because now we can have also cross-border problem, because we have a lot of American companies that have our data, no? And according to federation law in the United States, they could access us, even if we have GDPR. But now there is a new paradigm that is confidential computing, meaning that the provider cannot access the data. Okay, so we have the technology. The problem is how humans are using it, and all the blocking decisions here. Okay, but for that, a key aspect are the IT managers of the hospital. They're the one that somehow enable the access to the data, even with federation. And on that, I see from my experience of Roger Reuver that there are a lot of difficulties for these teams to use the newest technology, because there are a lot of restriction in the hospital, and also there is a problem of capacity building to be able to use the latest technology, okay? Because there are a lot of opportunities, no? Then there is, we also discussed it yesterday, the aspect related to the use of AI tools to simplify very dual tasks like harmonization, like simplification of the information. AI is very good to do this, no? Then we have also digital twins. Digital twins is a good opportunity also to enhance access to personalized medicine, and also to build a multi-scale model that also incorporate, for instance, imaging. You know? And last, that is my vision in the future, my little dream, that, okay, we have Internet of Things, we have lab on chip. Why not to go to a pharmacy and make just a liquid biopsy with putting just €1? This may be too much, no? But we have to go on that direction if we want to have give access to this. So there are structural costs that are reducing. And okay, so this is basically an overall thought on. So I think that all these key aspects are based on human factors, okay? And we have to start thinking on how we design the technology, how we deploy the technology, and we have also to rethink how we buy the technology. And with this,
Thank you so much, Manuel. Unfortunately, we are running out of time. We have the 5 last minutes, and we have the rapporteurs who are going to perhaps summarize, even though I think it has been quite clear. I always want to give you the opportunity to take the floor and ask a question, but you are going to allow me, because I was asking them to hold the horses to answer to something that they were mentioning. That is easy to mention, but it's difficult to answer, I believe. I mean, in particular, Adamo was saying call for action. Current global treaties, international regulations should be enhanced. How? It should be lowering the prices. It should be through a global fund. The same thing is going to be asked to the rest of but in particular to Liane Zinetti, who was also very brave, saying that without equity, even the best breakthroughs risk becoming barriers than solutions. How? Are you going to reduce the price, Novartis, or are you going to ask for a global fund to support this? How this can be happening? Let me ask you first, and then Adamo from the Global South, see how.
I think I need a guide on how to use this. Is it on? Hello.
Yes.
Okay. I like to think of it as much more simpler. So when you're thinking about the incentives, when like a win-win situation, Novartis and other industry partners.
Closer to the mic as much as you can, please.
Hello?
Yes.
Novartis and other industry partners are the ones, we want to prescribe more therapies. So it's a financial incentive there. And then on the other side, the other industry partner would be the diagnostic companies. And so if they're testing more patients and they're treating more patients, these are the two that are benefiting. So, I see it as a very pragmatic solution in the sense that, now we have the IVDR coming through from a Europe perspective, and pharmaceutical companies need to come out with a companion diagnostic associated with their therapy. And with that, we will then choose a diagnostic partner. So my challenge internally and also to my pharmaceutical industry peers that may be in the room is that when you select a partner, within those contracts that you build with that partner, say, for example, it's with Guardant Health, it would be the fact that when you're launching, we usually will launch into, the high-tech health systems where we're going to get the highest reimbursement, et cetera. But then the challenge would be to look at the underrepresented communities or the lower middle income countries and, come to a negotiation of like maybe they establish testing in 20 labs in different countries. And they would then offer discounted pricing. Novartis would also come to the table or a different pharmaceutical company. And so therefore you're looking at it because I came from diagnostics. I know what the markup is, and I also know what the markup is internally. So therefore you can come to a happy medium and therefore look at what would the testing be over 3 to 5 years? Because then when you're thinking about some of the barriers, it's like the technology and like the expertise that needs to be built up. So it's a private partnership almost. So it's rather than a public-private partnership. But then also when you're taking that from a longevity perspective, you want to be able to exit. So therefore, that's when the public part comes in. But then, you can only spend €1 in once. I heard somebody say that yesterday. But then it would be, okay, maybe looking more broadly. Maybe the healthcare system would benefit from having a discount on a cardiology drug. And so then they're able to absorb the cost of the molecular testing. So I think from the beginning, it's pharmaceutical companies and diagnostic companies working together and actually building equity into these contracts and then having a sustainable way to exit.
Well, this is a dream. Thank you so much. I wish you were, elected CEO of Novartis. Okay. Adamus.
Thank you so much. So when we see the reality on the ground, when it comes to genomic research in the continent, is most of the regulatory frameworks in the countries are not the same. There is no uniformity. And most of the existing legislations are protective of genomic samples and information, than sharing them out for I think the obvious reasons of exploitation, and nothing comes out of it. Why do I share my material for a partner while I don't have a clear benefit which I get? And also there are other theories which I don't want to go any further. But which means that we need to have a negotiated agreement on the issue, like the pandemic treaty. The pandemic treaty had cycles of negotiation with member states sending chief negotiators to the international platform and putting forward conditions and what benefits package is there for the countries. I think that should be there and should be negotiated. So you are right. It seems is very abstract and it's a high level intervention, but at the end of the day, we need to have everyone on board, and member states should have a say and have a treaty. And what's the bottom line is what benefit package is there and what capacity and local transfer of technology as well. We have been sending samples to US and Europe for years, but there was no proper storage for copies of the genetic information in the continent. So we need to build local capacity, biobanking, all that. But if we don't have the pieces together and I think that's why I wanted to say that we need to continue developing this negotiation platform and diplomatic landscape. So I know this is not a silver bullet, but we can't do also without.
We'll keep talking. We'll keep talking. So, Dennis, I need your help because it's 10:02, and actually, I don't want to enter into the next session, which is data that delivers, building smarter, sustainable healthcare data system, which is very related. At the same time, I would like to give the opportunity to the speakers to say the last word related to this or the end, just to close it. And I don't know if we need to wrap up with the rapporteur because we have been summarizing the things. So if they have the last word, you agree? So please, Simon, because you were saying that the important thing is not equity only to the technology, even to the data. Can you elaborate? And also, I mean, all of you. What?
I will just say what I took from the session because
Right.
listening very
Please.
carefully. And so, as I said in my presentation, day, work on health, but it's uncharted territory. And if a territory is uncharted, it needs tools and others, as Manuel said. So I take it with me that while working on in health, we about new working together, private sector with a public sector, and it's not only about regulation; it's about soft measures, stability, about clarity, but foremost, of course, about security. Also, very much inspired by Adamo about capital of Africa. Thinking maybe.
Yes, please. Please talk together because we need to talk. So, Nime, please.
Thank you for this opportunity. I would once more emphasize on the storage and reuse of genomic data, because in all kind of population kind screening or diagnostic approaches, we create a lot of whole genome data, and data created for one purpose could also serve for another purpose. For example, if we would put a genomic data creation step in the front of all kind of cancer screening, probably would use the same data for different types of cancer, and by this more sustainable and economical. I think the data from clinical interventions could also be a very valuable input for the biobanks. We don't rely only on the data created in the biobanks, but find.
Thank you so much. Benjamin.
Thank you very much. So I think I'll be a little bit more provocative. I think we have solutions available today, which if we implement them with pragmatism and in partnership are going to make a massive difference to patients. I really believe that. And I gave some examples from what we're doing. I think there are other solutions out there. I think we can have some very ethereal and hypothetical discussions about the power of data. But let's not get away from the fact that if I think about a patient with non-small cell lung cancer, needs a treatment decision in a few days, we have the solutions available today. And I think there are some pragmatic and controversial and difficult discussions, but those need to take place soon.
Thank you. Manuel.
Yes, my last note is again.
And the euro in the pharmacy.
Yeah?
The liquid biopsy
yeah, this
put
is
in the
really
euro.
the
Explain it because I was a little bit.
No, I mean,
puzzled.
just, I mean, if you know that already there are some blood tests that you can have, no, to control. So I imagine a future like this, no, but for sure we have to scale the technology, no, and the cost of production and so on. But in the meantime, we have to continue working on this new innovation. And my key takeaway for that is also that if you consider the data, we have to continue working on open innovation and include all vulnerable group at the beginning of the process of developing the technology, because then if you want to use this promising technology that is AI, we have a risk of bias. Important to include
So
all
excluding.
diversities or minorities, double groups,
Okay.
data set.
So thank you so much. I believe that the conclusion is that a better world is possible with people like you. Thank you so much.
I'm just checking if everything is okay with slide. Should be. I leave this to you.
No, I don't, well, I will not need it really. Thank you anyway. No hay que poner más. Okay, we go. Well, this second session today, you see the title, Data That Delivers Building a Smarter, Sustainable Healthcare Data System. The good news that has really a strong relation with the previous discussion, and it's sure that all the things that has been presented before will help us a lot in discussing about something so important as data. Data that delivers is not just about more information. It's about better decisions. In healthcare, that data has the power to transform how we diagnose, treat, and prevent diseases. When harnessed effectively, it helps us shift from reactive to proactive care, from fragmented systems to connected ones. But a smarter healthcare must also be sustainable. That means using data to cut waste, reduce costs, build resilient systems that can serve patients not only today, but for generations. The challenge is to make sure this data delivers fairly. That requires trust, transparency, and a commitment of inclusivity. Only then can data truly become a force for a healthier, more sustainable future. The colleague from the European Commission mentioned it before, something that is extremely important, the ongoing context. The European Commission has adopted the creation of the European Health Data Space. That's a key pillar for a strong European Health Union. And this is probably the first common EU data space in a specific area that emerged from the European Strategy for Data. As you know, probably the European Health Data Space has entered into force in 2025. And this is something really important because it's changing certainly the way in which we analyze data, in which we share data, and how we share knowledge. In the European Union, Well, we had a strong tradition of trying to put together data. But in terms of diseases, well, we can say that the success in terms of building really structures of European data is not for the moment so large. We have the European network of cancer registries, something extremely important. And after some years, we have also the European platform for rare disease registration. These are both managed in the JRC, the Joint Research Center, from the side of the European Commission, but certainly we are lacking in terms of European data, of better data. If you ask me or you ask to somebody in the European Commission, how many people is suffering from diabetes in the European Union? We don't have a precise answer, because really to build a European space, a European register or a European platform on diabetes, on cardiovascular, on other diseases is for the moment a task which is pending. And this is something, yes, it has been partially resolved from in the EU for Health program with some new joint actions to build this space of exchange and this data that really we need for doing this trustworthy system of exchange of data and to improve certainly the situation of the patient. That's a little the scene, but for setting the scene, certainly how it really merits to be done, we have a very relevant person, which is Daniel Morales, from one of the bodies in the European Union that really is working with data and needing data to take decisions. It's the European Medicines Agency. Daniel Morales is Senior Clinical Epidemiologist and Data Analytics Task Force. We will have also a very important panel, a panel with, we will have the presence of Marcis Leia, coordinator of the EU-CAN screen from the University of Latvia. We will have with us also Johan Hackett, Vice President of Health Services System from IQVIA, a body that is really working extraordinarily in using data. George Kapetanakis, President of the Hellenic Cancer Federation, Jens Habermann, Director General from the BBMRI, and finally, Xenia Beltran, Senior Project Manager of PRECISE, which is a very relevant project from the side of the research program in the European Union. Then I invite cordially our colleagues of the setting the scene and the panel to take place with me here. And Daniel, you are the first person invited to take the floor.
Great. I'll let everybody get settled first before we make a start. Great. Well, it's a pleasure to present to you today and to talk a little bit about the regulatory landscape related to medicines regulation and the evolving use of real-world evidence there. Maybe start off with the first slide. And this is the shared vision of clinical evidence generation. We've been hearing people discuss elements of this yesterday, and also we will discuss it throughout today. And at the center, from a medicines regulatory perspective, clinical trials will remain the core, but they certainly should be faster, better, and optimized. But when it comes to real-world evidence, we also want to ensure that real-world evidence is enabled, but also its values established. And all this should be done in a very transparent way. And at the center of all this really should be the patient voice. Within the EU, we currently use real-world evidence for regulatory purposes. And to give you some examples at a high level of the certain topics where we use real-world evidence is these three areas. So this is to understand the clinical context. So disease epidemiology or natural history of disease, to understand clinical management and drug utilization. Then we use real-world evidence, as we heard, to support the planning and also the validity of other types of studies and clinical trials. But we also use it to understand comparative safety and, in some instances, effectiveness, and importantly, to understand the impact of regulatory interventions to check that we have the intended effect and also check for unintended consequences. And I think unintended consequences, when we're looking at the vision and how we move forward with generating evidence, we always have to make that balance between intended benefits against potential unintended consequences. The EMA has a role in generating real-world evidence. It primarily has three pathways for generating real-world evidence. One is through the analysis of in-house databases. We also have tender framework contracts that tend to be larger, more complex types of studies that can generate real-world evidence that take a bit longer to run, perhaps a couple of years or more. And the relatively newer approach that we use is Darwin EU. And this is a network of data partners, and the EMA works in close collaboration with a coordination center at Erasmus MC to establish protocols, research questions, phenotyping, and then analytical packages are sent to the data partners, and this study is run in a federated manner. So the data stays local, and this uses the OMOP Common Data Model, which allows for standardized analytics and tools to be developed. We currently have 30 data partners enrolled within Darwin EU, and you can see the geographical distribution. These data sources are a mixture of primary care or hospital data sources. There are also registries and also biobanks as well. And there are representatives from at least 2 organizations that are here at this meeting that participate in this. But as you can still see that we have gaps there, certainly within Eastern Europe. And even the countries that are represented, the types of data, there are still gaps within there. So for example, maybe we may have representation from one of the countries, but it lacks good quality data on pediatrics, for example. So one thing regulators need is data that is RWD, rapid, wide, and deep, that can answer a very broad range of questions and not just a single disease-specific focus. And we need to get the balance right for trying to facilitate and enable real-world evidence generation in that capacity. The number of research questions that have been able to be addressed by real-world evidence within this network and also the framework contracts has increased. It looks like demand is increasing, but I would say demand's probably always been there. It's just we've never had the capacity to be able to deliver and to try and meet that demand. There's no sign that the need for real-world evidence to complement that of clinical trials is going to disappear anytime soon. And a couple of examples of how real-world evidence has influenced medicine's regulatory decision-making. The first example is the EMA Pharmacovigilance Risk Assessment Committee evaluating a signal of suicidality with an antibiotic called doxycycline. This was raised through routine pharmacovigilance and a review of a spontaneous case report. And the ultimate conclusion that aligned with the study result is that there's no causal effect identified at that time, and no update to the product information was warranted. And the second example is one to look at the natural history of disease within juvenile dermatomyositis and polymyositis to really inform the pediatric investigation plan, demonstrating that there would be sufficient numbers of patients to perform a clinical trial, and also that information of understanding natural history in pediatrics potentially may be of use for understanding the role of extrapolation between adults and children within regulatory procedures. So that's just a couple of examples. But having the data and analyzing the data by itself isn't sufficient. We know that there are problems in identifying data, that data is being collected by many organizations and through different routes, but it's not always identifiable, and therefore real-world data catalogs such as the HMA and EMA through the EHDS, the European one, will be vital in order to really look at the landscape of real-world data that's potentially available to us to answer important questions. But also is the element of data quality, is that data needs to be fit for purpose, and you really need to understand data quality. And one of the guidelines from the EMA on data quality framework looks at the 5 different domains of data quality, from relevance, reliability, coherence, timeliness, and extensiveness. And we're increasingly wanting to incorporate principles of that, and that also leads to this element of transparency as well. So what are the challenges, though? We've been had experience of real-world evidence for some time, and I've been trying to establish a network that delivers, in so to speak, but we face similar challenges as we've had over the last day or so. When conducting studies and examining sort of the different data sources of the differences in data availability and selection. And this was exemplified from the Health Data EU pilot project that informed the European health data space, for which EMA participated as one of the use cases. In order to, once you've identified data, the differences in timelines to access data, with some data partners able to access data very rapidly and have approvals within a month or 2, and others taking over a year, for example. Improvements really need to be made there. There are also clear problems with technical or infrastructure gaps in terms of processing increasingly larger amounts of information using different methodological approaches, and capacity resource constraints such as capacity building. But that also brings together the opportunities and the vision for the future. And I think we're very
that is aiming for improved cancer screening across the EU. And that actually involves, to remind, the previously recommended screenings. Those are the breast, cervical, and colorectal cancer, for full implementation according to all the quality prerequisites, as well as currently according to the European Council recommendation late 22, 3 new cancer screenings have been recommended to considered being implemented in the member states, whether across all the member states or according to the risk. And those are prostate, lung cancer, and gastric cancer as well. So as per definition, and actually the cancer screening in Europe is only recommended to be implemented in organized cancer settings. What does it mean? It means that there are multiple criteria for this, including the quality assurance and the data collection, but one of the initial ones is the invitation coverage. So everybody should be invited on one way or the other. And traditionally, organizing of this currently that are gradually being replaced by electronic means of invitations, but still that requires the access to the population data. It requires to access to electronical contact details, what actually in many countries are still lacking, or what are not allowed the access is not allowed. So this is really creating problems for organized cancer screening implementation. But now we are going a step ahead to personalized implementation. So far, it is defined population groups, namely age and sex, and everybody is invited. The screening approach is the same for everybody, one size fits all. Now we are going in another stage when the screening is expected to become more personalized, and definitely also the tests are going to change, and that is definitely requiring much more data exchange, additional quality requirements, regulatory issues, and all of the issues around this. Already to say that the newly recommended cancer screening types are to some extent personalized, in particular for lung and for prostate cancer as well. In the case of prostate cancer, the next screening step is depending on the result of the PSA laboratory test, and depending on this, whether the screening is not recommended, next round is not recommended at all, or the next investigations are recommended. It's even more difficult for lung cancer screening because lung cancer screening is going to be targeted towards the group of individuals that are heavy smokers, namely certain pack years during the lifetime before really the screening could be recommended with CT, low dose CT for lung. So meaning that those data need to be accessible, and in many cases they are not. They are self-reported. We do not have databases really to collect those data. So those data are really important for society, but even more for the individuals to really deal with the risk-based screening. Furthermore, we do have data platforms on European basis. JRC and the Cancer Information Data Platform has been mentioned. It is collecting already the data from all the member states, but only aggregated data. So whether it will be collected data, it's a big issue. And now we are facing new challenges for screening because screening is going to be more personalized, and I mentioned already the new test implementation, likewise liquid biopsies, for instance, multi-cancer early detection tests. Liquid biopsies are one of them. There could be other approaches as well. And then the tests are maybe not specific for each and particular cancer, but they could be as a first step determining the possibility or the likelihood of having cancer, and then the next step is really to differentiate them. All those aspects are definitely requiring personalized data. And even more simply, what is currently being started in Okay, then the next step is really how we need to have the platforms to pool the data and the local policies to be in place really to have bring the communication to the target population, because neither medical staff nor the potential citizens that will be addressed can maybe understand why one person is invited to be screened while the other is not, while one is being invited more frequently for the investigations, while the other is being said that thanks, you do not need any screening at all, but maybe the person doesn't understand this. So why, and wants also to have the investigation. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. An excellent example of how a recommendation of the Council in the European Union in 2022, expanding the screening for new cancers, expanding the former Council recommendation of 2003, has created necessity of having better data, because screening is not only today a simple question of an individual action, but is something that we need to analyze in a context for really improving our cancer policies at all the levels. And now we have the pleasure to have with us Joanne Hackett, Vice President from Health System Services from IQVIA.
Great, thank you for having me here today. I'm going to start by actually asking you to close your eyes for a second. There is a reason for this. I know many of you are tired from last night's dinner. It's not to give you a nap. We talk about data, and let's do this small exercise. Many of us have sat in this room yesterday, and some of us have only just joined today. Who's sitting beside you? Keep your eyes closed. What are they wearing? What color is it? You probably are not entirely sure. That's fine. Maybe you weren't paying as much attention to your colleague. That's okay. Think about what you're currently wearing today. Fine. Open your eyes. What's the first thing you think about what you wore yesterday? You don't remember. How are we expecting patients to remember what they did 2 weeks ago, 3 weeks ago, 4 weeks ago, and to record that information? How are they supposed to remember? And when I asked you who was sitting beside you, that's through the eyes of the clinician. Every single patient walking in and out of the health system, the GP practice, the specialist facility, is asking for something different, has something else that is not the same as the individual before them. How can we try to be as ubiquitous as possible, but at the same time precise? There are solutions. I know we've been talking about a lot of challenges over the past couple of days, but there's also solutions to many of these problems. One of the reasons we heard earlier about all of the real world evidence studies that are increasing, which is extremely exciting and fantastic. The reason that's happening is we have data. Think back to 50 years ago, none of us had a smartphone. None of us collected any information on our smartphones, and certainly none of us shared that information with anyone. So we didn't have the data 50 years ago. And it's fine for us to cast our memories back to saying how unfair it is, or there was equity in the system, there was inequity in the system, and it was unfortunate. Someone didn't like that comment. But small things that we think about in life that are important or are not important. We've heard many times over the last couple of days some throwaway comments about the terrible things that could happen. Or there was a comment even made this morning about, we don't allow access to tissues for obvious reasons. I don't know what those obvious reasons are. I've been a geneticist for 30 years. I've never seen anyone cloned. I've never seen this DNA randomly planted at a crime scene. I've had my whole genome sequence. I haven't seen anyone somehow hurt me. It's really strange that, we're in this room as experts, and if we're perpetuating that myth, how is the layperson supposed to get their head wrapped around the possibilities? So we need to be more available with respect to allowing data that needs to be accessed in a fair and transparent way. I'm 172 centimeters. Do you need to know that? Maybe. You may need to know that to determine whether or not I have to take a certain amount of medication. If you don't need that, when you're looking at an analysis, just remove that data field. We overcomplicate data. We overcomplicate the analysis. So if we're thinking of sustainable health systems, I can very happily give any sort of data that's on my phone. I don't wear wearables, but if those of you who do wear wearables, I'm sure you would happily give that data if it was necessary. But until we have a health system that's going to understand how to utilize that data correctly, it's almost ridiculous that we're collecting things that are on the fringe, if you will. So my plea is really not necessarily around let's generate more data and be, really excited about widespread analysis and things like that. Let's get the fundamentals right. We heard earlier about OMOP standardization, and I love data standardization, don't get me wrong, but it's boring. It's really boring. And the problem is when health professionals and CEOs of hospitals get to make announcements, they stand in front of a big, shiny MRI machine with those big scissors and a nice ribbon, and that makes it on the front of a newspaper. You don't see the scissors and the ribbon in front of data security platform. It doesn't work. So until we put the investment in the stuff that's, generally speaking, a bit boring and behind the scenes, we're actually not allowing ourselves to be able to make the advances that are needed. And the comment about, putting in the coin to get the test done in the pharmacy, I have jokingly said for years that in pharmacies, there used to be photo booths back when we printed photos. And you would take in a USB key back when we used USB keys, and you would upload your photos and print them in pharmacies. Why don't we do that with our health data? Right? There's so much information that we're generating that could be useful if we were able to standardize it in one of these photo booths or data booths in a pharmacy. do a finger prick and get a pharmacogenomic analysis. We would know whether or not we should be taking certain medications. And that, with a small analysis that we've done in-house, would save most countries between $200 and $400 million a year. Surely a euro or a pound coin is not going to be that hard of a thing to do. So let's just be a bit more frugal in our innovative thinking and not complicated, but put the fundamentals in place, because comments made earlier this morning, we have a lot of these technologies. We just are chasing ourselves in circles and trying to protect as opposed to liberate a lot of the different data that we have available. Thank you.
Thanks a lot, Johanne. And now we have the pleasure to have George Kapitanakis, President from the Hellenic Cancer Federation. Ευχαριστώ.
I move this. Well, thank you very much. I want to thank my friend Dennis for this kind invitation to be here in this very important two-day Congress yesterday and today, that it was so inspiring. And to tell the truth, I have noticed some words and terms. And let me begin with that I believe that using them, we can identify and describe the challenges, but also drafting solutions. Maybe you want to add some more to them. Well, trust, efficiency, collaboration, silos, patient centricity, stewardship, data, equity, transparency, interoperability, quality, research, networks, fragmentation, public-private partnerships, reciprocity, frameworks, resources, ethics, cross-border sustainability, regulations. 21, 22 terms or words. I believe that if we begin with these words, we will be able to find the challenges and also the solutions. But let me introduce myself. I'm George Kapitanakis. I'm the president of the Hellenic Cancer Federation. It's an umbrella patient-led organization representing 50 cancer patient associations along Greece. And moreover, recently, 2 years ago, Hellenic Cancer Federation has been officially appointed to be the National Cancer Mission Hub of Greece. And this is a very big challenge for us as patients to have that role. And I hope that in many other countries, they have the same example. So let's go to data that delivers. I understand all the technical aspects and all the different perspectives, but I would like to make a more patient drive intervention here. So I will focus to 3 topics that I believe that are crucial for us as patients. The first one is data quality, interoperability, and trust. When we as patients contribute our health data, whether through registry or electronic health records or participation in research, we are doing more than ticking a box. We are making an act of trust. And this trust comes with the expectation that the data will not remain locked in fragmented silos or be of such poor quality that cannot guide meaningful decisions. So for patients, data quality and interoperability are not just technical terms. They are a matter of safety, fairness, and life outcomes. If my oncologist in a regional hospital does not have access to curated, comparable, and decision-ready data, then precision oncology risks remaining a privilege for a few, not a standard of care for all. And if datasets only represent patients in large academic hospitals, then patients from rural areas, smaller centers, or low-resource settings will be invisible in the evidence base, and they will continue to receive not the best care. So quality metrics, metadata protocols, certification frameworks are not just technical procedures. For us, they are matter of trust. They are the bridge that ensures that when we give our data, it will contribute to safer, more accurate, and more equitable care across Europe. This is why the ambition of the European health data space is so important. Patients welcome the fact that for the first time, Europe is trying to create a common framework so that data from Athens, for example, can be meaningfully compared to data from Brussels or Madrid. This could be transformative for precision oncology. The second point that I want to stress is the meaning of sustainability. Often sustainability is framed in financial terms, how to create business models that keep the data ecosystem alive. But from a patient's perspective, sustainability is also about fairness and reciprocity. Patients provide their data not for personal gain, but out of solidarity in the hope that it will generate new knowledge, new therapy, and better health policies. This is a huge social contribution, but with contribution comes expectation that the benefits of data use will flow back to patients and to the healthcare systems that care for them. So when we talk about public-private partnerships, data clubs, or tiered accesses, the question for patients is, will these models guarantee that insights and innovation reach all patients, or just those in wealthy countries or privileged systems? Will they ensure that the very people who contributed their data are no later excluded for the treatments developed with it? Here again, the EHDS has the great potential to serve the common good, ensuring reciprocity. If the EHDS data is used to support the development of precision oncology therapies, then EU citizens must also have timely and equitable access to these therapies. Otherwise, people will see the EHDS as a one-way system. Patients give their data, but the results benefit only a few. A truly sustainable model must be financially viable, of course, but it must also be ethical, equitable across borders, and grounded in public trust. Third, finally, I would like to turn to governance. In discussion about governance frameworks, stewardship networks, or certification bodies, I often hear about the role of policymakers, regulators, industry, and researchers, but too often the patient voice is absent. And yesterday, my friend here made an intervention on this, although I have to mention that in this Congress, I met many patient representatives, and this is very important and very positive, Dennis. But this is a critical gap because patients are not only the source of the data, we are also the ones most directly affected by how that data is used, shared, and interpreted. If governance remains in the hands of experts and funders alone, it risks becoming technocratic and detached from the people who make the system possible. Patients must be included as partners in governance, not as an afterthought, not only to bring legitimacy and accountability, but also to provide perspectives that others may overlook. For example, how to communicate data use in a way that maintains trust, how to ensure representation of underserved populations, how to balance innovation with privacy. After all, we have to admit that patient participation brings a more humanitarian, let me say this term, approach in decision-making. The HDS gives Europe a unique chance to embed governance at the EU level and to set global standards for ethical, transparent, and socially legitimate data use. But if patients are not included as partners in governance, the HDS risks losing legitimacy in the eyes of the people whose data it relies on. In conclusion, we are not just data donors. We must be co-stewards. Without our involvement, practically the social license to operate such systems will weaken. With patients' involvement, trust is strengthened, transparency is enhanced, and the entire ecosystem gains resilience and sustainability. Thank you, and I hope I didn't take all the time.
Thanks a lot, George, for remembering so important things, particularly governance and the role of the patients and the quality and the transparency. Thanks a lot. And now we have the pleasure to invite Jens Habermann, Director General from BBMRI.
Good morning. You're still awake, and I would like to start with a question. I'm representing here one of 32 ERICs. Who does know what an ERIC is? Please raise your hand. Oh, that's not even half of the room, I would say. So a short notice what an ERIC actually is. It's a European Research Infrastructure Consortium, which has been inaugurated by the European Commission about, let's say, 12, 13, 14 years ago, maybe the earliest ones. And they should enable cross-border research. Enable, not necessarily performing research itself. So there are 32. They're operating in 5 different clusters. And BBMRI belongs to the life science, health and food cluster, which is one of the largest ones. And all of these ERICs focus on a very specific topic, and BBMRI does focus on biobanking and biomolecular resources in life science and health. So why are we actually here? ERICs are understood as a strategic asset by the European Commission and by member states, enabling this research basically for the scientific community. And I think infrastructures are normally just used. You know, you came here by train, by flight, maybe by car. So if this is working, you don't even be aware of it, that it's working. And infrastructures are taken for granted. And this is a little bit similar with the infrastructures with the ERICs. I think most of you don't necessarily know them, as we just saw at this moment, but they support research across Europe and even beyond. And I will show you an example on behalf of BBMRI. So BBMRI is one of the largest ERICs with 25 member states, plus IAC, and connects about 500 biobanks across 32 countries. About 70% of these biobanks are healthcare integrated biobanks. So we are operating in the sensitive health data domain. All biobanks are digitally connected to our federated access platform, which consists of various tools. First is the directory, which is the largest biobank catalog worldwide, connecting about these 500 biobanks, representing more than 7 million citizens across 32 countries. Then we have a federated platform, which allows more granular search and analysis of these samples and data. And last but not least, the negotiator is an online matchmaking or request tool between researchers and individual biobanks. Now coming to data, which is the topic of the session, basically, we have harmonized since over 10 years, basically, which data should be connected in this platform. And this is about more than 7,000 OMOP variables, biochemical data, omics data, registry data, patient-reported outcome data, and so forth. So if you take this over into consideration, this federated access system from BBMRI has been used by more than 10,000 users last year, and we had successfully provided samples and/or data for 9,000 of these requests. This is a substantial number, I would say. So our IT ecosystem has enabled us also to pilot the European Health Data Space and to become one of the first EOS nodes, being the one representing the sensitive health data domain and linking and bridging to EHDS. We're also substantially supporting the cancer mission and are engaged in building the Understanding Cancer platform. And Estonia is here, which is leading the UnCan Connect project, but there's also CANDLE and EUSIP and CanSurf. So we have heard about a lot of challenges, but also opportunities yesterday and today, and I would like to focus only on 3. Datafication at source. If we consider our about, let's say, 420 biobanks healthcare integrated, I think we can build on the European level nice roofs on top of what is at the local level. But we should not forget that the main work needs to happen at the local level, at the biobanks. So the datafication at source, I think, is very often overlooked and not necessarily fostered through European funding. We appreciate the European funding, and I think the ERIC's overarching use the competitive EU funding for developments. And then the member states who operate the ERICs, they take this on board and sustain it. So overall, it's a fantastic model of developments and sustainable, basically, maintenance of what has been developed. But nationally and locally, I think, shouldn't be forgotten that the hard work and as a distributed research infrastructure building on 500 different biobanks locally, this is a primary source where we need to invest. And talking about the datafication at source, I think the funding is important, but the funding cannot just go on the hospital, on the research side. Very often we have a fragmentation that it's two different ministries responsible for the routine healthcare and for the research. And we should not believe that electronic health records, if they have been implemented at all yet, would be fit for purpose for research purposes. So I think we need to define exactly where the funding stream needs to go to leverage these data. And the quality is another aspect. The quality in the hospital is meant for reimbursement, not necessarily for use of transnational research. So this is another aspect that needs to be taken care of right at the source, which is the quality. The second challenge, I think, is fragmentation. Fragmentation we see locally and nationally, as I said, between the ministries, but also national infrastructures. So just one example is basically if we enter into competitive EU funding calls that we have potentially different infrastructures having either data or samples or other means, and they need to be connected. So you need to bring in different key players to enable basically for the scientist to have the full portfolio on board, sample data, et cetera, and services. Internationally, I think we have too many projects overarching and also too many infrastructures already. So I think using the synergies in between the projects is really an in-kind effort from everyone involved. And this becomes more and more overwhelming the more we have a fragmentation of different project agendas, reinventing the wheels or different infrastructures overarching. So I think using the synergies in the future is super important. Last but not least, stakeholder engagement. I think a very important point yesterday evening, and also today, I think it is needed locally, nationally, and internationally, and I'm speaking specifically about the patients and the citizens. And I think I see individual best cases in locally at the biobanks, on the hospitals, nationally, and also internationally. And on BMI side, we have our stakeholder forum patient pillar, which basically is open for everyone to join, either being international representation or be it individual patient advocates. And I think we need to foster their voice and also educate them, help them educate to understand the system and be advocates for their peers, but also for the entire translational research side. So as Dennis is almost about to leave the room, I'm at the end and I have a plea, Dennis, not letting you go now. So BMI ERIC is currently coordinating CSA research project or EU project, which is looking into conceptualizing how to integrate large medical cohorts in the future. So bridging between samples, data, and clinical trials in the future. The European Commission wanted to look if there's a new infrastructure needed or if existing infrastructures can basically come together and make this more happening. I thought there was yesterday a lot of ideas, requests, and needs basically pointed out that we can take on board with our concept design. So Dennis, if it would be helpful to share basically what has been discussed in these 2 days with the wider community, we would be very happy. But it's also an invitation for everyone, if you have any specific ideas for large clinical cohorts, conceptualization in the future on infrastructure level, not performing it, but allowing the means to do so, just get back to me directly. I'm at the end. Thank you very much for your attention and happy to look into further discussions. Thank you.
Thank you, Jens, to remember to us the importance of infrastructures as the biobanks in the data strategy. And finally, to conclude this panel, we have the pleasure to have with us Xenia Beltran. She's the Senior Project Manager from the project BreezeEyes.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much for the invitation to this session and to this event. Yeah, it's actually great to share with you. And we would like to share as BreezeEyes a message. Okay, first to introduce myself. My name is Xenia Beltran. I work part of for Polytechnical University of Madrid and part for Bridge. And we both get into the healthcare sector, okay, with solutions more in research oriented ones to support new solutions that really link processes, people, and products. So regarding our project, okay, our project goes about finding biomarkers for prostate and bladder cancer. Okay, we target people that has prostate cancer that is detected to have high risk and low risk. So the solution and try to bring biomarkers for the people with a high risk, okay, is to actually select patients that are likely to have strong responses to pre-surgical neoadjuvant treatments, okay, but actually to provide potential improved post-surgical solutions, let's say. And the ones that are in low risk, okay, is actually to bring better stratification, okay? So actually they engage at the point that they need to active surveillance, because many people is actually engaged in active surveillance much more earlier than needed. So actually the people get with a lot of toxicity due to the treatments as such. For bladder cancer as a killer, we really aim to identify patients without clinical benefits, okay, and actually see how our biomarkers, okay, can limit and can actually provide a switch of subsequent treatment to really avoid this toxicity and over-treatment in these cases. This is what we want to do, but I wanted to link it with the data part when I was thinking actually some days ago on what to say here, but I have to say that I'm going to divert a little bit of what I thought, okay, originally, because there is one question that caught my attention last night. And actually, I agree a little. If I start to talk about standardization at this time, okay, it will be a little bit boring as such. So the question that caught my attention at some point last night, it was that, are we as patients, okay, consider only data points? If someone would ask that to me, I would say, yes, I myself consider as a big data point, but that's not all I am. I have assumed that at some point, okay, the same that when I had a kid, okay, and I go to the school of my kid, I'm not Xenia anymore. I'm the mother of Jordi. I left to be Xenia at some point, okay? If I go with my friends, probably I'm the senior person, the people that really has sometimes fun or not, or whatever, they might hate me, okay, but I don't like cold red wine, and they assume that, and we all have fun with that. I believe, okay, that we all have this virtual representation of us, either right now in 1D, in 2D, and 3D. And as Joanna was telling, the day that I go to that super duper machine, I probably will have a molecular representation of myself. And all this representation is what makes me an integral Xenia as such. I believe that we are all here because we are providing solutions that really link the virtual and the real world. And the day that we have balanced solutions that we really link this virtual part of us as patients, plus this real part of us as patients, are the winner solutions that are going to have. For sure, they have to be balanced. But if we create value for the digital world and we create value for the real world, that's for me what is value-based solutions. In our project, okay, we have somehow differentiate this, okay, through two concepts. We differentiate about precision medicine and personalized medicine. We use precision medicine and we use and aim to get these biomarkers to really do this stratification and really produce good options to the people that has these cancers and that really suffer from the toxicity and over-treatment for that. But we really would like to keep personalized medicine as the umbrella, not only as a tool, but as the philosophy that came to us, and this philosophy that said, not one solution fits all, but really humanize the people. So I believe that from regulatory perspective and technical perspective and clinical perspective and molecular perspective, okay, if we keep this balance as such, okay, from data perspective, and we keep in our projects, in our research, these approaches, okay, that really link tools in one direction, but also this humanizing part of the real world in the other direction is when we are really to succeed. So this is how we are doing in our project. And I want to make it a little bit short because I know we have time, but I believe that when we make these differentiations, we are able to create this kind of really value-based healthcare that we want for all and really support not only good results, but the shortage of resources that we are all facing. And that is what is creating part of the creativity that we need to really have efficient solutions in healthcare as such.
Gracias, Xenia. We have the time to take 2 questions. One here. Well, one. Yeah.
Yeah, thank you for an excellent panel. And I want to combine the talk of Joanna and I forgot your name, excuse me for that. George. Joanna made a statement, beautiful statement. We protect this data for obvious reasons. Well, I have never seen these obvious reasons. I don't know what the obvious reasons are. And George said something very important. We donate our data as a social contribution. But a social contribution comes with expectations. And I think these two are a beautiful combination, because what we forget when we are talking about data regulation, privacy, and all these things, we are talking about legal aspects, and we forget the ethical aspects. And what we forget are the hidden costs of saying no. Not use the data that we provided you with because of privacy regulation, privacy reasons, or whatsoever. Doesn't mean that there are no consequences. Regulation, privacy has a consequence of slowing down research. Yesterday, I quoted a general who was in Iraq. He was sharing information about his troops and the enemy with 7,000 people. He got the question, are there no risks that the enemy will know what we are up to? He said, of course. And partly they will know what we are up to. But the consequences of not sharing the information and knowing the context where we operate in are much heavier and more important than not sharing the information. And I think what we on a European level and basically on a global level should do is making more balanced decisions about what do we do and what do we do. One final remark is trust. You know, I worked in finance for many, many years. If I ask here, do you trust banks? Most people think, no, start smiling. And then the second question is, where is your money? Bank. So you put your money in an organization that you do not trust. No. The checks and balances in the financial institutions are in place. That's why you put your money in the bank. And I think data can do more or less the same, take care of checks and balances, but always use our data.
Thank you. Okay, we take the second question and you answer both, no?
Yeah, 2 more.
Oh, 3 questions.
Thank you. I have a question for Jens. You mentioned above 10,000 feedbacks for patients or through the portal, which is used for ERICS. In our Estonian Biobank, we have a donor portal and 107 active users, and everyone has a pharmacogenomic profile there. It's not actively yet used in clinical practice, and it's not only for prescription medicine, but also for open source medicine in pharmacies. But people are getting more and more aware of the risks and also the perks of using genomic data. How do you see ERIC network could improve on this field? To take actually the data to the donors. I also like Peter's comment about the expectations. The donors shouldn't have any expectations, but still there are a lot of expectations when it comes to social model and the donorship.
Yeah.
Thank you.
So it's not.
Maybe we take the third question and you answer all the questions together, please. Who was yeah.
I just have a small comment also to Jens, and maybe backing up what we discussed yesterday evening, saying that these European infrastructures, they really exist. There are standardized approaches, experiments, standardized core facilities. And we still notice that at the European level, a lot of researchers are not aware of these infrastructures that are financed locally, nationally, but importantly also at the European level. So I think there is some work to make this work more obvious and known to the research community. So maybe the EC could also help in providing information of these services directly in calls. I think we have been discussing this before, but it's really important that we make use of these preset resources more broadly.
Okay, thank you. Okay, multiplication of questions. There.
Thank you. Okay, if I remember well, there was in the Can Hill project coordinated by Cienzano, an approach about ethical aspects related to personalized medicine. And here, what I would like in the future would be to have also maybe patient organizations also providing their input, because of course it's extremely interesting to have various stakeholders on board, but yeah, maybe this is a bit missing, how to gather the fears of patients, because maybe that's what is the break of this, and then to see how to work with that, how to gather all ethical issues at stake, and then see how to move on, because okay, we are no one to tell also people what they should share just because it's for science. It's also personal, of course, but it's also for them, for the people to understand why and how research can use the data, as was said, the human approach, and also to see, said, what is the added value for them and for their relatives, their families, the next generations, because sometimes also it's difficult for the people to understand, and usually the experts, doctors don't have the time to explain. So it's all of this around, maybe the psychological aspects also to have on board, also from all of your approaches, being from the private sector, from the public sector, from the hospital, and yeah, see how to move on.
Okay, Jens, Johan, George, you have directly.
Sure, I will make my comments rather brief. So one of the challenges that often happens with data, and the last point was raised, which is a very good one. Last time I checked, no medical doctor has been trained how to explain scientific research to patients. I don't go to a doctor for that purpose. I want them to prescribe something for my rash. So we put the emphasis on the health system to teach patients, which we all are, what the data is supposed to be useful for. That's not their role. So having these institutions, BBMRI is a fantastic example of that, having these institutions that are going to pull together various different aspects of data or tissues and do something good for it is extremely important. The other thing, very transparently, we talk about data sitting everywhere. The reason why it's not being used is, generally speaking, if it's sitting in a hospital, no one really knows how to leverage that data or to free it up. It has to be put into the hands of commercial entities to do something with it. And again, the last time I checked, I haven't seen anything strange happening in these institutions. I used to work at Pfizer. We didn't get into a dark room and plot how to kill people. That's not what happens. So we really need to think about different ways of having some of these public-private partnerships and actually think about equity of that as well. Because at the end of the day, if we really are going to harness the data, we have to liberate it and use it for the right purposes and put those conversations in the hands of individuals who are not directly in the healthcare system, unless that's where the trust is going to go. And then we need to educate them.
Just a comment. I'd like to mention that I fully agree with our friend with his intervention and this approach. And as see that are you guys following the innovation is living, I think that we have to build smarter healthcare systems, but also smarter patient and citizens. So we must invest in how to deliver health and digital literacy to all this population, to this to patients and also to citizens, in order to have more meaningful involvement in all this process that will bring the balance that you mentioned earlier.
Yeah, I think it's a lot of co-creation, I would say. So on all the different levels. I think it starts at the biobank level or at the hospital level to have the patients and citizens involved in basically the processes that they raise awareness. We need to do this on the national level. That's in BMI, the national nodes who work then with the patient representatives. And we do this on the European level with our stakeholder forum patient pillar, where we then also explain how the setup in biobanks is, how data are safeguarded, basically. I think the biobanks are a very safe place, so to say. And I think it's like the example with the bank. Of course, it's check and balance. There's always, of course, a risk with it, but I think there is never 100% guarantee that everything or nothing goes wrong. But if you take the safeguards, I think rather safe in the biobanks. And I think this is something which the patient advocates, which are operating with BMI locally, nationally, internationally, try to foster in the wider community, but we all need to do this together. I think this goes along what Katja was saying. I think we need to raise awareness, what is out there, what the opportunities, the possibilities are, and synergize more than we do nowadays across industry.
Thank you. Dennis, as rapporteur, do you want to say something?
A small comment at the end?
No.
Comment, please.
Can I comment something at the end?
Yes, please.
Just to comment that I agree what it was commenting, specifically the comment to say that it has to come in this balance to say no. In my view, all this kind of balance, not only between real and digital data that we have to do balance, also for sure under an ethical framework. I believe, okay, one of the reasons we're working with patient organization in our project, okay, George is also part of one of these organizations, is not only to co-create, okay, and to actually to see what do we have to say no, but how it is easy to say no, because especially even in a personal manner, okay, each time is much more difficult to say no. You have invasive apps that ask you from your contacts to whatever, just to have one thing or one value for the things. So I believe that also for creating this balance, we have to create the ways to actually, in an easy manner, to be able the people to say no to the use of the data that is unfair or not to be used.
Now we have a wonderful coffee and the discussion will continue outside. Thank you so much for all the great speakers. And you have 24 minutes, 22 minutes. Yeah, thank you.
So this name last night. Yeah. I know. It's funny because she just arrived. I know her sister.
And I have never met her. I know her through a friend, and her sister, she was so sweet to me. She follows me on Instagram through our friend. And she was supporting me in my cancer, and she sent me her sister in cancer. And she sent me one of her beautiful paintings. It's so funny because I've never met this girl. I never met her sister, Sarah. I've never met her. I've never met them. And then when I landed in Iran, I saw the woman also on the
We made a picture with you.
picture.
Here.
All right, that's my sister. And yeah, so.
10 years.
So what is he that?
She's actually a food company. I'm connected with education. There are four big e-commerce companies on the net. Some smaller, but four big, and one of the rest is separate. She's the participant in the
Something.
So I would say understand that one. Or would it be that you are still looking with your other account?
I also tried to so I
I'm full of heart, but then it's warm.
remember spring it's hot.
That's deep.
I can't I was planning my trip, but I think it's
You are not coming to have a share of the years, but otherwise.
access to these probably that would be around.
Of course, you can get it. Yeah, sure. We have to fix it, right? The next one is. And because it's yet all the other station, all the other pieces, we are just limiting the distribution of the yes. Finally, about the course of the house. And then we have of course solution exhausting.
Yeah, that's
before, which is very safe.
Yeah.
So I think I'm trying to.
Yeah, I feel that.
And the AGM is a system that's working all year round, so we get.
Everyone comes from way in.
Thank you so much. Organization, Govardhan is really a special organization. So many different doing what they could be doing. And it's all about money. So, they're not really helping the patient. I can name there's talking time, something involved in issue, they have no business to get involved.
One day, something else. And now I'm.
And they're very like territorial.
But yes, that I don't know.
Like if the patient even died, you couldn't be okay. You don't put a medication. Then they try to kidnap the whole area, exclude people.
That's why I don't like it. I'm patient. I don't.
Also, like some of the infighting for money in this way, it's not the reason to be here. It's really about patient. One of it is there.
That's why I don't like.
What I'm amazed about it, I get so many speakers to say yes. Oh, this is the fucking house. No, they had money more money. Yeah. Everybody's New York, event, getting all the locations, was costing a fortune. Better price than Yeah, 450, 500 per night. For a 3-star, no, it was a shit.
Put them up beforehand.
You wait, it's enough.
I'm fine. You, you're sure.
Pretty brief. Who you?
It's a wrong balance. It says. So I only.
I'm going to agree. Because I didn't come up September 2nd, 3rd, I mean, I was worried that it would be people. Everybody. No, if they didn't do it. When you go to.
Oh, we have.
What side?
I'm going But I'm probably. I don't know. Probably do. Be in touch.
That's whatever you wish.
I know where I.
I love it. So where should I sit?
This is the way.
Pointers here.
Thank you very much. I will check in with her.
Wat zoek je?
Heel zitten we.
Vier dan.
Hier en dat.
Zes. Zes. Zes.
You always see me when I'm in the experience for you. What you possibly do. You know, these actually really but I'm
Go same panel?
like that. So I can I just mentioned what I'm
Hello. Hey, nice.
Yeah, already. I still don't know what I'm going to say.
Speak or different types of panel when you sit on a panel, it's just discussion.
Yeah,
I
absolutely.
I
But they
understood
want
that you
2
have to
minutes.
say.
Yeah, they want 2 minutes at the beginning.
Yeah. But now apparently you have to also give a speech, yeah.
Just 2 minutes.
Just
and
2
I
minutes.
didn't
Have to send me about that.
No, I
so
found out
I'm
this morning.
surprised. Yeah, I found
Yeah,
out this
so-
morning as well.
Okay, so maybe then, no.
Yeah, we.
No, I'm not.
I mean,
So I just take my laptop with me.
I'm not even
Sure.
stand up.
Yeah, we have to stand up.
You're kidding me.
Oh, I don't.
Yeah, I saw in the first
No,
session.
only one person. Only one
No, no, no.
person.
I just saw in the previous sessions that the
Doesn't
panelists
matter.
also stand
No,
up.
it doesn't matter. We're not doing
That matters.
because there's only one
No, sure.
person with slides.
Yeah, I sure, but the other one also stood up.
Yeah, because nothing to do.
Okay,
Please don't.
okay.
Please don't. So it's meant to be a real panel.
Yeah,
And the minute
yeah,
we stand
yeah.
up, we'll be in 20
Because
minutes.
there was no preparation, you and you're invited to the panel, or you prepared.
Thank
and
you.
discuss things, and you know who what are the other stuff, other panelists are going to.
So, ladies and gentlemen, can you take your seats, please?
But no,
Oh, I've now got.
Let me get this session underway. Our time is moving.
So we're just gonna live and look at Ibrahim, which is basically.
Okay.
Same.
So thank you very much, ladies and gentlemen. And the next session we have, which I have the pleasure of moderating, is on Choose Europe, Back Health, translating the Draghi vision into scaled healthcare innovation. And I think we heard from former Commissioner Andriukaitis at dinner last evening about why it's necessary to have greater coordination between so many aspects of health policy in order to have better outcomes. And he also, of course, underlined how difficult this is. And as I'm the former EU Trade Commissioner, and I saw certainly at first hand the need for greater coordination during COVID, when we were trying to get various supplies of raw materials and products and in the health area in order to ensure that our people in our hospitals and our healthcare systems were able to cope with the pandemic. So this was an eye-opener to many people that maybe coordination was very important and was required. But of course, member states don't like to give up some of their sovereignty in various areas, but perhaps maybe slowly but surely, in the interests of member states, will be able to show the way. So choosing a European coordinated approach on many aspects of health policy and health implementation is very important. So we have a very interesting panel of people here, but we also have a keynote speaker. And the keynote speaker is the Minister for Social Affairs in Estonia, Raila Silhat, and she's leading the drafting of the new Human Genes Research Act in Estonia, and she's involved in the implementation of long-term programs on personalized medicine. Every country has plans, but you need implementation, and the minister is very engaged in this process in her own. Previously, the minister has been very involved and unique in enabling the National Biobank to be established in Estonia, with 1/5 of the population involved now in digital genomics and health data, catering for scientific studies, securing processing environment, and enabling the deployment of various solutions. And she is also very involved in a lot of European-wide initiatives and projects, and serving as the Vice Chair of ICPERMED. So it's my great pleasure to introduce Minister Silhat for the opening remarks.
One size doesn't fit all. Oh. See if I can move the slides. And the topic is Choose Europe, Back Health, because without health, we don't have Europe. There's not a secret in the fact that Europe is aging. It has been a predictable, forecastable trend for a while already. And if we think of Estonia, we have about 10,000 newborns annually. It's not a big number within the population of 1.3 million. And when we think of our healthcare professionals, then by 2030, which is the vision, 40% of our general practitioners will be at the age of retirement. So we don't have any other options than to really accelerate the uptake of new technologies and put more effort on the implementation of AI and other related technologies. So you could say that longer lives could in fact be the success of our strong health systems and prosperity, because this is one of the strengths of Europe, the longevity. But politically, this demographic change is also Europe's competitiveness test, as Draghi has reminded. Europe must profoundly refocus on closing the innovation gap with US and China, especially in advanced technologies. And healthcare innovation sits right in the heart of that agenda. It's where Europe's social model and its competitiveness strategy intersect. Healthcare is not a cost to be contained. It is an investment in competitiveness, innovation, health, and longevity. Scientifically, we could say that Europe really produces world-class research in genomics, innovation, health, and digital therapeutics. But we lag in translation solutions into practice and scale up. The Draghi makes it clear. Our R&I investment is fragmented and far below US and China. To be honest, the number was around 30 billions below US. But when you think of the outcome, the patient health outcome, then we are not in that bad position, because in comparison with US, the outcome is higher. So the size of the investment always doesn't matter. The regulatory timelines are slower, yes, with EU medicine approvals taking more time compared with the US. This often means that Europe discovers, but does not lead and scale it up to the most dynamic markets, to orphan medicines and ATMPs. Tangible solutions in everyday clinical practice in population-based scale. So the challenge is not the discovery, it is translation. We must empower these approaches to turn science into solutions, research into resilience, and ideas into impact to the patient. Patient wants faster access to service, more inclusive clinical trials, and they want affordable therapies. The therapies have been approved. They are ethical and trusted. They are evidence-based. This is not Europe's problem, but actually the impact. They live now with the consequences. The patients live now with the consequences of fragmentation and delay. Europe also has a unique public trust evidence. We should use it. Solidarity-based health systems, common shared values, ethical governance and regulations, which enables interoperability and data exchange cross-border, like just described in the ERIC's case. The collaboration has been successful. If we align these strengths with genomics, AI, and personalized care pathways towards the patient, Europe's health systems can become living labs, places where innovation is tested inclusively and scaled fairly. US may innovate, China may scale it fast, but Europe's strength lies in trusted health systems, ethical leadership, and translational science. Health innovation can become our competitive edge. The opportunities. We have a lot of opportunities when it comes to implementation. It's the possibility to change the slides somehow. The opportunities are the acceleration of EHDS, the implementation of EHDS, and also to use the patient health outcome as a central point of our progress. To scale up genome sequencing and personalized medicine, build world-class health and life science clusters. Why not the Silicon Valley for health in Europe? Mobilize risk-tolerant capital so startups can scale in Europe, not only abroad. Innovation is in European genotype, if we may say so. It entails in our DNA, and we should use it. Of course, the challenges and barriers are to overcome: fragmented regulation, implementation, indexation, the fragmentation also, the slower approvals, yes, on the investment, as I mentioned. Europe risks becoming a consumer of innovation, not a producer. But we have 450 million inhabitants in health systems to generate one of the richest data sets globally. I would say data wealth. But the data wealth depends on the data health, the quality of the data, as also reminded before. Longitudinal population-wide data is ideal for developments in genomics, AI, and precision medicine. And as a remark, I would say that Estonian DNA is well studied and diverse. But one thing is certain, our DNA contains the gene of innovation. Due to many factors, Estonia, as a small country, have had the urge and necessity always to be inventive, constructive, and finding opportunities, also in digital governance, e-health, and genomics. Europe's diversity is an asset. Each member state, each stakeholder, each party can contribute unique strengths. And together these strengths from shared European DNA of innovation can build the foundation for leadership in health web. Europe has the wealth of health data, yes, health systems which are oriented on patient health outcome and well-trusted collaborative ecosystem. If we unlock it through EHDS and pan-European collaborative network with cross-border infrastructures and data exchange, joint clinical trials and expectations impactfully fulfilled from new biotech proposal, it will become our greatest competitive asset. Empowering these approaches can connect research, clinical practice, and industry from the order of the patient, of course. Build pan-European biobanks, cross-border infrastructures, joint clinical trial platforms, and living labs to speed pathways from discovery to patient. But we have to align EU funding, not only to research, but also to scale it up and for the adoption in health systems. Common legal framework already is in place, but we have to see how to put it into the action to really ensure interoperability and safeguard across all member states. There is another issue to be tackled, the ensuring of zero tolerance when it comes to discrimination based on genomic features. It was discussed in many panels yesterday, and I believe that also the Commission could uptake this program for our ombudsmen and policymakers to ensure that also the national legislations would actually entail this clause and implementation of this clause in an effective manner. Estonia is moving towards that right now. So keeping shared values, ethics, solidarity, equity, and public trust in evidence-based innovation science, it could be translated into user-centric solution. Have another try. Okay. It's lagging. So I have some other questions and some other problems which I've outlined for the panel to discuss and to be solved in the next coming 5 years. How do we turn Europe's trust and social strengths into globally competitive industries? How can it be done? How can we reform governance to close the lab to market cut without losing the patient safety and trust? How can we make healthy aging not a fiscal drag, but Europe's next growth story? How can we empower the silver economy to uptake these challenges? Should we invest in a European Silicon Valley for health and innovation with risk-tolerant sustainable investments and capital? Who will back it up by financial instrument? Because the benefit would be on a global scale, faster patient access to innovation, products and services, stronger health tech and biotech industries anchored in Europe, a competitive ecosystem where science translations and translate into health wealth and global exports. We must empower translational approaches from science into solutions, from research to resilience, and ideas into impact. Healthy aging must be Europe's next growth story. Let's turn Europe's trust, ethics, and science into global health competitiveness. Health web. So I hope these questions will be answered within a very short time frame. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Minister. And we have a very diverse group of people who are various experiences and working disciplines to join us on our panel. And we have some few minutes for each of the panelists to respond to what the Minister has said and give their views, but hopefully we'll have some time for questions at the end as well. So maybe Ru is Amaral Mendez is a professor in Department of Community Medicine, Information and Health Decision Sciences, Faculty of Medicine in the University of Porto. Ru.
So, thank you. So first, I would like to thank the organizing committee for this invitation. So I will start probably work with answering or providing some answers to the questions that were raised. And my first answer would be that we need to make use of our biggest asset, which is citizenship, which are our patients. And that will be my starting point. I think we really need to start developing solutions to the patients. What are the patients' real problems? We heard yesterday Peter saying, ask the patients, what is the problem? And then find a solution. And when I think about personalized medicine, I think that often one of the problems is that we are too focused on the genomics and all the omics, and we lose sight of the bigger picture. Obviously, that these things are important, but they should be used to serve a bigger asset, which is the interest of our patients. So we need to develop solutions for the patient's problems, and that's where AI, that's where genomics, and that's where all that information should come. And when we think about the patient's problems, we should consider, and that I think that's also one of the main problems that we are dealing with. Is yesterday I heard Christine saying that this room, the walls are filled with reflections, with thoughts on how to address personalized medicine. And I think that probably one of the reasons why we keep up revisiting these issues is because we try to solve the new problems with old tools, and we shouldn't expect different results if we are using the same tool. So we need to embark on a paradigm shift. So the first thing in that paradigm shift would be involve the patients. And this shouldn't be just a conceptual aspect. I think this is a pragmatical aspect, because by involving the patients, we are likely to secure, for example, for advocacy, because no one will be a better advocate than the patients. And that's also probably a way to get funding, because the politicians have to answer to the citizens. The other thing is also, if we get patients involved, that also will contribute to the one important aspect, which is the aspect of accountability. And that's where, which also links to trust. Because if we have the patients involved in the entire process, and by the entire process, I don't mean late stages, I don't mean in the beginning, I don't mean in inception, I mean from conception. The patients need to be involved through the entire process, and the entire pathway, the entire journey of the patient should be addressed. So healthcare shouldn't be about cure. Healthcare is about cure. It's about prevention. It's about palliative care. It's about supportive care in cancer, for example. So all the entire journey of the patient needs to be considered. And often I hear about personalized medicine on the diagnostic side. Okay, but personalized medicine shouldn't end, or shouldn't be limited only to the diagnostic part of it. It should be embedded through the entire journey of the patient. Now, moving forward, we need to work collaboratively. I heard Peter yesterday talking about centers of excellence. I think that that's probably that could be one solution. But I myself, I prefer to think about what I like to call comprehensive excellence hubs. And what I mean by comprehensive excellence hubs, I mean hubs where we get different stakeholders involved. Often I think everyone agrees that we need multidisciplinary, interdisciplinary approaches, but it's not only that. We need different stakeholders to sit on the same at the same table. So we need to get the healthcare ecosystem, the academic, the tech, the private corporates, all them involved, and we need to create these excellence hubs to actually address the problems in a comprehensive manner. One other issue that I think it also needs to be addressed is the economic model. We think about, we discussed yesterday, and we've been the public-private partnerships. I think these are options that need to be explored, definitely. But I think we also need to reach out for other solutions. For example, for providing scale to the entrepreneurial spirit that exists in the younger generations, but make them not so much. I wouldn't like to see Elon Musk's in the healthcare industry or in personalized medicine. But I would like to see socially driven startups. I would like to see impact startups. I would like to see social ventures. And I think that those can be other sources of getting funding. So obviously that we will always need the support of the big sharks, of the big industry, but there's more life in the ocean than the just sharks. And if we just rely on the sharks, things won't go in the right direction. So let's think about a different economic model. And I think that startups, socially driven startups, can actually be part of the solution. But for once, we really need to stop solving new problems with old tools. We need to reinvent our tools. And I think that comes with three things, and those are my take-home messages. So involve the patients from conception through the entire patient's journey, one. The second one is to develop or engage in the development of comprehensive excellence hubs that get all the stakeholders involved, and then let's create different economic models.
Thank you very much, Ru. And now we have Mark van der Boekel, who is the head of service for the Belgian Cancer Center in Cienzano. So wherever you wish, we can go there. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Phil. Dennis, to give me the opportunity to build on what Rui has said, because he said that we should try to have an integrated approach, that we should listen to the patient, that we should make sure that it's innovative and that we are socially. These are the things, elements. In fact, if I look at some of the projects that we're running, it's already. I would like to draw the attention on a particular project that is not so common. It's probably a pre-commercial procurement, which is a joint initiative. Several countries, or 5 or 6, And we decided, based on what patients had been saying, diagnostics needs to be accessible to them. Also rich, not only the 3 minutes, they said, 5 minutes. So OncoNG is about, first of all, it had to be innovative. It was in 18, and I see partners in the sitting here, that we would go for liquid biopsy. I was sitting here, biopsy close to his. Very important today. 7, 8. And we wanted to do it for patients that didn't really have. This was the drive. All the experts did it, and it's a public. In fact, you share the knowledge of all these things. We came up with a new a product that we wanted the market to develop. Very important from the beginning. Often, especially with downsides, take small problems. So you need to have to make sure that you cover a large population. You want to make harmonized, standardized, exchangeable data. This is very important in this, because otherwise you cannot accumulate enough evidence. So this was all in the. We started off in the midst of 2020. I think we had the kickoff in Brussels, January, and the end of January, Europe was closed. And we had to develop together with 15 partners, tender that is extremely complex. The end product is 180 pages. We had more than 200 online meetings. We never met each other, but it worked. And that's where, and what you see, this collaboration lasts. Because here now we are in the process. 2 companies are making this fantastic. We have a next Europe, putting a lot of regulation. Have to make sure that it gets to the patient. Has to be IVDR approved. Well, mission is it gives us the opportunity also support that all together. Also want to bring the countries not advanced yet in the data. They give another guys, and so there is a whole set of things you can build, bring that all together. Very important. They said the whole pathway. Think, yeah, diagnosis, okay. Diagnosis, but we are starting a new joint action, and actually in the joint action, had a discussion what we're going to do, but we also would like to go back prevention, because we think we can learn, and that's one of the projects that we were running, Can Heal, can learn from people that are in the clinic, what their relatives should avoid. So this is we're setting joint action. So that's what we did in Can Heal. Joint action, we want to go further, follow up, because luckily, much better. There is more survivors, but there is need. So there is this initiative. If you want, and I think European Beating Cancer Plan, but also the mission, Europe, giving us the opportunity. And I must say, and the fact that we are already here, we're only a small part of it, but everybody is. This is, I think, so extremely important. Social.
Thank you, Mark, and well done on your collaboration for many, many years. And now we have our comments from Sahar van Waalwijk. She told me to leave out the rest, it's a long name. As senior advisor from the Netherlands. So, Sahar.
So, hello, everyone. I work for the second largest insurance company in the Netherlands, and I sit on the committee that decides on the reimbursements of medicines and molecular diagnostics. And next to that, I'm associate professor in medical oncology with special focus on accessibility of medicine. I would like to start with 2 questions from the audience. My first question is, are there more commercial trials, so the trials that are sponsored by pharmaceutical companies, or are there more independent trials, the trials that are done by academia and independent investigators? So who thinks there are more commercial trials currently running in Europe? So yeah, that's the thing that you would think, but it's actually equal. Maybe a bit more academic trials. So about half of the trials that are currently open in Europe are academic trials, are publicly funded. Another question: if you look at the number of registration of new indications, new medicine in Europe, how many of them are coming from academic trials? None, right? So, of course, maybe academic research has been the basis of many of these trials, whether recognized or not. But the thing is, the clinical trials that we are doing are not actually reaching the patients, and because we didn't create the pathway for them. So probably the striking part of the Draghi report for me was that as Europe, we are investing even more than our GDP share on innovation and research, but more than the US, our share of GDP is more than the US. But the thing is, we are actually lagging behind in terms of creating impact and an outcome. And probably one reason for that is that in the US, the budgets are more centrally coordinated, federally coordinated, while in Europe only 10% is going through EU, like projects like Horizon Europe, and the others are just nationally or regionally. But probably the most important that we should create a pathway for our academic trials to find a way to regulatory approvals, to reimbursements, and to get implemented. That's the most important part, and also for small companies to find their ways, because currently the regulatory and reimbursement landscape is so diverse and so complicated for also small companies to find their ways. The second thing is that I guess Europe should probably invest more in ready-to-run clinical trials, like the Primrose Consortium. Many people of Primrose are already here in this meeting. So this is an example on how a platform trial can provide access, but at the same time drive innovation. It's an adaptive trial, so companies can make their drugs available within this platform, and the risk of developing and the financial risk and the time of development is much shorter. The financial risk is less, and the time of development is shorter. So these types of network platform trials, ready to run trials, which run across Europe, can help Europe to be more attractive for pharmaceutical companies. The second thing is probably we should invest more in shared facilities. Currently, even within a country, the academic hospitals are competing with each other. So every hospital, every region has its own registry, has its own biobank, and everything. We should invest more in shared facilities, in high quality shared facilities. We should collaborate together. We should have European level registries, biobanks, manufacturing facilities, research facilities, and have common objectives, and not compete with each other, but work with each other for common objectives. So and this will actually reduce the duplication of investment and efforts, which is currently happening, not only on European level, but even on national level. So probably the most important thing is how we can coordinate better, how initiatives like PERMED can help us to coordinate research in Europe and prevent the current fragmentation. Thank you.
Thank you, Sahar. Pascal Garal is not here today. He sends his apologies. But we have another speaker later on. Now it's Jacqueline Bowman, so founder of Third IB. And as you see, is somebody that's very actively involved in this agenda. Thank you, Jacqueline.
Thank you so much, Phil. I see some new faces and some old. So for those of you who do not know me, I'm Jacqueline Bowman, and I'm the founder of Third Eye, which is a cause-based SME. I think I'm kind of an outlier on this panel. Look me up on LinkedIn to see why I'm here. I'd like to say, firstly, though I'm an outlier, I'm delighted to be here because I have really good news for all of you. And that is that when thinking about coming today, I was asked to think about questions concretely. How do we make the Draghi vision real? Well, guess what? A number of us, I think it's 30 partners across IMI Sophia, so the Innovative Medicines Initiative, the public-private partnership between FPA companies and the European Commission. We have had, I would say, quite a dynamic 5 years of working out, indeed, how to operationalize this before we even started talking about the Draghi report. So the main points that I want to bring here is actually in a way to build on my esteemed colleagues, because we've heard a lot about, the research not essentially getting to that final mile, as it were, for delivery. A lot about we need to do this, we should be doing this. Well, the good news is that we had that painful discussion along the way in the work package, which I co-lead on shared value analysis. So looking at obesity phenotypes and how do we actually make sure that there is an infrastructure that allows personalized treatment pathways, not just the medicine, to get to the right person at the right time. And what we came out with along the way is that it's not just important to have some great innovations and to have the willingness to ensure that we're able to implement this, but what becomes really important is to make sure that we do not reinvent the wheel. We actually build on WHO frameworks because that's what's implemented at national level. We make sure that we're going outside of healthcare because at EU level, our favorite phrase is to say, we don't have direct applicability for national level. We wanted to make sure as well that there was accountability. So we have a series of indicators. So in terms of readiness to act, which again doesn't exist anywhere because we checked. So we actually designed through evidence-based blended research to see what needed to happen in order to have that infrastructure and accountability, and how does this work and what happens when it doesn't work? How are we able to do this for obesity and any other major chronic disease? So, cancer obviously being a major one of them. I think that it's really important as well to stress, apart from data infrastructure and governance, it's really important to stress stakeholder engagement because, as many of you will know, I personally am a massive proponent for lived experience. I'm somebody who is living with severe obesity, so malfunctioning adipose tissue. Don't look at the size, it's how my adipose tissue functions. But actually, what was really important as part of IMI Sophia, and generally speaking, when we talk about shared value, is that we have a system
which is sustainable and efficient and effective, because everybody who needs to be able to get behind it can get it. And to go back to Estonian minister's points at the beginning, what you very said was, you know, how do we reform governance so that in effect it goes from research to resilience to health outcomes? And my takeaway is we've done that with the Blueprint for Change from IMI Sofia. And by 2030, I would very much hope that this model is actually embedded not just in the competitiveness compass, but actually across the board for everything related to personalized medicine and personalized treatment pathways.
Thank you, Geraldine. And now we have Arnaud Bale, who is from Gustave Roussy. And thank you very much, Arnold, for short notice to step into the panel. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Nice to meet you all. So I'm a medical oncologist by training in Gustave Roussy, which is a comprehensive cancer center in France, and also health economist. And a lot has been said before, so I will try just to give some input of the work that we are trying to conduct about equity of access. So we are focusing on equity of access to genomic testing, but also to treatment, because as it was said before, genomic is not everything. We also have the need for treatment if we want personalized medicines. And we have conducted, for example, work with the European Society of Medical Oncology, ESMO, about equity of access to genomic testing. And of course, the result is that there is a lot of disparities between countries. But I think it's also important not to forget that even within countries, we have disparities. For example, in France, we have done a work in lung cancer, and we see that depending on the type of hospital where you are treated, you don't have access to the same type of test in terms of genomic testing. So I think there is an issue, and what we see at the European level, we have national initiatives. So we have collaboration in France, for example, with other initiatives like in Denmark, in Norway, just to share our experience, but it's still national initiative for genomic testing. And I think it's one of the points of that is that we need more global initiative, and we don't have to reinvent the same thing in all the countries. And of course, it's simple to say, but there is a lot of difficulties to build those kind of projects, and we need the European framework if we want to be able to make that kind of projects feasible. But when I see those projects, a lot of have similarities, and I take other example. For example, in lung cancer, we have a lot of initiatives for screening by CT scan, but we have initiatives in each country. So maybe we need to avoid duplication of those initiatives, and we need more collaboration on that. It was mentioned before, but liquid biopsy, I think, will be very important. And what is nice with liquid biopsy is that you can have local testing, and you can have then centralized analysis of the sample. You can also have molecular tumor boards to discuss those cases at the national level, but also sometimes in the European level, for example. So I think the new kind of omics will allow us to have some more global initiatives, and Europe can be very interesting for this kind of initiative. On the other side, we also work on access to treatment. And of course, we are focusing on innovation and on clinical trials. So it was mentioned before, but if you want to have more personalized medicine, you need trials. And of course, there is a lot of issues about equity of access to clinical trials between France, for example, and other countries in Europe, between Europe and other continents, like, for example, in Asia. And we are in oncology, we're witnessing something that it was not the case before, but we're going to see in the next coming years a decrease in trials open in Europe. And I think it's something that is already in the figures. You see a rise, for example, of Asia. And I think we have to be all concerned about that, because if you don't have trials, you don't have access to innovation for patients. And if you think a bit later, you also think about new generation of treatments. So in oncology, we have the chance to have a lot of new treatments. But if you don't have the trial for example, with the first generation. Then when you will have trials with the second generation and you will need patients who have received the first generation of treatment, you will not be able to open the trial because the first generation is not available, either in clinical trials or either with reimbursement. So I think on those aspects, it's crucial to have a European vision of that. And what strikes me as a researcher, but also as a clinician, is the complexity. It's very complex. And it was mentioned in the first speech about the European Silicon Valley, for example. In France, we have an initiative which is called the Paris-Saclay Cancer Cluster. We call that the Boston-like. It's a bit different, but I think the idea is the same. It's to gather people from academics, from biotechs, from medical device startups, also for university, to gather everyone at the same place. And I think it was also mentioned in your speech, but we need to have some network of these kind of hubs, because those hubs have the critical size that will be able to compete with other countries or other continents. And when I speak with people from biotechs either in the diagnostic field or either in the clinical trial, what is striking me is that, for example, we have French biotechs that will not open the first trial in France. So you're asking yourself, okay, it's a research in France, it's a patent in France, we have a researcher. No, they are going, for example, open it in the US. So there are many reasons. Sometimes it's for the complexity, sometimes it's for the market because Europe is not one market or one health system, because it's very complex. We have different rules, different type of health system. And for this kind of innovation, I think for patients, and we have always to think about the patient, is a pity because we don't have access to those trials because they are going to be open in other countries. And for medical devices, it's the same thing. For example, regarding AI, it's very complex to analyze how AI is, for example, authorized in one country in Europe and in another country. So we need some rules at the European level to have some simplicity. And we see some people who are going to go to other countries because it would be more simple for them to do that. So my point is here that I think we have a lot of assets. It was said before, we have a lot of research, but it's still complex. And even though we have some European processes, for example, EMA, it's at the European level, then you have to go to each country for HTA, and the reimbursement decision will be different by countries. You'll also have by region in some countries. So for this kind of innovation, it's very complex, and it's a complexity that we can, I think, avoid. The same thing for research project. We can try to have more pragmatic project, and I think we also have the need to have more panorama of all the initiatives, because sometimes in the same country you will have two, for example, projects in liquid biopsy on the same topic, and I think we need more collaboration on that, and Europe can be very useful for this kind of point. So it was a bit what I want to say. Of course, very open to any question, but yeah, if my key takeaway will be some simplicity thanks to European framework. And I think we need to create hubs that are connected each other to help people going in each country, because Europe can be very interesting, but only if it's one very unified space and not very complex space as it is not right now. Very thanks.
It sounds very familiar, Arnaud, where Europe sometimes finds it difficult to coordinate and make things simple. So I certainly want to thank you very much for being here. So I want to thank our panelists for their contributions and their reactions to the Minister. So we have time for some questions. And just when you're asking the question briefly, the more, because I'm only giving you a certain amount of time, you have to tell me who you want to address the question to. So we have to start with an Irishman, Stephen. Briefly now, set the tone.
The comments from the Minister and from Sahar really hit the nail on the head. It was talking in simply two words: from lab to market. I came from the energy industry. It was from well to pump. And clearly what we're hearing is that everybody knows that there's obstacles. We need to attract the best researchers worldwide as well as in Europe. They need to know that what they're working on will get actually an outcome. And if there are inefficiencies, and this is the point, that it is actually, with my advocate's hat on, a violation of patients' rights to safety. It's not acceptable that people know about bureaucratic blocks that's actually delaying access to medicines. So anybody that's got influence in the regulatory affairs or whatever else it is, get them to think that they're actually violating patients' rights to safety. We're not saying throw the baby out with the water regarding regulation, but let's get it right. Thank you.
And take that as a comment. Question, please. Yes, I come back to you, Jacqueline.
Okay.
I'm not forgetting you.
Two things. First, is very confusing that I see that in Europe also the fragmentation and not unifying, because I feel that it is Egyptian thing and maybe African thing. So the second thing, I know from my colleagues in Europe, including Fabrice, that they are going now to Asia to try to go for contacting them. And you must ask yourself why Asia is rising, because Europe not looking to them before. And I must tell you, in the future, Africa will go the same. So try it now, or also Africa will be rising and you will not catch up. Thank you.
Now, Jacqueline.
Okay. Yeah, I now have an extra point to make. But the first thing I wanted to address was actually your point on patient rights. And so I'm going to take off my third eye hat on the one that Mark knows me more under, because in my spare time, funnily enough, I know. In my spare time, I actually co-founded the Foundation for the Rights of Citizens with Obesity. So actually looking at legal rights, and we produced, along with VUB, so the Free University of Brussels, because we partner up with universities, we produced something called this, the Charter for the Legal Rights of People with Obesity, for exactly looking at that point. And I wanted to say that this does exist. It's one of a kind. We were actually able, because we presented it to the Belgian health minister, and over all of the, dare I say, on shortages, where we could directly see that citizens' legal rights to treatment under EU directly applicable was not being respected, we were able to introduce our Citizens' Rights Charter. And for those of you based in Belgium, I'm pretty certain a couple of years ago, saw that 24-hour turnaround when all of a sudden people were validly prescribed GLP-1s.
Thank you, Jacqueline. Thank
Were
you.
allowed. So it's there. That's what I wanted to say.
Thank you, Jacqueline. Mark, could I ask you there on the point that was made about Asia and Africa in the future, heading in a more progressive direction than Europe, or looking for action somewhere else?
I think we will do that together with Africa. That is for certain. I think there is there also, so we're trying to make this association. Africa, Asia, there are collaboration. Not so negative thinking that we will not, but it's true. If you look at you, sometimes you think that it's only not true, but it's getting there. It's also like the United States. I also think that. So this one block thing, I think even easier, a little bit more deep. It's also not as like industry that also.
Thank you for that reassurance. Now I'm going to take one or two questions together, and then this will be the final round of questions. This person here.
Thank you very much to all the panelists. Atifa here. I'm the patient you're all talking about, and not just this panel, the panels that happened yesterday and this morning. And I'm going to talk the uncomfortable truth, not uncomfortable for me, but for everyone here to hear that out loud. And you are talking three key words that I heard in this panel: the accountability, trust, and the competition that Sahar mentioned about. So you're all talking about us. It's been 2 years since my cancer treatment, and I've been attending such conferences I hear all of these things, and this is frustrating. You keep saying these things, and you're still competing instead of collaborating. Each one of you in this room, I believe, from where I'm sitting, you are in positions to make a difference. You're in positions to shift the needle together. You're each doing some bits here, some bits there, which is great, which is appreciated. But when are you going to collaborate together to actually make it move forward? 2 years I've been attending conferences, hearing the same and the same and the same things. So ask yourself these questions. Why are you not collaborating with one another? Thank you.
Okay, next question.
The procedure. I think for the last 5 years, we had a lot of European initiatives, and I see some representative of the European Commission. And I think now we need to know better them and to know how to use them. And I think about what will going on with the European network of comprehensive cancer center, the joint action with of developing network of expertise. So one on omics can be a tool, because well, in this network, we will address also how to harmonize the procedures, how to create a network. So these are tools, and how we will use them. I think it's an opportunity now to think about.
Joseph?
Phil, you're a commissioner. Are you getting impressed?
Not
I mean,
no,
this
former commissioner.
you were, you are not. I know that. Are you impressed about what you hear? And let me just try to sort of disrupt a bit. This session was about Draghi. This session was about our economy is down the drain. We're not competing with the Chinese at all. And we're saying, is this stuff that you're talking about, which is important, is the innovation, is get the innovation into the market, actually do what we need for our patients, but what we need for our economy? That's a debate. So how do we go back to Phil, the former Phil, the current Phil? How do we go back to the commission and saying, not enough? And the minister will speak now. We want a Silicon Valley. We do want clinical trials that happen across Europe. We want an HTA that doesn't duplicate and duplicate and duplicate in different member states. And have, I mean, the Commission has done great with the EHDS, the European Health Data Space. It's done great with HTA initiatives. But we want much more of that if we're going to meet this window of opportunity, if we're going to do Draghi and Letta. I think that's what we need. We need to think politically and economically and move to what the minister was going to speak now after me. Very quickly.
Question, please.
No, contribution is good as well.
No.
I'm saying that because later I run the session on conclusions and I want to hear that.
To your question.
Quickly, I don't agree about the public sector, the university research sector not coming out with the goods. The problem we have is they don't have the money to go to the clinical trials, and they have to pass it to the private sector, which ends up developing the moleculars. We have to go back to Mariana Mazzucato's point that a lot of what comes out in innovation, actually 80% comes from the public sector, even if the private sector then puts in place. So we have to be cautious about where the patents come from at the end of the line. But the minister has a much better point.
Sorry, the final question from the minister.
Yes, thank you. I may act like a minister, but I'm not a minister. I'm an advisor in the ministry. So let's correct this for start. But isn't there a solution in experimental legislational sandboxes, which also the Commission has suggested to be uptaken within the coming years? I wanted to hear this kind of discussion as well, but I didn't hear that from the panel. And I see that as a huge opportunity in implementation.
And to answer Joseph's point, Joseph, when you have the member states willing to cede sovereignty collectively to the European Union and the Commission to do all of this, let me know. Now, final. Well, it's a matter for the member states. It's a matter for the member state governments to actually implement some of the things that you suggested. So your efforts are actually very valid, but they're failing up to now, unfortunately, in the member states. But anyway, we have to work harder at it. Anyway, Sarah, do you want to say something?
Yes, just I just wanted to mention that there are actually many collaborations currently. There are some good examples. I I mentioned Primrose Joint Action is another one, which is a huge consortium across Europe. The thing is, this shouldn't be one-time investment from Europe. These should have structured investment funding and should be something that exists continuously. Our major problem is that most funding, also for academic research, is also one-time funding, so they can never go forwards to regulatory things. I'm very hopeful with the new pharmaceutical legislation that we will have more support for innovation in Europe.
Rio?
So actually, it is just a comment to the question that was raised about the patients. So I hopefully there are currently two joint actions. Chain 2. So one is regarded as, let's say, addressing the hardware of the care, and Chain 2 addressing the software, the expertise, and I hope that by the end of those joint actions, which aim to tackle the transnational approach and get a European vision to cancer care. I hope that by the end of these joint actions, have put together at least what could be the skeleton of a political frame, of a policy framework that will allow for patients. So this is on that issue. On the issue of the economics, on the translation, I think, again, going back to what I said, and also to the comment that was made about the hubs, I think that these comprehensive excellence hubs, they are crucial because they will join together the different stakeholders. But we need to stop. We always hear about the need that we cease to work in silos. It's also when we think about the translational aspect, we also need to stop working in silos and just go to the industry begging them for, well, I have a patent. Do you want to develop this? We need to be more proactive, but also then the Commission needs to build up the legal framework that allows for these kind of startups to come up. Like, I think if we nurture a European entrepreneurial spirit to the healthcare, maybe something could change.
No, I'm concluding our session now, and thank you very much to our Ministry for Estonia and Social Affairs Estonia, Ms. Silat, for your opening remarks, and appreciate you being here. And thank our panelists who have contributed, and you for contributing. As you can see, everything is very fragmented, and I agree with my learned friend on my right that unless we get serious coordination, serious engagement from member states about pooling sovereignty in relation to health, we're not going to get anywhere in terms of outcomes. Everybody should not be going off doing their own thing. We should be able to coordinate better. The joint undertakings is a good way of doing it, and Mark's work, for example, is a good example, and Jacqueline's work. But we need to do more of this. So thank you all very much. And Dennis has said you're to be here exactly at 2 o'clock without fail, after lunch. We'll be here for the day.
I have to run.
Hey, thank you, Mark. Thanks. You took some pictures.
I did get to put it up. Yeah.
So nice to meet you.
Indeed.
There's I.
I know. You're going to see me popping up. I'm now doing a project on global project on essential medicine. Yeah, we decided to have one right now. It's only GLP-1, and it all requires refrigeration.
We try putting that into a lower or middle income country and see how that.
Talking about fighting obesity on.
Yeah. So the WHO Global, the essential medicines list, and if there's a crisis,
Yeah.
stop. They have it for everything. So you'll see it in cancer, you'll see it for HIV.
Oh, yeah.
AIDS,
Yeah,
and-
yeah.
I mean, for the first time, they rotate every 2 years to update the list.
Oh, yeah. Come next to us. We do as if you were in the panel of yesterday mixing. Yeah. I hope we can reach something. Yeah, you were saying, so
Yeah.
you can't keep them for a long time.
Half an hour outside of coal, it's gone. It's just gone. So basically, a group of us are now saying, we're coming up to, so we think they're going to get on to the 2025 list.
Yeah.
So a group of us said, this isn't really, let's complete the story. So let's actually open up non-refrigerated. So that's my project at the moment, to kind of level the playing field. And say, okay, how do we make a submission that levels that playing field? So that's what I'm now working on as my main day job, having taken a year off. And then somebody else called me up to look at rare diseases. So we're just waiting. Yeah, one particular patient group or community, shall we say, wants me to see. Because people call me when there's a problem.
Oh, yeah.
They never call me when it's easy. Yeah. It's because when
You can deliver.
yeah, no, I generally do because it's I don't function well when it's something that yeah, I don't, yeah, I just can't do it. Thank you. So you speaking, is it Farsi? Yeah. Yeah.
Yeah. Now the meaning that's In Catalogna non conosci nessuno che l'ha allora, sì, in realtà sì, nel senso che c'è una dall'Istituto Catalano dell'Industria, una bottega che si chiama I got such a great I saw it as a very
That was very, that's very good.
Oh, thank you.
You know, difficult for when you in Europe and
So I'm involved in this team platforms and so with permit, implementation, all the permits, so that's being also problem. And I sit on the committee that evaluates for reinvest.
Oh.
So here is that. And that's a quite tough job because if you do not reinvest the drug, it's too expensive, then you are of course part of the patients to have. But if you do reinvest, you still be advantage other patients.
Well, that's where I agree. That's like workforce and take so therefore I talked about that before on when on a big population that was first small rare stuff. However, yeah, I'm just going to get so you know, like that whole ethical background to the way that the scared.
Well, take these from here. Like, maybe. I never know what to do with that. Is it good? Okay. My dress? Show it to me and then I'll, yeah. This is good. Okay, do a couple. Yes. Sorry. I think that will.
Hello, ladies. Managing? Don't be stressed, not tired, no?
We are relaxed. And then, because if we have you, yeah.
In the middle.
Wait a minute.
I can make it longer.
Yeah, of course.
Good luck on Saturday.
We are in session.
No, I'm your moderator.
Yes,
Moderator.
you are.
Yeah,
You
I
are.
just got your LinkedIn, so I said I was looking for you. Don't worry, good to see you. I am.
Yes,
I have
yes.
seen, yeah. So I just want to hear from you then. What?
Yeah. So I was thinking to have like a more variety of sort of approach.
Yeah.
And I'm working in a hospital, but also working at new project for. So since 4 years ago, when I started the project in my hospital, I mean, from one person, now we are 150 people coordinating more than 30 projects. And from this European perspective, I mean, we took the lessons learned from all of the countries and tried to implement pragmatic things in hospital. Because the physicians or nurses, when you try to talk with them, this big concept, they are like, okay, so helping me or not, I don't care. So we try to go from like a big vision to implement.
I think that's what we must.
Yeah.
So it's Niquara?
Niquara.
Niquara. And then it's Cluj, huh?
Yes, Cluj.
So
No, please don't worry.
you travel for this?
Yeah.
You were here yesterday, bro?
No,
So you missed the
yes. I mean, unfortunately, it was not possible. I mean, from September, I tried to be in the hospital. I'm over here. I'm a physician in the quality department. So we are 4 people in the department, and we are monitoring hospital. I mean, starting my part is we will have a part.
Okay.
So
it's good.
I have to
Absolutely.
be confident, but I also like half a month. I'm not in hospital. Where?
Was very impressive.
Yeah.
Yeah, and I also got a very good friend, Armand Dolea. She's in WHO. Her family then settled here.
Right now. But that's when but still, yeah, out of work. Probably the most because of a lot of factors, because yes, and there are so many institutions in the country as well. Also, the COVID vaccine, I mean, politicians, they try to get involved into vaccine game, and that was not vaccine. Because politicians is not equal trust worthy, probably anywhere in the world, especially. No, they should have let the doctors do the job, but they intervene, so trust in public, like, drop. And from that vaccine, I purchased Yes, advanced. That's the problem. Yes, more, but not, I mean, myself, I'm monitoring, 10, but directly involved in coordinating, I have 4. But the rest are people in this. 5, yeah.
I will tell you.
We will. Take a sign.
We'll do it in a friendly way.
We have.
We have 45 minutes. So, how long she's going to take.
Yeah.
Once I find that out, because I don't like to talk. So then we write the time.
Yeah. But for me, it would be only this point,
Yeah.
because I would prefer for people to have more time to
Ask questions. Let's do that then. And so
Yeah.
5 minutes. And then
Yeah,
5 minutes.
yeah, because, I mean, I do.
Look at that for that.
So we would have to see what they are.
Yeah. Even I, this is not a really.
Yeah.
Policy. I would. When it's using that, it was. Pushing non-cost. Resolution.
We have a project that we submitted, I mean, we will submit because it's like with Port Kenya and Malaysia. Yes, on how do we scale the implementability of the policy. Because we are directly involved in also being in the department. But this is something that we want to also give not just to the other oncology institutes, but to general hospital health, because they have oncology departments. So they should be aware of this. And the oncology patient, but not someone that comes one time. So our the chronic. I have to look at the hospital. It's a hospital. It's a hospital. I don't know. We're there, but it's a hospital.
Yeah, but it's only, it's good.
I mean, it's because with Horizon, there is a lot of issue. But
is the UK
they are no. They are allowed for what's the one. They are allowed. I think so they have a or you provide that's for the but for Horizon, but what I know because we have the pay when the UK is long. We are being paid.
Okay.
Which is yeah, but I mean we will see what's the deal. WHO, IR, so I think we have some community. That's why I said that maybe would be a win.
Yeah.
See you, yes, see you in our session.
Yeah, thank you. Thanks for reaching out.
Oh, okay. Yeah, our boss. No, not at all. The overall boss.
Yeah, yeah.
Yeah, we put our funding.
Yes.
How about you?
Dylan from psychology. Oh, yeah. But we are involved like in so many projects. I mean, especially humanity and Jane.
You joined the European Business.
Yes, yeah, that.
I'm not listening to that. I know it's correct, but. Yeah.
No, we will have it, there is a session now, and after this session, we will have our session.
Are you by chance Victoria?
Yes, and
I'm Aline, yeah.
But she was going in, so yeah.
So no, I'm Aline, I'm the moderator for the session.
Yeah.
I'm just trying to see what you're going to be talking about.
Me?
No, you're not Victoria, yeah?
You're replacing Victoria, and you just
No,
found
no,
out.
no.
That would be a surprise.
Wouldn't that have on? You're different.
Yeah, by background.
Oh,
Yeah.
okay.
Yeah. What specialty?
I'm coming from neurosurgery, but then I go to public health. Yeah, epidemiologist.
Public health as well.
Yeah, epidemiologist. And go back to, because it's sometime until, yeah, went back to Ministry of Health, and then, we looked at that.
Yeah, but when I know that the politicians or whatever the official capacity is, that person also has medical background, I'm like, that I don't have to be worried. Because
Yeah,
they know what they're doing.
Yeah. And how about you?
No,
Hi, Michael.
No, I just here for
How are you?
the event. But
I'm okay.
Here yesterday, I just arrived.
Are you speaking in one of those? Are you one of the panelists?
Oh, I think so.
Now? Yeah.
Now it's better.
Okay.
Improved. That double. Because we had some 2 years. So that was the last time. I don't want that shit. But at least we have now the National Cancer Plan, so we passed that milestone. And we have the right to be forgotten, which is not yet implemented. We have it just as, I mean, this is the law, but if you don't need to the companies, like, you need to implement that, or you're out, we would not do that. It's just over there.
Yes.
It's not good that is over there, but we need to be more.
Appreciate it. Yeah, it's very important. You know, you need to, but the fact that you have a top of health people should practice it.
Yeah.
Well, there is not that little understanding of people that they need. And insurances are not really, they're not speaking of people with their they have to pay a yeah, well, they have very, very so it's very good. I think that this should how
now I
keep implemented the regulatory aspect of the law. It's a very important the government. Very good. I'm sure that like a
Sometimes. I think I will go back. Yeah. Yes, I think I will. Probably closer to my retirement or something. But yeah, but like 20 years from now, probably I'm thinking. The general practice or yeah, general. I like to some, I like to. Yeah, I think they will see it live. But yeah, that's too late. No. Want to no harm rather than. But I'm thinking, I mean, it is in my mind to someday go back.
World Health Organization. All rights. All rights.
Lo que pasa es que me tengo un... No, sí, sí, exacto. Me pasan unos minutos dentro, yo le llamo directamente. Pues nada, hijo, y que sabes que eres amigo y te cuento que hemos decidido cambiar aires. Sí, es que hay que vivir todo. Then it's, don't force people if they don't want to come.
Thank you, Dennis. So maybe, if I'm not wrong, the panelists should come here, or we wait? Oh, okay. Please, if the speakers and panelists can come here. No. Pesham, you can come now or later on if you want. It's we depending on what is more convenient for you. Maybe you can see. But anyway, we start the Spotlight 3, the session 11, which the title is Precision Frontiers in Chronic Disease, a global strategy for cancer risk trial and treatment. So the idea is that we explore how precision approaches in oncology can serve as a blueprint not only for cancer risk reduction, trials and treatment, but also as a model for other chronic diseases. And we look at equity, access, the role of data and AI, and the integration of biomedical and psychosocial dimension of care. So the first speaker is Daniela Chieffo, is a colleague of mine. She's a professor at the Catholic University in Rome and also the head of clinical psychology at the Gemelli Foundation. And so Daniela she actually, precision is not just a matter of immunotherapy biomarker, but we learned that precision oncology is also about patient's mind and resilience, quality of life, and it's probably a necessary frontiers for precision care. So, sorry, my name is Ruggero De Maria. I was supposed to introduce myself and the president of the Italian Network on Pensi Cancer Center. And the setting the scene will be by Daniela and Ada later on. Please, Daniela.
Thank you very much. For me, it's a very pleasure to stay here and to discuss about these topics, because we have, as a clinical psychology, I am a psycho-oncologist and a psychologist, and so we have in our hospital we have a transversal approach. So we for the oncologists, for example, we include patients with breast cancer, gynecological, and pancreatic tumor. But also sometimes we discuss about chronic disease after, especially for the long survival and the recurrency of the cancer. And so for me, I sometimes when we discuss about chronic disease or risk factor in patients with the cancer, we have WHO organization and the IPOS Society stressed the rehabilitation approach and also psychosocial integration. So this is not the second factor in the care, but these are on center of the care in the patients. And for the background, we well know that there are a lot of skills, a lot of factors that can improve and promote the well-being of patients with cancer. For example, we have emotional reaction, physical dimension, and so in the last year we supposed for the patients self-management, especially when we have the young patients and almost the patients with the long survivor life, but cancer. So, but the stripped care suppose a framework that the framework with stratifying with the risk, especially in a psychiatric and psychological factor, because we have a step 1 with patients with mild disorder and more general emotional reaction. But in step 5, we include the patients with the psychiatric disorder as a suicidal ideation in patients with cancer. So the current gap in Europe is why patients still fall through the cracks and disease inconsistent screening in sometimes in the clinic, in hospital organization, fragmented care pathways, and there are some data skills not very good. So we will know the European guidelines and the model for psycho-oncology that stress the future of oncology in Europe is the integration between biomedical factor and psychological integration features. And so for sometimes in the hospital there is a project, the hospital without pain, because in chronic disease, sometimes the people reported this pain, but pain as a perception of pain, not related to the cancer. And we suggest in our clinic, or more generally in European, in some project, the complementary alternative medicine and for example, mindfulness techniques or nutrition approach, because this is very important when for the self-management patients. But when we have the patient in front of us, the patients, we must, the question is, who is these patients? What is the history of our patients? Because sometimes, most of the times we have the patients with hereditary cancer syndrome, And almost in the last years, we profiles the specific profile in the tumor in cancer patients with a correlation with neoplasm. So we can have the tumor, the pancreatic tumor and the fear emotional reaction. And in contrast, in the breast cancer, we have another emotional reaction. So we stressed the profiling for precision profile and the correlation with the cancer and with the side of the tumor. And another question is when we include psycho-oncologists, because we can include before at the diagnosis, during chemotherapy and radiotherapy, but it's very important to consider the last long-term therapy and for almost for long survival, because we have the most, we stressed a longitudinal approach from diagnosis up follow-up after five years. And the third question is what we measure, as reported Roberto yesterday about neuropsychological function. We stressed not only in the measurement of fatigue, depressed, anxiety, PTSD, but almost we must consider the soft, the skills as hope, optimism, and resilience and spirituality, because these are no soft skills. These are fundamental to protect the person, to protect the patients, and more generally the family, and in dyadic relation. And why we must consider this factor? Because AI in cancer care is a factor that, as you previous my colleagues report in this context. And for example, we must the pyramid show the risk, because we have high risk, so as manipulation and reduction of empathy, but the low risk is can provide a better cancer care. When we discuss, another point is the communication, because when we consider the AI, we can provide a new triadic model, because we have AI, doctor, and the patients in the with the essential component as empathy and digital therapy. For SWOT analysis, psycho-oncologists should be included in national oncology plans and incorporate into healthcare professional. Support resources are limited, and the needs for standardized protocol to identify patients with high psychosocial distress at an early stage. And finally, for treats, significant disparities and between with income and low and middle income. And for recommendation, summary building with the 4 pillars, we have multi-omic tools. So we with the integration between genomic, epigenetic data and the clinical, and AI and real world data. We predict the model treat to representative sometimes the disease, and for inclusive data collection to reduce algorithm bias, and finally supported policies and sustainable findings. And policy practice implication, for policy practice implication, we must consider standardized neurocognitive psychological screening from diagnosis up to long survivor after 5 years from the diagnosis, and ensure equitable access and promote multi-center collaboration. As I conclude, we extend our heartfelt gratitude to the patients and their family, because the world's strength and resilience inspire us daily and remind us of the profound purpose behind our work, and because before they remind us behind the guidelines, behind research, behind some AI approach and technologies, we must consider the dignity of a person, quality of life, and hope alive. Thank you.
Thank you, Daniela. Probably we should have the discussion at the end. So now I invite Professor Ada Bounejar, Head of Oncology, Central Hospital Algiers, and President Algerian Society for Training and Research in Oncology. So Ada is going to talk about the global challenge, how innovation in immunology, genomics, AI can be translated into equity, access, and sustainable health system worldwide. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Mr. President, and thank you for this kind invitation. Let's start with the global challenge we face today. The chronic disease causes more than 70% of global death, and we are expecting over 20 million new cancer cases in 2025, and projected 30 million by 2040. It's not just the number, but it's inequality, because the major disparity in access and survival rights, because from 20% for some country to 80% for high-level country. Deep inequality in access to precision diagnosis and therapies access HDI levels, and also ethical and governance dilemmas in data sharing and AI-driven decision-making, and also a rising cost of innovation versus sustainability of health system, and also ensuring equity in global trial participation and not reinforcing existing gaps. Cancer is now central to global health diplomacy, which WHO Global Initiative for Childhood Cancer and the National Cancer Plan driving political moment. However, high-income countries accelerate genomic and precision medicine, while low and middle-income countries face major barriers in financing, workforce, and infrastructure. The political we integrate cancer into universal health coverage is growing but uneven. Why Vision 2030? Because science is accelerating faster than our system can keep up. Innovation like immunotherapy, CAR T-cell, mRNA vaccine, gene editing, and molecular targeting, and also AI and digital health to personalize care. The health system lag in implementation, but to bridge the gap, we need global collaboration from discovery to access to equity. This is the driving force behind Vision 2030. A core pillar of Vision 2030 is precision and prevention, like vaccination and lifestyle intervention and early detection and screening, and genomic risk profiling for target prevention. For this shift from treatment to target prevention is essential to reduce global mortality cancer and improve quality of life. Another key transformation is happening in clinical research, like biomarker, driver research, adaptive and decentralized trials, and real-world data integration. Let's be clear, innovation without access is a failure, and we need to bridge gap between region and income level. This is not just a scientific challenge, but it's a justice issue. Only with equitability system can we trialing call to process global. Advance in genomic biomarkers AI, and real-world data are reshaping risk assessment, early detection, and therapy. Decentralized and adaptive clinical trials models are making innovation more inclusive, but global representation is still limited because, I said, my friend Professor Ghazali yesterday, is less to 3% from Africa are included in clinical trials. And precision medicine is moving beyond oncology into prevention, multi-omics, and the chronic disease integration. Patient today is not participated, but they are partners. Patient demand equitable access, transparency in data use, also culture-sensitive care. The patient voice is reshaping trial design, patient-reported outcomes, quality of life measures, and expanding definition of sexy beyond survival to survivorship and well-being, because from 20% for some region to 80% for another region. But challenge remains stigma, financial toxicity, and geography disparity. The key opportunity are harnessing AI and big data for global cancer risk stratification and trial efficiency. Also, building regional trial network that include underrepresented population. Precision prevention, leveraging genomic, lifestyle data, and environment to early intervention. Cross-sector partnership with academia, pharma, policy makers, patient advocacy to accelerate translation into care. But key question is open now. Equity and access. How can global stakeholders ensure the precision medicine does not widen the gap between and allow resource setting? Second, innovation versus sustainability. What model of financing and regulation can balance innovation with affordability? Data and AI. What governance frameworks are needed to ensure ethical use of genomic and real-world data while fostering global collaboration? Trials in the future or of the future. How can adaptive, pragmatic, and decentralized trial be designed to reflect global diversity in patient population? Because the majority of clinical trials in US, Europe, and China. Patient first. In what ways should patient advocacy movement reshape the cancer research and care agenda toward Vision 2030? Integration beyond cancer. Can the precision frontiers developed in oncology be a blueprint for other chronic disease? Our goals are clear now. It's reduce cancer mortality globally and improve survival and quality of life, strengthen prevention, research, and access frameworks. Vision 2030, I think, is our innovation, equity, and global solidarity. Not for, I think, together we must share commitment to transform cancer care worldwide, but not for some patient, but for all patients in the world. And thank you very much.
Thank you very much. So maybe we can have a global discussion at the end. So now we start with the panelist, Dr. Katja Herzog. She's a scientific project coordinator at Fraunhofer ITMP, and should be in the perspective of European collaborative research, highlighting how that integration cross-border benefit from this European interaction.
Thank you very much. And thank you very much also for the organizers for having really such a broad spectrum two-day meeting, super to the point, a lot of discussion points to take home. And yeah, I really love these illustrations as well. So thank you very much for putting this together. So I'm Katja Herzog. I'm working as a research coordinator at Fraunhofer Institution. And Fraunhofer is basically one of the biggest research transfer organizations in Germany. So I consciously decided to work for an organization that actually works at the interface between science and market needs, really applying research designed for adoption by industry and also creating an economic value. So to basically ensure developments move beyond prototypes into really practice, Fraunhofer as an organization has a lot of collaborations with industry partners, academia, regulators, but of course, most importantly, also patients. And I wanted to bring two examples of two projects that we're actually currently working on, and they're called IDERA and Cynthia. And there you actually see this multitude of stakeholders that are involved, and it's really interesting and also seeing how you can learn from these different stakeholders, seeing their views, seeing their opinions, their needs, also in order to make such big projects and in the long-term operations of infrastructures work. So we do have close collaborations with patients and industry in these projects, and also seeing from a regulatory side what are their needs in order to adopt our research, our developments. So as Fraunhofer ITMP, we are coordinating the IHI, so Innovative Health Initiative IDERA, also together, for instance, with an industry partner, Johnson & Johnson. And in IDERA, we actually try to develop, and are quite advanced already, a blueprint for the European health data space, which basically enables the access to diverse sets of data, meaning EHR, imaging data from clinical care, but then also wearable data and individual patient data. So we are trying to set up this scalable, modular, open data infrastructure. So nothing that will get you closed in and locked in, but something that is able to move and to connect to other players in the field. And we also connect this to legal templates, because we all see that there's always lengthy legal discussions, and we basically need to solve these issues while we're also developing our technical progress. And so we want to really streamline faster data access in a federated setting. And from the beginning in the IDERA project, we really started discussing with the data users, the data providers, to really find out what is the data user actually having as a question, what are they trying to solve? And only if we can respond to these needs by mobilizing data, we will move ahead. And also we were discussing not only all the needs, but also seeing who is actually happy to operate such technical components in the long run. It's nice to develop them as part of some sort of research project, but you also need to make sure that people are happy to move into start a sort of secure job in a research position in a bigger institution, or taking into account really the different needs of all the organizations, but also the developing stakeholders like the research, the PhD students. So it really boils down to who is willing to take responsibility and who is willing to pay for what, because somehow we need to finance this. And of course, even if we build such sustainable infrastructure like IDERA, we still have a big barrier, which is data sharing. So, and I can understand that hospitals, regulators, and even the patients are a bit cautious about sharing their data and with whom. So this is also where another IHI project comes in, where we are also involved in, and it's about creating synthetic data. So the real goal is really creating that data to safely train and test AI models, share insights across borders, and also reduce the burden on certain patients, of course, in clinical trials. So if you can see this as sort of like the next layer in the same challenge, right? You have an infrastructure, you want to make it usable, you want to make it scalable, and you want to make it privacy preserving. And beyond that, of course, synthetic data can also help you with bias correction, validations of data models, creation of digital twins, do some regulatory stress testing, for instance, model diverse patient populations, build different HTA scenario modeling. So yeah, and in IDERA, we can apply these methodologies to different disease areas, cancers like lung cancer and breast cancer, hematological malignancies, neurodegenerative diseases such as Alzheimer's disease, and also a use case where I'm particularly involved in is chronic metabolic diseases. So in this case, type 2 diabetes. And the project really reflects like this breadth where you can see that we have tasks spanning from sustainability to business modeling over the federated infrastructure, how you mobilize the data actually within the project and maybe even make it available to external stakeholders, and then also covering all sorts of aspects on the ethical, legal, and HTA approaches. And of course, all of this is very important, but we still need to have this clinical validation and approval by patients. So for me, it was really like an eye-opener to work in these projects and really learning about these different aspects that you need to take into consideration. And so Xynthia is really about making health data both safer and more scalable. And so this in turn lowers the risk for patients and still enabling innovation. But within these individual projects, I want to make some or bring up some few principles that we should take into consideration when we want to build future health data ecosystems. I think what we observe is that we need modular puzzle-like components that are interoperable so that we can also respond to a fast scientific and technological progress. So not reinventing the wheel, trying to link different research infrastructures that exist. And as a second point, we also must put data quality at the center. We heard it many times. It's not only about combining potential AI-driven curation of that data so that we can, and having this, of course, overseen by domain experts, so that we actually have reliable foundations for our analysis and trials, but also ensuring that these data sets are mapped to common data models and apply international standards so all the data can really be compared, can really be combined and integrated. And otherwise, we don't have any value in this federated analysis. A third point, for the moment, it seems that it's really important that the data stays local. Moving the sensitive health data across borders or institutions seems to raise a lot of privacy, legal governance challenges. And so really by bringing the AI models to where the data is, where it's properly curated, where people know what the data actually can tell you, we respect patient privacy and also comply with very strict national, international, and European frameworks. And of course, while still enabling research because don't advance. So these federated approaches allow us to connect the knowledge better across hospitals and countries. And in this way, we also protect better the provenance, we reduce the misuse of data, and we help build trust because we want trust from the patients, also the institutions sharing that data. We need to integrate multimodal data, as we heard, and here I want to make the point that it's really important to also integrate lifestyle information to really sharpen that risk prediction and to guide the prevention and treatment. And finally, last but not least, I want to say that it's also very important to bring the patients out of this passive situation that we tell by the name patient and really becoming active agents. And we do this by, as we heard, empowering them with transparent information, maybe also through AI agents, involving them in decisions in their care, and also supporting safe home-based health applications that can accelerate access to therapy and also success. And I think what we also discussed with a lot of colleagues recently and also in family context is that we really also need patients at the center of a lifelong individual patient journey tracking, where we really see data from different stages of life and also care episodes that are integrated. This will help us inform prevention, early detection, and again, personalized treatment strategies. And to finish, I just wanted to bring one analogy because I really like the analogy of this dating app health data sharing from Thesis Koslakidis yesterday. So we were just discussing an analogy that we usually discuss also in the IDERA context is when you think about Google Maps. You're sort of like sharing your data constantly while you're moving, while you're trying to get somewhere, but you actually benefit from someone that is already trapped in a traffic jam. And you're very happy that that person actually shares that data with you. So let's hope that data sharing gets so obvious in the health data sector as well. And with this, I would like to thank you.
Thank you. Thank you very much. it's a good perspective, the traffic jam, and it's very important, the collaboration, sharing data. So the next speaker, the panel speaker, is Dr. Michael Makanga, the CEO DCTP, who is going to bring this extensive experience in building clinical trial capacity in Africa. Thank you.
Thank you very much, and good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. As I've been introduced, I come from a slightly different field. I'm an infectious disease physician and clinical pharmacologist, and for the last 30 years, I've been involved more in product development. And the organization I lead, which is the Global Health EDCTP3, is the third iteration of the European and developing countries clinical trials partnership, which is an Africa-Europe partnership that is accelerating the development of medical interventions against infectious diseases. And this is taking them through clinical development, through licensure, and then post-registration, making these products available to the people that need them most. And one of the areas that we are dealing with is dealing with the underserved populations in clinical trials. And these include maternal and child health, and also include co-infections, individuals with co-infections and comorbidities. And this is where the field of cancer comes in, and also the other non-communicable diseases that are related that the people have. You'll see that in the health system, all these conditions coexist. And where I'm coming from is having an integrated approach in the development of interventions against non-communicable diseases and infectious diseases. Now, in this case, we need to acknowledge that this is really a critical turning point in global health. And in this case, precision medicine holds an extraordinary promise for both communicable and non-communicable diseases. And we have a very important role to ensure deliberate actions are taken to prevent the deepening inequalities and divides. And in this case, when we look at the side of precision medicine as may apply to cancer therapy, it is only fair, precision medicine is only as fair as the data that is behind it. And today, we witness that an extremely small fraction of global genomics datasets come from some of the low and middle income countries, including Africa. And yet, continents like this have the highest global genetic diversity and are experiencing the dual burden of disease, both the communicable and the non-communicable diseases. And if you're going to develop medical interventions that are effective, you need to take care of this diversity. And this calls for ensuring that there is good representation when it comes to inclusion in the clinical development of medical interventions, and not only evaluating the products, but also evaluating the delivery systems once you've evaluated products to be efficacious and safe. And this applies to the cancer therapies or interventions that will be developed. Because at the end of the day, they will be delivered in a health system that is also delivering other medical interventions. Often you have products that have a sudden drop in effectiveness, meaning that when the products are delivered in the real life environment, they become less effective because these areas are not given attention. Now, we pay special attention in prioritizing inclusive data infrastructures and also governance models that build trust and enable equitable data sharing across continents. We have different examples and models that we've used, but the way, starting with the financing itself, as I may have mentioned, is that part of our financing comes from the European Union, and this mobilizes resources that come from the member states themselves, currently from 15 European member states and from 30 African member states. And then we mobilize additional funding that comes from the private sector because we work with foundations and we work with the product development partnerships that are actually involved in the product development. And then we work with the people and also work with the regulators and ethicists. And all these are important in cancer therapy. So I have to mention that inclusion means ensuring that clinical trials, digital tools, the multi-omic innovations represent the realities of diverse communities requiring special attention to the underserved and neglected populations. And when it comes to digital tools, artificial intelligence, and the real-world data that make clinical trials more adaptive and efficient, we must embed diversity in the digitalization while ensuring that we fight the digital divide. And just to focus on the adaptive trials, what is very interesting is that in Europe, for example, we've borrowed adaptive trial designs from cancer research and development to apply to infectious diseases in the low and middle income countries. But on the side of the low and middle income countries, these clinical trials infrastructures and designs are better developed on the infectious side than on the non-communicable. So this is where now the reverse capacity development is needed, and the integrated approach is critical to make this happen. And I have to also say that in this case, collaboration is key. And one of the approaches we've used is also to have regional networks where we bring together institutions that are more established and may even have less disease burden around them to support institutions that are less established with a high disease burden to develop the research infrastructure, the research capacity in terms of the personnel and the systems development. And this has a multiplier effect. We've, for example, trained more than 3,000 postdoctoral individuals that are developing research teams. And these are now building teams that are working both on communicable and non-communicable diseases. And in closing, you find that funding comes in troughs. When they receive funding from the non-communicable, from the infectious diseases, when this funding is waning off, this is when this capacity can also be utilized for the non-communicable diseases. And you find that optimal utilization of the capacity will keep the centers running and will give maximum output that will sustain the capacity for clinical trials in the spirit of clinical trials ecosystem as the clinical trials directive of WHO is being advocated for globally. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Certainly, communicable disease are a threat, so there's more attention for the data that comes from Africa, for instance. So it's very good that we bring this attention also to chronic non-communicable disease. And the next speaker is my friend, Professor Ehsan El-Ghazali. You already showed the great work done in breast cancer screening. Going to tell us his perspective.
Okay, thank you very much again, Roger, and really happy with what is happening now and yesterday. And I told you yesterday that I usually like the outcomes rather than to talk. And I'm very happy with Michael, very good information about how to go for inclusion and the diversity. But we must look to some examples in the real world. Is it really possible to go for this? It is really possible to include and going for global collaboration? Is it really beneficial for all of us, and putting the idea and the principle of win-win, not win-lose? And the answer is yes. We have multiple examples as being ahead of the presidential initiative of women's health in Egypt. So firstly, maybe the title is less is more. So it is not, usually it is important to go for a deeply personalized approach. But even the immunohistochemistry, especially in low middle income countries and countries with large population, if we will go for this diagnostic tool and with private public partnerships, so we developed extremely good diagnostic tool all through Egypt without paying a penny in it, with the collaboration of one of the pharmaceutical companies. And I told you yesterday that we screened about 22 million women, and we go for radiological examination of more than 700,000 mammography and almost more than 70,000 pathology. And I must tell you something very good, that 35% of our women receiving only hormonal treatment based on this precision approach, which is very small, very minimal. And not only those patients receiving hormonal treatment, which is really improving their quality of life and also decreasing the cost of the whole project, that the patient now received a very minimal treatment, good quality of life, less cost. The second thing, that the way and the principle of international collaboration, we have gaps, as I told you yesterday. One of them are material transfer. We have a limitation in China, limitation in some other countries. And as a head of the Medical Research Center in Ain Shams University, we try to go for collaborative agreement with Fudan Cancer Center in China. And you know that liver cancer is the most common cancer in Egypt and also in China. So we try to go for a novel approach with the collaboration between China and Egypt, and try to go for a novel biomarker between China and Egypt without material transfer. So we go for assessment in each country, and then we go for sharing the data and try to find this novel biomarker, and that will be published very soon. So it is important to collaborate, but you must go for out of the box to try to ensure this collaboration have outcome. The third thing is public-private partnership in precision and in other things. So we go for a lot of collaboration now in digital pathology with AstraZeneca, with Roche, to try to build a network of digital pathology all through Egypt. And you must imagine the amount of data that we will have, especially in relation with the clinical data for all these patients. And you know very well that very soon we may go for genomic analysis of these data. The third thing, that the precision is coming from very huge cost in Illumina and Thermo Fisher, then going more applicable for Nanopore and others. And we may have very soon possibility of precision, deeply precision activity in the hand of everyone. One of the projects that I want to think about, and to maybe an outcome of this meeting, is to try to build two things. Firstly, I talked to Klaus and Christina today to build the network in liquid biopsy between South and North. And the second most important thing that I talked to the WHO and other organizations and IARC is to develop a digital platform for cancer, maybe starting with breast cancer, to try to include all patients on this digital platform with data sharing protocol or data sharing items and regulation that help to keep the intellectual property of everyone, to try to have a treasure of outcome for the humanity. I hope so, and I hope that this meeting end up with specific, solid outcome. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Thank you very much, Session. Our last panel speaker is Professor Damo Adisse, who is Professor of Public Health at the University of Addis Ababa, and it's also co-CEO of the Network of Oncology Research in Sub-Saharan Africa. And certainly provide a great contribution how to make precision oncology global. Thank you.
Okay. Good afternoon, and thank you very much for the kind introduction. And also, yeah, I should confess that I'm coming to the podium for the third time since yesterday. So I don't know what else I should say, but I'll try my best. Yeah, so I'm coming from the network of for oncologic research in Africa, which is trying to coordinate research centers in Sub-Saharan Africa, including also the African Cancer Registry Network, which is a network of 25 countries and 35 registries. And I'm looking into the topic of this panel, chronic diseases. I'm of course a focus on cancer, but falling back to chronic diseases. I think Dr. Makanga mentioned about non-communicable diseases and the interlink between infectious diseases and non-communicable diseases. But we also have chronic infectious diseases like TB, HIV. So there are different versions of definition, but conditions which you live with are, I think, chronic conditions as long as, even if they are infectious or non-infectious, as long as we live with them and we, in the long term, we coexist in a way that I think that could be one perspective. So the other aspect of the title goes into risk, trial, and treatment. These are also broad elements, difficult to dwell in all of them at the same time. But I thought I would pick the aspect of treatment for now. But if we pick a risk, most of the non-communicable diseases, non-communicable disease apart from cancer, we have diabetes, cardiovascular conditions, mental illnesses, neurological conditions, respiratory conditions, and so forth. And even though they have peculiar clinical features, they also share risk factors, environmental risk factors, modifiable risk factors, and the interaction between genetic predisposition and the environment factors, the epigenetics, and so on. I think it applies to most of the non-communicable diseases. So the role of precision medicine, the role of personalized medicine, my friends have said that we need to have access for information, and that access to information for patients and persons living with a condition and continuously dealing with the issue, I think precision medicine will give them empowerment if they have information to the condition and continually also have access to their status. We were mentioning about some of the gadgets one could have, measuring blood pressure, my mother has been a hypertensive and diabetic for over 40 years. So I know the level of involvement, at a personal level as well. So it empowers the person living with a condition when you provide access to make self-testing and involved in the decision making, and also it improves compliance, hopefully, and the outcomes of the treatment hopefully also will be improved. So I would say one platform where precision medicine we would argue for is from the patient's perspective. And to do that, we have argued yesterday that even though we have a lack of capacity and infrastructure and several loopholes in the South, but this is the way forward, and we have to find ways of dealing with them. In the African Cancer Registry Network, we are trying to, with the initiatives I mentioned, we are trying to empower the registries to produce quality data, and not only to have, most of, if you know the ARC checklist, as long as you reported the demographic profiles and the cancer staging, you will qualify to publish the data. But now we are proposing that we need to have complete clinical information, maybe also do survival analysis and have rich data linked to electronic medical recording, and we are piloting that in the network that I mentioned earlier on. Biobanks are also, I think, there is a lot to work on that, and I have had some discussions with colleagues here. The H3 Africa initiative, which Prof. Hashim mentioned on yesterday, started very well, but at the moment, we don't exactly know where we are heading to. So these initiatives, I think, need to be institutionalized within the continent, and the role of entities like Africa CDC are not to be undermined, and I hope will continue from where they are. And also other important requirements include capacities in bioinformatics and advanced analysis. And the LCs you mentioned, the ethical, legal, and social implications of this approach are not to be undermined. There are lots of concerns from the community, from the political wing. It's beyond autonomy. It's, of course, individuals' decision to take part in initiatives and donate your data and so on. But at the system level, there is a lot of apprehension and ethical and community-based concerns, and ethnographic approach should be embedded into the initiatives. Last but not least, longitudinal clinical studies and cohorts would be strengthened. 3 years ago, we launched a cohort of 4,000, about 20,000 residents in the capital to follow up them for risk factors, for disease conditions, mainly focusing on non-communicable diseases. We have step surveys coming every 5 years, but the picture is very fragmented. So like the Framingham's study, not exactly the same, but we need to build longitudinal cohorts in the continent so that we have triangulation of data which will be used for precision medicine. So that's what I would like to mention for now. And thank you very much for your attention.
Thank you very much. I'm afraid we don't have time for discussion, and I think that unless there's any burning question, but we really have had a complete view about the topic that we should discuss, the inclusion of psychology in the, because I'm afraid it is not common, it's not common and it's not included regularly, and just a few centers have this opportunities of patients. The digital data are really a key probably for helping us with the GDPR and moving forward. And I see a lot of synergy with North Africa, where we hope they will make a agreement for having a stronger collaboration. We have a lot to learn both from communicable and non-communicable diseases, and the sharing data and getting data from other continents like Africa, that's now certainly suboptimal, to say, to minimize. I think that it's going to be a great task, and that we're going to have a huge benefits for everybody. Thank you. Let's move to the last session. Thank you.
Hello. For a change, I decided to come later. Y'all can continue to stand and walk for 2 minutes. In that time, may I just ask the settings, the scene speaker, Vittoria Carraro, and I've been chasing and trying to get hold of her to see her. No. Always difficult. Sit down. And then Delia, is Delia here? Yes, come in, Delia. And Stephen. Sorry, I'm calling you all by first names because I think we're at the tail end of the event. Yeah, we all knew each other one. And Zania. So while we wait for the others to come in, whoever's coming in, let me just start off by introducing Vittoria. Vittoria Carraro is a policy officer at the cancer team at DG Santé, European Commission. She's a health policy specialist with extensive international experience in policy analysis and stakeholder engagement, focusing on access to health. Delia Nikwara Yeah, I asked her how to pronounce that. Is a public health and management specialist
Yes.
at the Oncology Institute in Cluj, Napoca, Romania. She leads multiple EU-funded cancer projects, including Jane Transition and Sunrise, and plays a key role in Romania's National Cancer Plan and National Cancer Competence Center. Stephen McMahon. Stephen, you all know, it was his birthday yesterday. For those of you who were not there, please wish him happy birthday. Happy birthday, belated. Stephen. And then not everybody gets a birthday song sung in the European Union. So he's the director of the Irish Patients Association with extensive experience in patient advocacy, public relations, and strategic communications. He's dedicated to advancing patient safety and healthcare quality in Ireland. By today, at this moment, you already realize how passionate he is. Yeah. Maria Eugenia was a much easier name to pronounce, but she calls herself Xenia Beltran. Is a senior R&D project manager and head of big data at Life Tech, with a PhD in biomedical engineering and MBA in health international management, specializing in AI, big data, human-machine interactions, and digital health transformation. Extensive experience. So, these are really quite influential and important people. So as we were getting ready for conference, I thought I'll just check what AI has got to say. So what do I do about this session? So AI said, start with a provocative data point. In the time it takes us to complete this 45-minute session, AI systems will analyze approximately 50,000 medical images worldwide. Yet most of these systems were trained on data sets that represent less than 10% of the global population. This gap between technological capability and real-world applicability defines our challenge today. I think the most important task for you now is to make sure that this is correct, or what is the correct numbers, yeah? Anyway, let me start by asking Victoria. I think you're going to be setting the stage, and you're going to speak to us about Europe's Beating Cancer Plan. Yeah, please. Welcome.
Thank you. Okay. So because we like to be different, we use another template for the slides, the one of the Europe Beating Cancer Plan that many of you will know, as it provides a policy framework for screening in Europe. In fact, for the whole pathway for cancer, but because this session is about new approaches to screening, digital approaches to screening, we focus on that today. So what do we have in the Beating Cancer Plan that we launched in 2021 that talks about screening specifically? We have a flagship action that in particular wants to improve screening in Europe, and it did so by updating the cancer recommendation on screening that we first had in 2003, in 2022, and expand their scope. But also it's working on having quality assurance scheme and guidelines for all the cancer sites that we have for the screening recommendation. And very aptly with what we say about processing large amount of data, we are trying to have better data on coverages because that's our baseline, that's our starting point. So I will not go in detail for this because I'm sure you know that the EU recommendation adopted by the Council in 2022 indeed expand the age recommendation for breast, cervical and colorectal cancer, but also asks member states to take a step-by-step approach to introduce new population screening in 3 new cancer sites, so lung, prostate and gastric. If this is our policy framework, then what is that we are doing to put this into practice? As many of you know, the cancer plan is well into implementation. So to put policy into action, we have various initiatives. The first, again, is to have better data in the European Cancer Information Screening on the status of and the coverage of screening population, to what extent people go and get screened in this area that we spoke about. But also we have support through U4Health for all member states to implement the screening recommendation, and in particular support for the new sites where we need still a proof of concept for having population-based screening. Together with this, awareness of screening is incredibly important, and that's why we had the EU-wide campaign, Get Screened EU. So going a little bit more in detail, what about digitalization in screening? I am getting a bit, it's about data. So that's the baseline, but also we have specific future-proofing activities that we are working on. For example, in the joint action where member states are working to implement screening campaign, we have specific work package on AI and its use for risk stratification, how we can use better cancer imaging, and that's also where the cancer plan works with other initiatives beyond the screening, let's say, pillar. So we have the Cancer Imaging Initiative that federates a lot of images that, of course, our healthcare professionals need for better diagnosis and treatment. And we have also other action that will be launched. For example, there will be one on cancer personalized medicine that will very much look also at personalized screening. I could go on with the list, but even in this panel, we have colleagues that can speak of the synergies with other work of the cancer plan and how Center of Excellence can help us further achieving these goals. But I will not bore you with the laundry list, also because many people already today spoke about that. What I was asked to do, though, was to look at, I don't know, provocative questions, something that we can use for further debates. And I thought I would use this framework that is part of a very nice analysis that the WHO Health Observatory has done on personalized medicine. I see colleagues in the audience as well. This is available online. And, you know, it will be a novelty to no one that this big area are how we have better data interoperability and infrastructure, how we adapt policy to the digitalization of screening, how we deal with the issue of ethics and social. But really what I think it's important for having a sparking debate is see how we don't think only about challenges, but the opportunities. Say, of course, we have the AI power, which is so overwhelming that we have question about the accountability of doctors, for example, and that's the negative, but there's also the power, the positive. And if you just look around you in this very nice comics on the wall, you have one just here about equality in access and how AI can improve that. So how do we think better about these opportunities? And that's what I will leave the panel as an input. Very final point, I was asked for actionable recommendation, and I went as actionable as I could, because what I want to leave is starting with the initial message. We need better data. We need data coverage for the whole population. And to build that future, we, of course, need the involvement of all the stakeholder community. And as Commission, as Beating Cancer Plan, we try to provide the tools for doing that. One is the Knowledge Center on Cancer, where there are a lot of data, and there is improvement also of the coverage of screening through the cancer information system, but also new quality assurance scheme, for example, on breast cancer and the cervical one under development. And very final point, in the EU4Health 2025 that is actually published, but now we will roll out the actual we have additional projects for supporting screening programs on gastric, prostate, and lung. There will be a particular focus on how to use AI and new technologies, so watch the space and get engaged. We expect to publish on the 23rd of September. Thank you.
Victoria, one follow-up question. If you were to look at work you're doing now from the outside,
yes,
how would you assess that? And what would you improve going forward?
So I think that the Beating Cancer Plan in general is a very large, very ambitious initiative. So we have the sheer volume of what we are doing. I think from the outside can be overwhelming. And what we have to do now is to better connect the dots and convey to you how we are connecting those dots. Because, I mean, only the action that I mentioned here, they were a mouthful. Like it's difficult then for me without slide to list them all again. So this means that that red thread needs to be clear also for the community. And internally, we are doing a lot of work on that, but we have to convey it outside as well.
Thank you very much. Delia, you straddle two different parts. Your work that you do with all these EU contracts and EU grants, and also the work you do in the hospital in Romania. So how do you look at things and how do you address and approach it in a more pragmatic manner? What learning is there for us? What kind of best practices can you have for others in a similar position?
So good afternoon, everyone. Thank you very much for the question. Thank you to Dennis and his team for organizing this event. And of course to you that you're still here at this hour. I know it's been a long day. So for those of you who don't know me yet, I'm Delia Nicoară. I'm a physician by background, but currently I'm working in the quality management department at the Oncology Institute in Cluj in the northwest part of Romania. But also starting 4 years ago, I'm an EU project manager for a couple of European initiatives. We started with just one person. Now we are more than 50. So I think it is a bit of intrapreneurship, if I can call it that way. We are monitoring more than 30 projects in our hospital, and it's always the question, how do you take like the big concepts? Because we are talking about, let's be comprehensive, let's create a network of networks and all of these big ideas. But when you go back into your hospital, your colleagues, the physicians or the nurses, they don't care about this big concept. And to add on the great presentation that Victoria gave us, you are right, there are so many initiatives, but we need to divide the big concepts into small actionable steps for the physicians or for the hospital. And this is exactly what we did. We started with prevention projects 4 years ago. And because we had to divide it, we created the concept of a cancer prevention hub. That means that we would have to take care of the family of the cancer patient as well, not just the cancer patient, and provide a more personalized approach when it comes to prevention as well. That idea was not that well received because, I mean, you have 27 countries in European Union, but also you have 27 different healthcare systems. So how can you add this concept to everyone? Because in some countries, you have a separate structure that is doing screening and prevention. In other countries, you have the hospital. For Romania's case, the hospitals is doing most of the screening initiatives anyway. So the first concept regarding prevention was Cancer Prevention Hub. Also, when you're looking at the cancer patients, they can have a second type of cancer. So we had to take care of the cancer patient as well. And moving forward, 2 years ago, we developed in EUNET CCC, I think it was mentioned before today, the survivorship program for the cancer patient as well. And the third idea, this comes from Jane too, we're creating a network of experts in personalized prevention. So you need to take the policy part, the education part, and the implementability part, and connect the hospital to the other relevant stakeholders, like universities, like public health institutes, and so on. And I think it was discussed, I mean, we are facing a lot of inequalities, and not just in Europe, between Western, Eastern part. I mean, coming from an Eastern European country, we have all of them. We have so many issues over there, but collaborating with France, Germany, Spain, Italy, with the big countries in Europe, we also saw that you face inequalities as well within your own country, especially in the remote areas. What we try to do here to come up with solutions is look at, I mean, especially the Nordic countries, we are collaborating a lot with the Nordics because they already spent a lot of money into solutions that are not the greatest solutions. I'm looking at, and yes, over here. And this is a great valuable lesson for the rest of us. And this is something that we took over from EU projects and implement into our own setting.
Thanks a lot. Just one follow-up question. What does AI implementation mean for you in your hospital? You're doing it now, or if you're going to be doing it in the future? A quick answer.
So we are so far behind talking about AI, unfortunately, not just for our hospital, but for the entire country. We need to have an electronic data dossier for the cancer patients. There have been so many discussions with the Ministry of Health. We had the first national cancer plan 2 years ago, then the right to be forgotten. So things are moving ahead in Romania, but we still need to do a lot of work. And I saw, because everyone mentioned the great illustrations over here, there is one with bad AI. By the time that I would probably need, like in the next 20 years, some medical care, my doctor will be someone that's an AI, because we face another issue, and this is not valuable just for Romania, this is valuable for the entire Europe. There are fewer and fewer students that want to go and choose a medical specialty. Everyone wants to be a YouTuber or a TikToker these days. So we need to play nice with the AI.
So another future in Europe, a robot being a doctor. No, thank you very much. But I think it's important what you raised, because there's this heterogeneity in Europe. We speak about EU, we speak about Europe, but there's a heterogeneity, yeah? Thanks for raising that. Stephen, everybody knows you're a very passionate patient advocate, yeah? And I just think it would be nice to hear from you in terms of what we are thinking here is the AI-enabled future for screening reimagined. What do you think are the kind of key issues for us to be considering?
Yeah, thank you. I had prepared a sort of a brief, and I've decided actually there's only 2 or 3 things I want to say off it. But something that struck me amazingly, and for any patient advocates out there, or anybody from academia that's out there, I've got a question. Wouldn't it be great if we had a patient-led study done, an assessment of all of these technologies, but the study is done patient-led? We're not an appendage to some other study that's being conducted. And that you then have a situation where you would have an informed input to this, rather than, you know, like in a piece of blotting paper, if people remember the blotting paper when you use pens and inks and so on, you know, the dots on the thing, and trying to get that overall picture. But I really feel at this stage that that is missing. We've heard about patient involvement. We've heard about, you know, the importance of the patient's voice. But I want to hear from this lady here that was speaking earlier on, a survivor of cancer. Do you know what I mean? That this sort of a patient-led study would be invaluable in the space that we're at. So that's just one point that just hit me there as we were discussing it. Yes, you know, AI is going to reshape screening, but again, as I said last night, we have to have this built on patients' rights. And one of the areas that I mentioned last night was in Ireland, after the long road of hardship to so many patients,
we now have statutory open disclosure. It's the law to tell patients if something went wrong. It's patient facing. And I too did a little bit of quick chat before I sat down there. And it seems that there's only like France, Germany, the Netherlands and Ireland actually have that statutory legislation in there. There is a question about Italy. It has some clause in there in its own right. But like, I think when one thinks about the importance of open disclosure, if you have technology that would be able to identify a care program or a need for a patient's further treatment, and it's not happening, I think the public need to be informed of that as a right. It's like I said last night, if it's not what is disclosed can actually upset you. But the real question is, what is it that led to the need for that to be disclosed? Are we dealing with the issues that are underlying there, whether it's finance, resources, or education, or whatever else it is? So again, I'll just run through some of the thoughts here. And as I say, these are just some ideas that come to mind. We hear about, you know, the importance of the AI screening and the reports and all the rest of it that can go back to a patient. But I think it's really important that we actually have a navigator, an information bearer, that when you've got bad news, that it's explained to you and what your options are in a way that's compassionate and human, rather than having a chatbot passing it on there to talk to you in its tones and so on. And I see that as a right to information. It can be supported by AI, but it's delivered by an individual, an information bearer. And that may actually mean that that's a new role. It doesn't have to be always the physician that has to take that 15, 20 minutes to talk through a patient with something. Then again, the patient may wish to talk to the consultant after they've been informed. Again, the whole area of safety, consent, the right to consent and communication. I think it's important that, you know, patients shouldn't be just trapped in the black box, that they need a plain language receipt of all of those engagements, whether they're technological or whether they're physical, clinician or, you know, pharmacy or whatever else it is. But like all of that engagement is actually digitally recorded and timed and all the rest of it, so that they do have what I'd like to think would be a passport. That's certainly within the EU, that you can actually go with your various results, not the, you know, the unique patient record, but like you actually have a passport of these various tests and screens and so on. And if you have had or participated in a clinical trial, that is a possibility, because someone mentioned it this morning, that the way you get, you know, someone has been in a trial in one part of the world, and they because they didn't participate in the first phase, they can't then be included in the second phase. But there may be opportunities there to actually be able to people that would fit a profile for continuing research and so on. And again, I think it's important to publish performance on these reports. I mean, in Ireland there recently, there was a statement by one of the head people in technology, and they said by utilising new technologies, they were after able to save 600,000 man hours or person hours or lady hours or whatever the political correctness is. And we raised the question, well, what do you do with it? That's the equivalent of about 400 staff. We're still waiting for the answer to that, but like, you know, this is an example of that. So again, one other final point I think I'd just make is that, you know, capacity and fiscal realism, you know, plan for the surge and bank the savings. Timely diagnosis does create a near-term surge in demand, more scans, scopes, clinics, medicines, and spend. And this has to be planned for, not just wished away or, you know, quietly used as a hidden barrier to actually using these technologies. We heard there about workforce planning and so on. But again, you know, if we look at Denmark, the fact that I think almost 50% of radiography results now are actually supported by AI and analysis and so on. And again, a time-limited transition for funding and ring fencing of that. And then you have the offset, fewer, hopefully late stage presentations, maybe shorter, fewer ICU days, almost a HTA on evaluating with the benefits of that. So again, my last thoughts of the day are that clearly it's very evident from everybody that spoke, almost nearly everybody, that everybody talks about the silos, you know, different countries at different speeds and so on and so forth. And really, if we're really patient-centered and advocates, everybody's an advocate, whether you're, you know, a clinician or an academic or a patient or whatever, you know, that we have to remove you know, in Europe, we removed walls not so long ago, and we've got to remove these silos because ultimately they're impacting on patients' lives, both present and future patients. And, you know, as I say, we've got to remove them and again, build 100 years ago when the railways were formed, every company had a different rail width. And somebody came up with the idea, let's keep them all in the same rail width and the trains can go everywhere. And in a way, that's what we've got to do with the whole planning of the institutional guideline rails so that everybody can move quicker and more efficiently. So thanks very much. I certainly thought this was a great conference and great speakers, and I hope I've made a few friends along the way. Thank you and God bless. Thank you.
Thanks. I have a question, but I'm sure somebody will ask more afterward. Dania, you were going to tell us something exciting about exposomic screening, NCDs, prevention. I'll let you enlighten us.
Thanks a lot. Thanks everybody again. Thanks for the nice introduction before. And as commented also before, thanks for the invitation. Yeah, I'm representing here also the ENACT project, and I wanted to bring this as part of the screening because I truly believe, okay, that we have many, I mean, we were talking about data for screening, okay, and it's true that one of the biggest issues each time we go to data is that data is fragmented. All the exposomic exposure that we're getting is quite emerging. And I believe if we in Europe get, okay, to be ahead of this, we'll be able to have a great database. If we start to do this in silos or fragmented, probably the data will be fragmented. This type of data also at prevention level, I believe is quite important as such, okay? So in this project, we're trying to get this kind of data as not genetic causes for diseases, especially for non-communicable diseases as such, among those cancer, among others ones that we are checking. We are working in cluster with several other projects, okay, through the European Commission. And I believe it's very nice because what we want to also get to the policy level for this, okay? So we aim to systematically map environmental exposure, okay? When we talk about exposomic, it's not only environmental, it's not only pollution, okay? It's also about if we had been exposed to stress, that actually is a lot for mental diseases. It's about to be exposed for years, okay? Maybe to the smoking areas, okay? Although we have not smoked never, for example, but we have been affected. So all these things that also chemically trigger our organism and immunity and inflammatory system, okay, is what we're trying to see. It's very tricky because, you know, right now we don't have historical data that really links so we have historical data, let's say, for example, regarding pollution. We don't have, for example, historical data about noise pollution, probably, and many other things. So also regarding the exposures that we had. So there are many approaches, no? And I was one of the ones fighting in one of our meetings because the people say, no, let's get, and then if you get the zip code, the pollution here, and so I say, well, I'm not sure, but if you do it, at least in my case, that will be totally wrong, okay? Because if you take the zip code of my house, okay, up to before the COVID, okay, I was working in the center of Madrid, which is 10 times more polluted, okay, that where I live, that is outside because I don't like that many bricks, okay? So actually, okay, there are methodologies that maybe allow us to do it. There is this also artificial intelligence that will help us to do this kind of screening, okay, in this poly-risk environment, okay? But I believe we have to be careful because the data that we have today, we have to check how we link it, okay, and how we truly link it. And that's when, in my view, not only all this ethical part comes, but also this kind of, I don't know, good rationale that we have to apply when we try to get to from artificial intelligence also to be involved in all this, which for sure, and it was commented by Delia, I believe is a very nice tool that really will help us with all this approach. Also, I wanted to do a message because for being in several projects, okay, in this, I believe, okay, that also from patient perspective, we have to look at all this part of screenings, okay? Not only when we do it as project as European Commission, but when I mean a project, it could be a clinical study and that. Because when we try to test this kind of new screening approaches, okay, I really feel, or I have been in the situations that we take the patients, okay, we do the screening, okay, hopefully for many of them, it's good the fact that they don't give a positive answer in what we are testing, but for many of them, okay, let's say someone with cancer, it gets a positive. So, and this is something I was commenting with one of the persons here before, and we were commenting is that what happened to this person? If you put this person back, okay, to the regular public health system, they probably are not going to be contacted until like 1 year later as such. So I really think that in an area like we are doing here and that we have, for example, for the screen, it's also good that we take in account not only the rights, okay, but this sensitivity that if we involve the patient, okay, please let's try to do something so they don't get to be in touch, I don't know, 1 year later, okay, when the people was also helping us to go ahead with all these issues that we have and really screening and all the preventive schemas, okay, including the new ones. I really believe that is quite important. And if we do it in an even manner now, for example, I think as Europe, with this kind of new polysposomic, let's say, risk scores, okay, and we invest in that in a way that is even through the different countries in Europe, I believe Europe can also have a good job and avoid to be later fragmented because it's much more expensive to reconstruct all this data as such.
Thanks a lot, Xenia. I'm very lazy, so I'm not going to ask you any more questions. I'm going to open to the floor. Questions from the floor? They are also lazy. Please, yeah. Ilya.
Just wanted to add about the patient involvement perspective, because this is great. Now every EU project allows you to hire directly patients or survivors. So for EU projects, when we can do that, we hire the patients or the survivor in most cases directly, so we can have their feedback. But in Europe right now, we don't have a unified patient involvement model. We started 2 years ago, researching what's going on in European landscape, and this is a huge diversity. In some countries, you can hire them directly. In some other countries, you can only hire an NGO, collaborate with an NGO, and the NGO will collaborate with you as a hospital. In other countries, you can only compensate them by hour. But also, you have to be very pragmatic. As a hospital, you need the patients or the survivors to already have the experience that you require for that project, because the hospital will not waste the time to train the survivor. You need to get them, people that are already trained into the field that you require them. Clinical trials, research, prevention, so on, doesn't matter the subject, but it would be great if we can have maybe another initiative or something that will train the survivors. And especially for cancer screening, they really want to be involved, but you need to make it easier for the hospital's board.
Yeah. Okay, so Jacqueline Bowman from Third Eye, course-driven SME, and I was speaking in a panel just before lunch. Yep, indeed. So there is so much to unpack in what you said. Really enjoying the panel in general, but there are a couple of things. So firstly, I'm not sure if it was you or your colleague, a fellow panelist, who was talking about prevention. And what struck me during the original intervention was talking only about families. But of course, as you know, I work primarily in obesity. And one of the big, my big bugbears actually in obesity is that when we talk about cancer or different types of cancer, it's always if we want to prevent 20% of preventable adult cancers, then we treat obesity. So I was just wondering, because, you know, within the Beating Cancer Plan, and now we have the Knowledge Hub and all of these things at EU level, is there an understanding and a volition, so this may actually be to use our, is there a volition to actually not automatically go to the, okay, we're doing prevention for cancer, therefore that's prevention of obesity, or is there a volition to actually look at it scientifically? Because, you know, it's two different things, political side of the house and evidence gathering side of the house. Is there a volition to actually be able to use the Knowledge Hub and other Beating Cancer Plan mechanisms to say, well, if we are going to look at prevention of the various policy prioritized cancers, it's because we're making sure that those who are at risk, who have the precursor type of obesity, so phenotyping, that we're able to actually include them in that continuum. So that was one question.
Let's move on. Quick questions, because they're going to chase it out.
Thank you very much. Not a question, but rather a remark or comment on the engagement of the patients in these projects and the need for their compensation. From what you mentioned, that is the missing part of the chain, that system should be harmonized. It should be harmonized that in every country you have the access to the patients, and then on the other side, the information is not out there, that we as patients or survivors can get engaged. So maybe that's something to bring the European funding in it. And then there are already expert training centers like European Expert Center or the EU PATHI. They are providing these trainings. So let's avoid the redundancy of repeating this, but engage with those who are already doing it and support other survivors to become experts. Thank you.
Couple more questions. Anybody else?
Thank you very much. This question is not specific to anyone, but maybe for all of us. So if we make decisions based on AI models, like it could be screening, it could be treatment, clinical decisions, and something went wrong, who's accountable? I mean, I know that the level of precision is still a work in progress. It depends on circumstances, and also you talked about it's precise as the data but in the current practice, I think it goes also to the ethical and legal aspects of using AI for clinical use, and how should we navigate that as we go along. Thank you.
So hold on, 3 questions. One last question before we answer that.
Thank you. I'm Valentina Stramiello from the European Patients Forum. It's rather a comment because I felt I had to intervene. I feel there is a need to better integrate patient involvement since the early stages of design of proposals. So you shouldn't think about patient involvement after the project has started, but you should integrate it in the very early stages by involving NGOs. NGOs are often patient organizations that represent patient communities where you involve directly patients. So they can bring the collective voice and identify the right profiles to bring on board. As it was said earlier, they often train patients through EUPATHI or other mechanisms. If you want to look for methods, we have the Patient Engagement Open Forum, which is a living initiative that every year promotes methods for involvement. So there are a lot of solutions, but we should get out of this thinking that we need a quick fix, because that's the wrong attitude, and you risk to have a tokenistic involvement that is not really informing your project.
Thank you very much. So let's start with Victoria.
So, okay. Regarding the question on risk factors, I don't know if I am well equipped to answer in detail. What I can say is for sure that on the risk factors that have in common to all the NCDs. So relating to alcohol, to tobacco, of course, but also more and more environmental risks. We try to collect them better and better in the ECIS platform. And of course, there are correlation between obesity, pre-obesity, and the insurgence of cancer. So that's, but that's always the opportunity to do better, I guess. In fact, I was very inspired by the presentation on the polyrisk approach, because, for example, in this new joint action on personalized medicine, we will also have something that relates to, like, not only the risk relating to the genetics, but also the environment, but there are not that many studies like that. This means that we have a wealth that we still have to dig in, basically. Or, I don't know, it's not by chance that we have the networks of expertise on omics, because there is a lot of talk of genomics, but there is a whole world that lives in our guts that we don't know about yet, with the proteomics, metabolomics. So the data quest will never be over, I guess, but we have to and yes, we have a lot of potential for better systematize this data with the AI, but also a big responsibility not to do it in the wrong way.
So maybe to respond to half of your question, Jacqueline, I think you were referring to the Cancer Prevention Hub of taking care of the families. So this is a part, this is a different department that we want to create within the hospital. The hospital, we are already taking care of the patients, but we need to do something for the families. So what can we do in a way that we will be funded, and how can we actually help the caregiver, which is they usually have the same risk factors, the same environmental factors, and obviously the same genetic factors. So that's why we came up with this new concept of a cancer prevention hub of taking care of the family as well. And this will be correlated with the network of expertise on personalized prevention, which includes primary and secondary prevention as well. But because you have in a hospital, obviously, the cancer patient, you need to provide them with some tertiary prevention as well, which is like a small part of the bigger survivorship program. So this is how we divided them. And regarding the patient involvement, I think that was a great suggestion. It's not a problem, it's not an issue for our hospital, because we have the human resources now to go and look for the right patient. But you have different legislation, and I think we need to be, from EU level, there needs to be some direct initiatives in helping the hospital, involving the patients in research.
Thanks, Delia. Zeni?
I will go with the artificial intelligence one.
Yeah.
I believe, okay, what happened, I guess we all, as patients and IT, but not doctor, but we getting as a community, we all as doctor, patients, government, we all have to assume that it'll be always a small risk, but or a risk, okay? It intends to be small with all the regulatory umbrella that is coming, okay? But a risk is always involved in whatever we do in any process that we approach as such. I just would like to give you an example, as many things that we have accepted right now. That is, for example, when you park a car and it parks automatically, okay, you have the full artificial intelligence there, and we are in the same risk that maybe it crashed with something or something. I mean, you know, let's say a big lamp in the street and it goes over you and might kill you, you know? So it's not about just a small crash, okay? So, I have to say that I come from industry before, okay? I was into the automotive, and I remember when modularity came to the vehicles, okay? And it was to say who was responsible for what. If my component is this small, that is going to come in this module, and then the software is going to run everything, who is going to be responsible for what? And at the end today, if you park bad, the responsibility is yours as a driver. So I believe that when all this that is coming, okay, if artificial intelligence is come with this regulator, it's not easy today, okay? When you get it regulated and when you get it approved, you have to prove that test that human on the loop, human in the loop. So it has been a lot of human intervention really see, okay, that this was working in the majority of the cases as such. So actually, we have to trust that if it has gone through a regulated system, okay, whatever has come has been tested for the good of and the safety of us, as many of the medicaments that we have today in the market as such. So that's what I believe. For sure, it will be a risk, okay, but I believe that if it goes under the transparency approach, okay, all the AI trust regulation that is coming, and actually is being actually even is a claim that is harder than it should, okay, today, even in Europe to approve this. But I believe it's a framework that really at some point is helping us to get to this moment, okay, where it can be fully accepted in many areas. But I believe we all have to take in account that as anything that we do and we accept, it will be a risk for that.
Thanks, Senia. Stephen, anything to add here?
Briefly, the question about who's responsible in the area of, AI-assisted diagnostics. I think for some time to come, it's the consultants that's actually making the call. They're really the one that carries the responsibility for that. I think we've all used AI ourselves and had your references to various statements, and even when you look them up, you might find they're questionable. So you have a duty of care to do that until we have the autonomous situation, and that's some time away. If I can just clarify something very important, we're talking about involvement of patients in research and in studies and so on. Patient-centered care, I was on the board of IAPWO, the International Alliance of Patients Organization, that set the principles of patient-centered care. It's not just a term, it has values and principles behind that. And one of them is that patients are represented everywhere within the system, not just in contact to see if the leaflet is being nicely worded, but to actually look into how things are organized. In Ireland, I sit on the Consultants Appointments Committee. It actually looks at where consultant appointments are going to be made and the whole justification for that appointment. And I'm an equal partner in that. And sometimes I feel actually they look at me as a voice that if I do have a query, that there is something to be resolved in there. As a member of the IPA, I also sit on the Emergency Department Task Force, which deals with the overcrowding of our emergency departments and the pressures at wintertime and so on. And that group actually has the CEO and the minister and other senior directors of the system looking at that. And there is a transparency there and an accountability. So it's not just simply having the patient involved in the program, it's actually everywhere in the governance and accountability. Because if people think it's just got to do with research, they're way off the mark about patient-centered care is all about. And I think that our colleague from the EPF, I remember when it was formed originally, and it's great to see how it's advanced and really established itself. But you're right. I mean, the whole area of that whole process to engage with patients on a pan-European, on an individual state level and so on. This is really where the engine is. And the point I'm trying to make, as I made at the start of this discussion, is that I think I really would like to see some patient-led studies on the likes of these key areas such as AI and, the whole future of the competence programs within the various professions, not just medical doctors, but nurses and other allied professions. And I think that may show, the way forward. One last thing is, we did a study last year on attitudes to immunizations with parents. And, in that we designed it and we got a market research company to do it. And yes, it was fun. Complete independence to run it and editorialize with it. But one of the things that did surface was that there had been an increase in resistance to immunizations for children with the flu. But in part of the way we designed it, we actually learned it had nothing to do with resistance to the vaccination. It was that young parents didn't have the time to be able to go to the doctor and get it. So the solution is to promote it in the schools, through the education process. And that came from a patient-led, patient-driven piece of research. So, we are equal partners, and it never fails to amaze me where we meet in our thoughts.
Thanks,
Thank you.
thanks, Stephen. I think we heard a lot, huh? You have a couple of points? Yeah, just very quickly, Joseph is there wanting to.
From here, because I don't want to dwell on this. It has been extremely interesting. It's going to be impossible to capture all the wealth, richness of the ideas. One of the things that I wanted is to link also from the classical perspective, because obviously when we speak about logically cancer screening, we need to speak about the basics. And for some of the colleagues, the right disease, the right test, the right implementation approach. So that right detectable phase in which we make a difference. That's the discussion about prostate and some of the things that has not been demonstrated. But we know all that. Now the thing is that we need to transition beyond classical fragmented models because cancer screening is evolving. And Victoria Carraro presented very good ideas on the European Cancer Imaging Initiative and things like that, right? So we need to actually futurize and integrate these strategies that leverage the platform of comprehensive cancer centers, as you have perfectly explained. This is a wonderful movement that we have to take advantage of all the prevention strength, primary prevention and secondary prevention. All this, they leverage the platform of enabling next-gen prevention enriched by digital innovation and AI integration. I think that would be the summary. They have, make so many points on that, but if we were able to really take advantage of our knowledge about the principles of the good test, good disease, and at the same time the right approach, because it is very important. We cannot forget the basics, but at the same time integrating this in one-stop shop. Let's say that people are really, in a personalized prevention approach, and at the same time fully covered in the best possible way. Thank you.
Thanks, Jose Maria. Thank you all very much. Yeah, a big clap for them. Yeah.
Thank you.
You want to? Yeah. So Maria, Dennis, Ellie, let's go to the last stretch of this meeting. Let's go to the last push of that meeting. I think we almost should be all down on the floor, really, because we are all speakers in this last session. That's what I like us to do. Marlies, you want to join? Yeah. Tillman? And then, where's Dennis? Dennis, a difficult man to find. Dennis, we wait for you.
Executive Director of the European Patients Forum. Could she join the last panel?
Oh, yeah. Yes, of course. Yes. What's her name?
Valentina from European Patients Forum.
Hi. Very cool. So welcome to the last session. Thanks for staying. I don't know how can we reward you for staying until the very end. I do know that planes are there waiting for you, but you still managed to stay here. So we are very appreciative, but I promise that you will not regret it. We're going to make it a very active session. In fact, our boss there is going to announce something very exciting. And those of you who stay behind will love that you have stayed behind, because there's a very good idea. I will not preempt him, that he'll come back to in a minute. Very briefly, back to basics. very back to basics. What has been all this about? What we've been doing? I like the title of the first session, Catalyzing Innovation. Translating, going from the very development of these innovations, of this precision medicine, to the very end of having our patient treated and hopefully cured. We talked about access, we talked about the triangle, isn't it? An innovation that is value and value for money. We talked about a lot about access and equity. We talked about sustainability in the sense how we can pay for it. And we talked, of course, about the importance of the key actors and in particular the patients. In some ways, colleagues, I'm not an expert as you are, but as a non-expert listening to you, I got the feeling that you almost know what to do. You have all these programs that the Commission is funding, member states are funding, where you looked at biobanks, at data, different randomized controlled trials, reimbursement systems, partnerships, governance. You talked about everything, ways to involve the patient. It's like we do have a prescription and a recipe to move forward. That's the impression I got. The second impression I got, and I want to be positive, but I actually feel positive. While you're very different, and you all are, I am, all have vested interests and agendas, as an individuals, that's the nature of life, one has that feeling, I don't want to sound too positive, but I do feel positive, that there is a community of practice. There is a sense of whether you come as a regulator, academic, private sector, patient, there is a sense about this catalyzing innovation. There is a sense of having a shared agenda. So what we want to do in that last session is no platitudes, no feeling good about each other, how wonderful. Yes, we all feel good. We learn so much. We learn so much, and yeah, we involvement, blah blah blah. No, we don't want to come up with some ways, some messages that we want to send to member states, to the European Union, and to the international community about enabling. We are in a situation, we're in a window of opportunity. I know you heard that before, many times, everywhere. But we are in a window of opportunity in cancer. We are in a window of opportunity in terms of cancer and making money out of our innovations as well. That is closing. And I think we have all these elements, and we need to put this agenda. I mean, our friend Dennis has written this agenda 100 times, 1,000 times, but that's an opportunity now that to rewrite it together and to put it forward together out of this conference. And I have the commitment of Dennis and his staff to actually work very hard to get that outcome document in very interesting ways that Dennis will tell us. I keep announcing it, to get that visible, to have an impact, to go to a coalition of the willing and so on, to try to get that leap forward and not to have another conference next year saying the same things, although the same things in this case were very new, very innovative, very, very exciting. So the way we're going to play it today is giving you a lot of time to speak. I should shut up and say the following. First, we have the rapporteurs, very shortly, 5 minutes each or less, 5 key messages or whatever we want to do to react, colleagues. Then we'll have the panel. We have a panel. We'll have, by design and by default, a perfect panel. We have Tilman Kruger, who you're private sector. In reality, you are the Director of Oncology Policy and EU and Pipeline and MSD, but we'll call you private sector. We have Marlies Corbex, who is the boss of cancer in European region of WHO. She's the one leading all that. She'll be public sector, international public sector. And then we were very lucky that Valentina Stramieli, the new director of the European Patient Forum. We've been talking a lot. Thanks for joining us. You were able to join us. We talked a lot about patients and patients' involvement and so on. The three of you are going to react to our three rapporteurs I don't need to introduce that have been paying lots of attention and come up with some ideas, good ideas. So we'll start with Jose Maria as the most concentrated one and not getting ready. So I'll ask him to start, then Ellie, and then Dennis. Is that okay? And then we'll have plenty of time for you to come back. And actually, I almost suggest them when they have spoken to come down, sit here, because it's almost ridiculous. There are more people in this side than the other side, right? So I think once you spoke, you all go down to the floor and we have a debate. Yeah?
So thank you, Joseph. I don't know if I'm going to pay you back to your wonderful idea. So I will try to keep focus I have had the privilege to be in many of the sessions and learn a lot. The first thing that I would like, with your permission, something that I shared at the beginning with Dennis and with some of you, is that this is a very important moment. So the world is going through a profound geopolitical and cultural crisis. This is not what you were expecting me to say. I know you said, but this is the first thing. We need to contextualize this. So in the United States, freedom of expression is under threat. The scientific community is being challenged. The universities are increasingly constrained. I was trained at Harvard University, and we are having a very hard time. So needless to say, Russia remains entrenched in an absurd war, which is draining the resources. China continues to advance, but often under questionable principles. I believe Europe has a responsibility here to take the baton also and to help. Not because of chauvinism, but because it's an opportunity. I fully believe in that. So here we are, we call it Vision Europe 2030. We carry responsibility. We have principles of equity, fraternity, and solidarity. And at the same time, we acknowledge that we have a lot of room for improvement. In this sense, I believe that, I believe that we should be brave. You remember that when the president of the US announced the Cancer Moonshot Initiative, we should renew the momentum in saying conquering cancer horizons or something like that, and doing things in a different way. That's the first thing. Having said that, now focusing on the different sessions, at the beginning I was playing. I was trying to play because, at my age, after having a disease during the summer and so on, I said, well, this is a theater. So we are going to identify the villain of the bad guy of the movie. Then we are identify the hero and the aha movement. So the bad guys in the different sessions. The first session was on catalyzing innovation in high-income cancer systems, what Josep was mentioning as the inception of this event. And we identified the villain was not lack of discoveries, was the translational gap. I think this is a translational gap. So we have fragmented data and even access to advanced molecular diagnostic, even within well-resourced systems. We have problems of regulatory and reimbursement friction that slow clinical trials and adoption of diagnostic innovation. I believe we have equity at risk, and this was discussed throughout the different sessions. So actually, this is we can go to the solutions, but I'm just identifying the key points because otherwise I'm going to monopolize the time. In the second session that we had, we have also, for example, public-private place, building sustainable partnership for scalable impact. There, we discovered that obviously everyone likes coordination, nobody wants to be coordinated. And at the same time, public-private partnerships is very important. But at the same time, we need to acknowledge that we have different interests. If we don't diagnose the situation, we cannot treat it. Academia want to publish. Industry want to get revenues and to pay shareholders. Politicians want to be re-elected. And we need to align all of this. And at the same time, it was a very good thing that was mentioned during the session. People are not doing sometimes what is expected, is doing what is inspected. So actually, we need an overview. The public system should be actually aligning all of that with a noble mission to keep patients and citizens at the center, because we are working for that. There is legitimate interest in getting revenues, of course, no doubt about that. It's not for free, it's not for pro bono, but the first thing first. That's why commercial determinants should be really identified, and at the same time, legitimate interest for publication, for research, and for the world, but there are secondary goals, secondary goals. The first thing is to help patients to solve solutions. There are certain rules that we were discussing solutions there. Then obviously there were other sessions like in cardiology, that by the way, remains the Europe's biggest killer. I, translating digressing because this is not in cancer, but they acknowledge that they have one size fits all, and that doesn't work that way. So they need interoperable data, clinical decision support, validation in real patients, and they have solutions, and it has to be done. Finally, today we have in the sessions that I was rapporteur or involved, innovation without access is failure, delivering genomic equity in high-tech health systems. So innovation is only successful if patients can benefit from it. Without equity, even the most exciting breakthroughs risk becoming barriers rather than solutions. So genomic is reshaping how we diagnose and treat disease, but access is still dependent too often on the location, on the income, on the zip code, and this is absolutely unfair. So achieving genomic equity is a challenge, and we were discussing this in Global South also need to be tackling this because we also was calling a call to action, but so what? How can this be done? Can this be done lowering the prices, getting fair kind of agreements, getting a global fund in order to make this happening? Because everybody should have access to it. And we have there a challenge, and we can find the solution, but still there is room to work together towards that. And finally, the session on screening, reimagine for a digital AI-enabled future. I was insisting that we keep the fundamentals of the right disease, the right test, the right approach. We cannot screen everything because there are not sometimes there are not the right diseases. You may remember, I'm sorry because I'm going to be politically incorrect. We went to Belarus and there was Lukashenko, who is the same guy who has been there, I don't know how many years. And he was insistent, if women has breast cancer screening and cervical cancer, we want to have males with prostate cancer screening. I said, no, because it's not working that way. It's not improving the survival. You're getting problems. That's it. So at the same time, when you have all of this, now the issue is to have a one-stop shop using the AI, the digital thing. I mean, there are a lot of things with comprehensive cancer centers that will allow to have a wonderful movement in the future, but keeping firm about the principles. And having said that, thank you so much.
Thank you. I won't let you respond, but I'm sure that you agree with me that even though we all have different vested interests and different agendas, publications, making money, we do have a common field, a common objective there.
I agree with you.
Ellie.
Yeah, thanks to Joseph. I had two broad takeaways: the centrality of patient participation, and I was also very surprised and very encouraged by the promotion of or the advocacy for North-South collaboration and South-North-South collaboration, some of the conversations I was having around here. As far as patient participation concerned, the centrality of it, we keep talking about person in personalized healthcare. We speak about patient voices guiding every step, but the current system is still designed around patients and not with them. I think that's one big issue. The second one is the innovation access gap. That's something we heard. The third one is the democratization of clinical trials and this versus scientific rigor. How do you balance that? We heard many or often data infrastructure, data fragmentation. How do you deal with that? Because there are solutions that came up as well. Public-private partnerships, sustainability, win-win, supply demand, those things came up. How do we manage that? And the last big thing was interesting that people also mentioned about workforce and system readiness for digital health. Because we don't talk a lot about it. We say digital health all the time and so on. Yeah. There's also that dimension. So those would be my 6 high-level points.
That's perfect. Thank you. Ellie, but together with the conundrums, you did hear many of the solutions. You share with me that many of these things are no longer a problem, almost no longer a problem, that we have the solutions. The problem is we don't get them into action. We don't have the regulators. We don't have the kind of support, the kind of clout, the kind of political economy. I felt, and I'm not an expert as you are, that in many areas, in many of those areas, these people here told us, look, that's how we coordinate biobanks. Look, this is how we do randomized controlled trials across Europe. Our Estonian minister, she told us, We do have those, right?
No, I'm just raising the issues that were raised.
Yeah.
There were solutions,
Yeah.
but in the session that I just moderated, it was quite clear that there was heterogeneity even within the EU.
I buy
In
that.
terms of what's access, in terms of what is possible. I think those are things we need to keep in mind.
In terms of feasibility and implementation, I buy that. Thank you very much. Thank you. I keep announcing your announcement. Dennis, what are you going to tell us?
Core, I mean, if you look around this room, one can see, which has driven a lot of the discussion, is the cartoons that we have here. So I'd like to thank the cartoonists. But I highlight the cartoons as well, because one needs to have an effective way to communicate. And often we're communicating in different ways the same issue. So one needs a way to capture an issue in a holistic manner, like we have done in the cartoons. They're all around this wall, but in how to be concise, and so they're interpreted in a certain way that can facilitate a discussion, but also drive forward the issue of implementation. And each of these cartoons captures the essence of many of the discussion points. But one needs to translate this into practice. Now, many of the sessions address the issues in many different ways, but one can't boil the ocean. One has to really focus on 3 or 4 or 5 key issues if you want to try to really tackle this last mile in terms of implementation. And the Commission have really tried to, and we thank the Commission for funding this conference, which is very necessary. So that's why we had people from the north, and also from the south and south, etc., and covering many different disease areas. But many of the issues can be distilled, because we want to keep the person in personalized healthcare, but also we want to move faster. Europe, as you mentioned, has all this potential. A lot of it is untapped potential, because a lot of the systems are set up around trying to get a healthcare system to respond. But often maybe we should be looking at how to get the technology to better fit the needs of what we want to achieve. So we have a lot of great technologies, but a lot of technologies are not applied in practice. Sometimes we're asked to send faxes still to the doctors when we live in the 21st century. So this is an issue. We heard a lot about psychological needs. Often that's not taken into account of the needs of the patients. So this is another dimension what we need to take a look at. So what the focus really of the conference was focusing on, if we look at broadly cancer, I don't think we should move away from these cancer control plans, because I think this has been done a lot. Now we need to say, okay, which are the key technologies that we can do in the short term, mid-term, and long term? Which countries want really to focus on that, where there's goodwill that we have and want to work together. So a lot of people around the room want to work together. But often when we go into the regulatory frameworks, we're talking about these issues of trust. But it's very hard to define that, really, in reality. So you need goodwill. So what we need really is a coalition of goodwill to say, okay, which countries want to work on certain issues, and then which actors in those countries, many around the table or many are in a federation, can support implementation of what we want to achieve. And this can be done at a European level with certain member states utilizing the infrastructures as we BBMRI, and which Jens kindly told us what an ERIC is, which is not a person, it's an infrastructure. But then also you can see, okay, which countries outside Europe want to work together. But our idea is to develop a paper. This is exciting news, I know how exciting it is. But we develop a paper and say, okay, really concise what we want to achieve. How can the different actors work together in some concrete areas, such as liquid biopsy, looking at advanced molecular diagnostics, where there's huge potential, psychological needs, which is huge potential, and then seeing, okay, which countries would like to work with us. So it will be an open invitation. And then setting up a framework that we can go with the support of many of the stakeholders around the room to say, okay, these are the key issues that we want to achieve and how we can tackle the implementation gap. There's a lot of conference when I was talking to Joseph, who's chasing me down, and what you really need to chase people down is to say, okay, how we can have conciseness from a conference. Could you bring a conference together or a summit, or maybe we have a hilltop here, and with a view and say, okay, how we want to achieve it. So this is our key issue. Come up with a short paper, but then advocate for these are the changes that we want to do with the stakeholders around the table and say how we can achieve that. So we have a lot of political contacts in the institutions, in the member states, in the infrastructures, as well as in industry, and then seeing how we could do this in a co-created way, but focus on the issue of how this can be paid for as well. Because you need reimbursement. You need to support and need to generate a revenue to keep it sustainable. So this is the key issue that we want to do. So we're going to draft a paper. Am I too early telling this, or was it the right timing?
That's the moment.
Okay, that's the moment. Well, it is the moment now. So, so we'll come up with a draft paper. We'll circulate this paper to get feedback, and then we'll see who can be authors, and then we'll have a framework how we can push this forward. We have this event coming up in Onga during the high-level week in a couple of weeks. So we have an event in the United Nations, and then we have another event with some of the countries. They're going to host us for receptions to discuss this. So we'll see how we can really drive it forward. But the Commission are doing fantastic work, but they also need the member states to support them. WHO needs the member states to support them. And then we can really try to drive it and propel it forward. Because we know what the problem statement is. The problem is patients want to have better quality of life. We know the stakeholders want to deliver on this, but they need a mechanism how they can do this. So this is our key way to push this forward. And we're planning a conference in Brussels again, because we have the Irish presidency coming up in the second half of next year. So we're going to plan to reconvene in this room again and really say, okay, what the agenda is, and really make work and see how we can do it, how we can implement this into practice with the right decision makers in the table. So getting the council presidency involved. So we have we have 9 months to prepare it, which is probably sufficient. So it's June 30th and July 1st, we'll reconvene with the right people in the room to say, okay, this is what we can do. And if we cannot do it, why can we not do this? So this is the idea here. Thank you.
Perfect. So, colleagues, I think it's not just a paper. We're talking about that. We're talking about a paper that would be signed by anyone who wants to sign it to be on board. And I think we have enough in common to agree on that kind of paper that then you can use with your member states, with the Commission, with various platforms. I mean, the power in this room, the variety, the power, the strength of the different stakeholders sitting here, I think can have a lot of value. And beyond the paper, I think most journals would take it, because signed by this group, most journals would take such an outcome, a paper. But we'll ask your opinions in a little bit, and we'll get first the reflections of Marlies. Marlies, we talked about WHO. We talked about what's your reflection on all that?
What innovation told me to say. So the thing is that at WHO we are understanding. We are very excited about the great promise, but we are also anxious about the issue we see with innovation, because we have especially an issue with the tension between technological innovation and equity, because we have data showing that health technology implemented in the past 2 decades have often widened inequalities. Inequalities between countries, which is our bread and butter, and also inequality within countries. And that's one of the big one of the big aspects of the EU Beating Cancer Plan, is that there are so many cancer inequalities in the EU now within countries. And we are also concerned that promoting the way the European Commission has promoted innovation, as also there is a tension with health budget sustainability, and health budgets are not improving these days. What Jose Maria told us, we know, because at WHO we asked if any EU country could help us with our Trump issue, and they said, well, forget about it. We have to put the money into weapons now, so nothing for WHO. And health budget sustainability is really an issue. For example, in 13 years, the budget, the cancer budget, the cancer care budget of EU countries, the part dedicated to medicine has increased by 220%, while cancer incidence was increasing by 20%. So there is a sustainability issue here. And it's great drugs, we all agree, but it's not sustainable, and countries come to WHO to say, what should we do? And we see also that the other costs, like the radiotherapy, the surgery, the research in this aspect, and all the psychological care, increase by 4%, because that is what is opportunity cost. When you spend a lot on innovation and high tech, you don't spend on the other stuff. And the last point we are anxious about is the climate change responsibility, because there is also a tension here. We speak about AI system, we speak about big data, digital health, but we have to realize that data center consume a lot of electricity and water. In the US, data center consume 4% last year of the whole national electricity, and in 3 years from now, it will be 12%. So we need also to think about that. And if we think about that, the sustainability, the climate change and the equity, we will be able to design better innovation. And that's where our European, concern about equity and sustainability and climate change can make the difference. So, okay, that's for the problem, but we also think about the solution. And we advocate a lot at WHO for social innovation to accompany technological innovation. And we know that it's underfunded, especially by the European Commission, and that's something we can recommend to them. But there is no technology, take-up of technology innovation without some social innovation, without example how to use them the best way. I mean, social innovation can help us to break silo. It can help us to collaborate better, as this patient was asking. So it can help to bring the translational gap. So it's something that we really need to consider more, and it has a value as an innovation. And we can learn about that from the South. We need to realize that we have more to learn from the South. They are great at social innovation. They are very good at co-creating and embedded them in their local systems. So that's where WHO can play a key role, because we harness this social innovation, and we are having an innovation platform. We want to organize an innovation summit where we will be able to bring example from countries to other countries. South can teach us how to deal with very constrained budget. And I think we will have to learn a lot about that in the coming years, because they are used to difficult circumstances, to limited budget. But we have also to realize that, and that's what we learn when we go to countries in the South. At WHO, we have this chance to do all this country mission, that there is also a pickup of bad innovation there. But we realize that it's often aggressively pushed by Western companies. And what we have to be aware of and care about is that this is understood by this country as a new phase of colonialism. Like the West found another way to make profit at the expense of our health. It's true for tobacco, alcohol, but it's also true for high-tech machine, for medication which are super expensive and don't make such a difference. Even if they make a difference, actually, they find it too expensive. So something we can learn from the South. And we spoke a lot about empowering patients, and that's clearly empowering patients and communities is clearly a solution to have better innovation. But we have to realize that we are very far from there yet. We speak about putting the patient at the center, but we are just immediately beginning. The thing is that historically, we have put the EU competitiveness at the center of the innovation agenda, at least here in Brussels, in the EU, and there is only one spot at the center. So if we want to put the patient at the center, maybe we have to reconsider what we put now at the center. And maybe I will finish here. It's very communist.
Yes, of course.
Like a lot what Marilis has said, is my colleague. I have been working also in WHO, but let me be provocative a little. Because we must be cautious with the concept of equity or equality when considering emerging technologies. These innovations often represent undeniable progress, yet their value, we all agree, benefits initially only those population systems where they are implemented. Logical, it doesn't reach everyone. So this dynamic can create the perception that, or even the reality of widening inequalities. However, we must avoid the false conclusion that the best way to prevent such gaps is simply to do nothing. That would be the ultimate injustice, to deny progress or uneven distribution. Instead of our shared responsibilities to get, not to lower the bar so that everybody has the same, but actually to raise the bar and to push everybody to give them the same possibilities to advance. It's because I have been in so many meetings in which we are obsessed and see this is increasing the gap. And obviously, when we are investing in something at the very beginning, we are going to see that those who are receiving this privilege, let's say, have a better position than the others. The others are not necessarily worse, simply they have not reached that. Our obsession would be actually to raise the bar and to give the best for everybody.
Nice debate. We'll continue on that, and I will want to have your opinions on that element. But as Tillman now, do you agree with Marlies that we're not sustainable, that this is basically innovation is not sustainable? And I know you and Marlies been talking quite a lot in advance, agreeing and disagreeing, and I promised you that I wanted to debate. There you are. Do you agree with Marlies?
Thank you.
Between.
Thank you. We will need you. It's true that we discussed already, and I think we agree on certain and some things, and then on others, yes, we disagree. I very much like. I think there was a bridging comment just now that the idea can certainly not be to lower or to keep a lack of access to innovation. Threshold would be access to innovation where it is useful and where it is truly innovative. I would argue, and that's what we've discussed, that's probably not here. I'm very right with anyone who wants that, that a lot of essentially the research-based pharmaceutical products have to go strict value assessment process, much unlike other products, etc. So I do think there are value assessment. They have been part of this conference. I do think that not all is lost there, but I do agree on equity challenges, on sustainability challenges, budgetary concerns, competing budgetary concerns, and I also agree, and that's sort of like with the wider group. Obviously, I think even though we are approaching these topics from different, there are very lot of common needs. The need for better data, better evidence base for decision making. I would include, and Dennis, you alluded to this now a little bit, and I think it has a little bit has been mentioned repeatedly, but not really explicitly. And there are good reasons for it, but I think to reintroduce also a little bit in this fantastic group of patient representatives, scientists, so all of colleagues that are working very much in the in the details of it and in very specific projects, to reintroduce a little bit politics, not to make it more difficult to at something, but I think what we've also all realized is that there seems to be a lack of translation from innovation into sort of like all the systems everywhere in Europe, countries, but also beyond. At the same time, there probably also is a lack of translation the other way around. Health policy making, specifically cancer policy making, is probably not often enough informed by all of this. It's from all of these actors. So what I would suggest for the paper, then, is that you have to write up, is also to try and include a chapter and element sort of like on better and improved governance between member state levels, on sort of like what is the process of how this should be, not in each and every innovation. Fight about a budget or something. But there's so much great ambition in Europe's Beating Cancer Plan. There's so much money still in EU for Health. There was so much money in Horizon Europe, and I don't know where. But apparently, it's very difficult to download this money. It's very difficult to sort of like follow up on it. And why is that? And what else can be done to for good financing? I would suggest that political decision making needs to follow. And it sounds like shark language. I'm not trying to use that, but I think identifying KPIs, identifying clear targets, putting clear targets to measures of things that you're trying to achieve, policies, and then also make sure follow up on those targets, track them to see is there progress, why is that? To introduce this into the governance mechanism, EU level and member state level, go along. Steer the financing to where it's most useful, but at the same time also to stop doing what's not working and more of what is working. I think that could be a good word for that. And Dennis, of course, will solve it in the paper. So, put this all in a nice format. So we'll have this, and next year, just like check on it.
More and more pressure on you, Dennis. So targets linked with accountability, and see where the money goes. Because indeed, member states should be held accountable to the extent that they're enabling innovation to treat cancer. Thank you very much. Valentina, last but not least, you were here. I wanted to put you last, so you had time as well to warm up and to hear what's going on. There's been a lot of debate and positive, constructive, beyond platitudes, about the role of the patient with very specific mechanisms to have the patient on board at all levels of the system. In that sense, I think this conference, for a change, has actually worked very well, because not many conferences talk about the patient without having the patient truly involved in the decision making. Valentina, any reflections, what you heard?
Thank you. And unfortunately, I was not able to attend the whole event, but I have collected quite a lot of information over the last couple of hours. And indeed, you have been able to capture a lot of the key emerging topics and challenges that are right there at the moment. And my reflection, I mean, going beyond patient involvement, which is okay, of course, a topic for us to always discuss. But my perception is that we are all faced with the same challenges, and we are forced to look at our own small gardens instead of having an holistic perspective of the issues we are facing. Patient organizations and health NGOs too are faced with a lot of financial issues right now. You may know that we were expecting funding from the European Commission this year, and half the way in the financial year, we found out it's not coming. So imagine what it means for us. Really, this is challenging us and forcing us to face major challenges, even in the ability to deliver for our community. But still, we are there and happy to collaborate, because we feel that only through collaboration we can achieve results. That's why we say patient at the center. I don't know if I like the term patient at the center, because you risk not to be connected to others if you stay at the center. So everywhere, especially where it matters, because maybe our voice is not needed in every aspect of healthcare design or in every aspect of decision making, but we need to ask ourselves where the need is for the patient perspective. And this links also to the question around innovation, because I feel there is a misperception about the fact that innovation is expensive. Who says that it should be expensive? It may be not. Especially if you bring patients on board, you may find very innovative solutions that are not expensive at all. It's simply about addressing the patient's needs, improving their quality of lives, and sometimes they may be very inexpensive solutions. So I would like to get rid of this idea that it's expensive. Maybe yes, if you go into nanotechnologies and personalized medicine, it can be, but it's more than that. And so we need to go back to an holistic perspective of healthcare systems and the healthcare systems design and functioning. So, of course, we need to collaborate more with other parts of the world, but I would like to call maybe for a Team Europe approach, where we, of course, represent different stakeholder perspectives, but we are also united by the need to ensure a proper and appropriate delivery of care for patients. But if we are able to do it for European patients, we may better support patients around the world. As EPF, we are often invited to share our knowledge, expertise with patient communities across the globe, and we are always happy to do so because we were in a lucky position to be able to build some tools and build some knowledge. So we feel also the duty to share it with others. But if we internally, we are not able to deliver for our own community, how we can support others? That's a question mark, really, that is there. We are indeed challenges major globally, and I feel how we can face it. I mean, now I see that the whole health sector is frozen, basically because we are living with the uncertainties of what will come next. But how we can overcome it? Are we just waiting and seeing what will happen next? Or do we take action as a community in Europe?
We're at dire moments with this lack of funding you're having and so on. I think the Commission has heard that, and we all heard that. And I take you're going to be signing this paper with Dennis.
If time allows, happy to do so.
Colleagues, thank you very much, Valentina. Thank you. Welcome to the club. Can I ask you to leave that table, sit among everybody, please, visually and philosophically? Who wants to add to this? I will not moderate. I will not disagree or agree. Who wants to add to that? Are you excited about this paper? Will it help the Commission? Our two Commission colleagues here. Will it help the Commission to have this paper? Are you allowed to say anything to have a paper in which member states support you to expand your role and so on? Any views? I'll finish on time. Don't worry. We'll wrap this up. But I think you guys have been here all this time. I think there's a lot you have to say, want to say. Please, it's your opportunity to do the first steps to shape this paper together. I think after you are the birthday man, so you have to speak now.
Thank you very much.
That was it.
And what a birthday. Yes, indeed. And my wonderful singer there really added to it. I think it's actually the timing of this is absolutely appropriate. I think that everybody is struggling everywhere about how to approach the whole area of digital health, regardless of whether it's in screening or in management and so on and so forth. I think actually the end point of this is that it will bring in far greater accountability into the system, because in being able to track individual patients, as I said, they are not data points, they are the point of it all, that one can see how effective the medicines are, that whether, you know, if they were very, very expensive, you can still track it all the way down the line with this technology. I think that from our perspective, I think the importance of AI and the various technologies, that they are built on the basis of fundamentals of patients' rights. And again, I think that I still see that no matter where in the system, you know, the welfare of patients are being discussed or planned for, if it's at the end of a microscope, the patient is the key person in that, and they're still at the center of that whole process. Well, anyway, thank you very much, Dennis, and all your organizers. I think very successful conference, because it's got legs.
Good legs indeed, and a head as well. Any other, please? Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you.
I promise to be brief. I know that we're over time, but perhaps just a final provocative thought from my side. Valentina and Meredith just mentioned as well, innovation does not need to be expensive. We can also, and when we're talking about innovation, it's also not only technological innovation, right? It's also innovation in processes. It's also all different kinds of innovation that we can benefit from, and that with which we can design better pathways for personalized medicine. Perhaps with my current perspective, I see indeed that you know, when in the pharmaceutical space we talk a lot about, well, sometimes we talk about a kind of a bit of a problematic term sometimes, which is the fashionable therapeutics, right? And like how we sometimes fall victim to like the latest trends and to always discussing these things. We were also discussing yesterday in some conversations about how this is also something that even the European Commission funding falls victim of sometimes, in terms of like, it seems that each year all the attention is given to like an area, and then like all the priorities go there, and then the next year change to another area, and then like all the priorities go there, right? And there's not like a proper balance with that. Perhaps what we need to learn with this also is that when we're talking about innovation and equity, it's also about, we do have things, we do have methodologies, technologies, procedures, etc., that are proven and reliable, and we need to focus on how to really bring those to reality, so that perhaps with that approach we can avoid this widening of the equity or the inequality gap, right? So just to leave that as a final thought.
Very nice, Marlies. Thank you. I have triggered a very, very interesting debate to your comments about equity and sustainability. Couple of more points and I'll wrap us up because we all need to go, I guess, but I don't want to, sorry about that. Apologies. I'll hold it as long as you have things to say.
Okay, thank you. Thank you very much. And yeah, just to say a few words of gratitude that for me, it was very insightful that most of the topics were speaking to me directly. And that, I mean, I know it's a European space, but I felt like it was a global space, which was open for perspectives, inclusive of other dimensions. And so I'm going back with some challenge on how to think through and how to integrate some of the challenges that you were put forward back to the continent, but with a global thinking. And we are happy with our capacity to continue to be part of the dialogue in the discussion. Once again, thank you very much and congratulations for a successful event. Thank you.
Okay, for me, I think thinking about the paper, the things that I would really, really like to stress in terms of the equity and also south-south, north-south, north-north, is that, how can I put this? So I live in Belgium. 3% of the population in Belgium is non-white, but actually, I mean, okay, I'm Belgian, but not, you know what I mean? Brexit minted Belgian. But what that means is, and it's across Europe as well, we never have our voice. We're never taken into account when it comes to clinical trials, when it comes to personalized pathways, when it comes to all the omics, we don't have a voice. And there are reasons in how the data has historically been collected. But I think that given what's going on, and this is for the Commission and DG Just, happy to discuss, there is a really good opportunity to actually make sure that when we move forwards with personalized medicines, that voice is finally taken into account, because we are here in different key areas and there are workarounds. So I think we're off to a really good start, but we need to leverage who has that expertise for Europe. It's not homogeneous.
Thank you. Michael.
Yes, no, thank you very much. Listening in, I've just come in towards the tail end, but I just want to make very quick comments. Exactly. Yeah, the first one is on listening to the feedback. The main gap that you've identified is more on the translation gap as opposed to innovation. This may be what you've observed, but it's also good to look at it from the lens of the interconnectivity of diseases, so that you don't only look at the cancer innovations and how these are going to apply to the individual, but how these are going to be implemented in the context of the health system, where innovations on delivery systems are important. And this brings me to the second point, and that is the difference in interests, where you've spoken to, we have representation from the academic groups, from the public, representing governments, and from industry. Now, from the academic groups, you want to display excellence in science, and usually it goes through publications and repeated doing of the evaluations to do more and more and publish. But on the other hand, from the private sector, you want to progress innovations, bring them to licensure and make them available. And the private sector is very averse to risk and always thinks through that lens. Now, in looking at the key performance indicators, if you're going to tap into the academic group and tap into the private group, you have to reflect the key performance indicators that speak to both. And this brings me to the funding source. When you're looking at the private sector and the public sector, in the cancer setting, you need the public funding to de-risk the early work. But in the context of cancer, as long as the products start to be viable, you need to protect the interests of the industry as early as possible. So in this case, to think through the role of the small and medium enterprises, which also go very closely with the academic sector initially, and how that can be de-risked and protected, and then how you protect the big pharma that are now going to take forward viable products. The third piece is on democratization of clinical trials, which was also given as a feedback versus clinical trials rigor. I just wanted to reference the big work that WHO has been doing following regional consultations, all global regions, on clinical trials, and a clinical trials guidance document has been delivered this year. This followed a clinical trials directive from the WHO. It will be good in the reflections that go on the cancer clinical trials to make reference to this, because it brings in democratization of clinical trials while protecting the quality of the work that is to be done. I'll leave it there. Thank you.
Sorry about the push, but these are very, very, very useful points, so very appreciated. I think I'm going to wrap that up, unless there's something very urgent you want to say. And to wrap that up, because the final wrapping up corresponds to Dennis, of course. But let me all thank you, Dennis, and thank you, your staff, Chiara and Angela. Thank you, Floris. Floris has done an excellent job. I mean, this, as you said, these drawings tell a lot. But the last applause, together with Dennis and Chiara and Angela, is to yourselves. To yourselves, for those who've been here all these days, and for those who are here now, please applaud to yourselves. You deserve it.
Thank you. Thank you to the European Commission, for funding the conference. So as mentioned, we're going to develop this paper. So the conference does not end now. The Commission has also funded follow-up events to ensure sustainability in terms of dissemination, which is this event that I mentioned. We will have a session in one of our events in New York during ONGA to support dissemination of the outcomes and also to get cross-fertilization from a regional-based approach. We also have an event coming up in Japan, in Yokohama, I should say, in October 2nd. And then we will be in Oman as well later this year. So whoever wants to come and hang out, there's a lot of work that needs to be done in these places. So hopefully we can get contributions from everybody in the room. And just again, to thank my wonderful colleagues, Angela and Chiara, who did wonderful work. Send them on a mission to get a funnel for we can put the posters in. So they had to go down to Place Flagey and try to get this now. So they succeeded, I hope, in this mission. So congratulations to them. So thank you to everybody in the room that stayed. Also thank you for those colleagues that traveled long distances from Ethiopia, etc., which was very wonderful. And so looking forward to collaborate with everybody in the room, and I wish you safe travels home, and thank you again. And I'm sorry, I meant to thank you, really thank you to our chairs, our moderators, Josep, he just said thank you for his moderation. Jose Maria, thank you so much. Elil, for his good humor, his tolerance of my being a rapporteur with him, which was also wonderful. So thank you so much. All right, thank you.